preview and a quarter-final each, and your one is BAXADA's.
BAXADA versus who?
Sabalioni.
Oh, okay. I must say that I was actually talking to Sabalioni yesterday. You know that it was a proper conversation with him because he was very fluent in English.
Okay. I've got Mike harassing me in front of.
Oh.
You know what white balance is?
What?
Where you put the white the thing in front of the camera, and so, since this is white.
Well, actually, they call Richard and I white balance.
Yeah, we're about to start in 56 seconds.
We are the white balance.
Yeah, this is it now.
Hey, estamos empezando en 50 segundos.
A la CONMEBOL y
No, ma.
Libertadores. Bienvenidos a Argentina, tierra de los campeones del mundo.
Estamos na CONMEBOL eLibertadores, onde se encontram os 16 melhores do continente.
Welcome to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores finals. This is the biggest tournament in South American FIFA. It's the big one. It's the one that you circle in the calendar. Top 8 players from this region will be battling it out for eternal glory. The Blazers are on. It's a very, very special day. Richard Buckley, Mike LaBelle bringing you all the action from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Mike, this is a big day.
Oh, I see your energy has already been uplifted. It's on another notch. We've seen eliminations. We've seen drama. We're going to have a champion here today.
We will have a champion today. If you are watching this stream right now and you maybe speak Spanish or Portuguese, make sure you go into the command center. There will be a link there where you can watch a Spanish broadcast and a Portuguese broadcast with some of the best commentators in your chosen language. This is big, but it's not only me and Mike who will be keeping you company throughout today. We have got two of the best casters in the business. Brandon Smith and Pablo George-Kopulos. Guys, how are we feeling? Brandon, we're in Argentina.
We are, mate, and this is a special day as well. The biggest tournament in South America, and we get the pleasure later on tonight to crown a champion. Pabs, I'm sure you're excited.
I'm extremely excited. I mean, I'm so ready for this person to take the eternal glory. Either an Argentinian keeps it here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, or a Brazilian takes it back to Sao Paulo, wherever they're from, Peru, you name it.
Yeah, Pabs, it's going to be fantastic. I mean, look, we watched the group standings yesterday. We're into the knockouts today. We'll get to all those quarterfinals very shortly indeed. But, Mike, I want to ask you, how impressed were you with the FIFA on display in South America yesterday?
And I mean this, and not just because we're in Buenos Aires. This has been my favorite FIFA to watch. The players have all the intricate details. You got a little bit of that razzle dazzle, that flair. It's just a different way of playing FIFA in South America, and I'm happy that it's been showcased. It's being showcased, and it will be showcased today.
Somebody will be walking away with not only $35,000, but eternal glory as well. The CONMEBOL eLibertadores top 8 will be making their way onto that stage in a matter of moments. If you did miss anything that took place yesterday, have a little look at this video and it'll keep you up to date with everything that went on in day one.
Na Copa Receptora foi no Líquida.
A coisa mais difícil foi os primeiros minutos presencial.
La competencia hasta ahora fue muy escalofriante.
Aquí hoy está Broad otra vez el Viva Prada.
Para lo que viene, estoy re motivado.
Voy por todo. Que no me subestimes. Mi arma está cargada.
Well, that was day one of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores right there. We started with 16, now we have 8 remaining, and literally a couple of inches away from me, I can see the players making their way onto the stage. They are getting ready, and so are we. If you're wondering what we are playing for here, it's not only the trophy, but there's some serious money on the line.
Some hefty dinero, if you will. 35,000 for first, 25,000 for second, and so forth and so on. Remember, all these competitors are guaranteed at least $3,000. And a nice little helper, the finalists receive an invite to the FIFA 23 Global Series playoffs. Semis, you get yourself into the play-ins. I know where I'd rather be.
No, absolutely. This is exactly where you want to be. Make yourself at home here with us.
Look at the stage. Can you just take a moment? This is one of the best build-outs we have ever seen. It is gorgeous. Even the side-to-side, if you're not on the main stage.
And the countdown.
It's got a certain atmosphere to it.
The atmosphere is building here.
Maybe an aroma.
In Buenos Aires, and it's not just because it's 33 degrees. It is getting hot because the players are on their way. Just have a little look at what we are seeing right now. We do have our very own Pablo who can translate if we do have any interviews in Spanish that, look, we want to keep you up to date with what the players are saying. If there's a little bit of feistiness potentially, we're not going to miss a beat.
I just can't get over the size. We're talking large and in charge, extra grande when you're dealing with this stage. I mean, look at the players on the stage. You just get an idea of the scaling.
And you can see the players that have made their way here to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores top 8. First up, where better to start with the reigning, defending CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion, PHZIN.
And based on yesterday's form, you have to say that he looked the best out of any of the competitors, looked the most definite. You see him point to the badge and then up above.
The man with all the pressure on his shoulders, looking to be the first ever back-to-back CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion. But standing in his way, his opponent in the opening round, Eze Otto.
And Eze Otto showcased a lot of those details, in particulars. The forms of expression had that flair. More of the same. And when you're young and you're coming into moments like this, a lot of times I feel like you're playing with house money.
Absolutely, one of the hometown heroes as well, Argentinian in the house. That is your first quarter-final. The second quarter-final, TOMGAUNA. He comes from Argentina, representing WAP Esports. He was very impressive yesterday, Mike.
And I think he's poised to make a run. Unfortunately for him, he does have to go up against the likes of PAULO, NETO.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Huge Brazilian influence he has on this tournament. If Paulo is in it, Paulo is one of the favourites to win it. Atlanta United's Paulo Neto.
And he's well-traveled, he's well-cultured. Of course, winning EMLS Cup last year, already winning the first 2 league series this year. Top 8 in the world currently.
Doesn't get much better. One of the surprise packages of this CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
The biggest surprise.
The Chilean AGARDASH.
And he's put on for the culture. He's got energy, brought his family out, and they make noise. You're going to feel that in-house.
He's got a real tough matchup in front of him. We had 2 Peruvians who started here in Buenos Aires. 1 remains. DMS10.
Very serious stare compared to a lot of the competitors.
Business.
I'm not mad at that.
And finally, the 7th and 8th competitors here who made it into the quarterfinals. Representing Levante Esports, Seba Leone.
And a man that I believe expected to be in this position. Again, went over to Europe, but he's coming back to his roots with the Argentinian.
And the 3rd Brazilian who makes up the top 8 here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, BAXADA.
And I love the variety that we have here. We've talked about it a little bit, but you've got Brazil, you have Chile, you have Peru, and of course Argentina.
Absolutely, 4 nations. You probably wouldn't have predicted that. We had 8 out of the 16 competitors who were Brazilian. Our quarterfinals will be getting underway very shortly indeed, and they will be battling, Mike, for eternal glory. When you look at the history of this tournament, the 3 previous winners, Mateus Banano, Rosende, and PHZIN.
All
it's
superstars.
A who's who
They're all superstars.
of South American FIFA
You
esports.
define the culture. Leader. You decide what you want to do next. If you're able to win this event, you can take it elsewhere. You can stay in-house if you want to stay in your nation or in your region. But either way, your negotiation strategy, your partnerships, your brand building, it's all through the roof.
Absolutely. And something else.
The highlights of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. In the bracket A, we have PHZIN, BAXADA, BAXADA, Charlie Human, and we've gone ahead to start with PHZIN and BAXADA. It was a goal galore. PHZIN, Jude Bellingham into Mbappe, second time. Finish, 6-2 was the goal, and he advances to the winner bracket. The bracket plays out PHZIN, BAXADA, BAXADA, and Charlie Human in the second. Losers bracket, PHZIN versus BAXADA. I mean, you have Erling Haaland here, and he goes ahead and green times the second post with Erling Haaland. 5-2 advances to the playoffs. The bracket A actually plays out with PHZIN going forward. BAXADA and BAXADA is the next game that we have here in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. That was a beautiful flick between Mbappe directly to Haaland. Goes ahead and goes 6-2. BAXADA advances to the playoffs. In bracket B, TOMGAUNA, Cliver, Ese Correa, DMS10. And the first game that we have is Ese Correa and DMS10. Beautiful ball inside into Mbappe. Green time, low driven, second post. Advances to the winner's bracket, 6-4, DMS10. Bracket B actually plays out with TOMGAUNA versus DMS10 and Cliver versus Ese Correa in the bottom bracket. Ese Correa and DMS10 was actually a phenomenal game, but we have Ese Correa versus Cliver, and Ese Correa advances 5-2 and advances to the loser's final. Bracket B plays out the way that you see it on your screen. DMS10 versus Ese Correa, and DMS10 versus Correa. Rematch goes ahead. He has a beautiful X-pass into Bellingham and finishes second pose. DMS10 advances 4-3. Bracket C, PAULO, NETO, Magic, AGARDASH, DGZ. All these players are ready to go. PAULO, NETO, and Magic go ahead. And I mean, look at this finish from R9. Goes ahead and PAULO, NETO wins it 9-6 and advances to the winner's bracket. Bracket C plays out. PAULO, NETO, and AGARDASH at the top portion. Magic and DGZ in the bottom of the portion. PAULO, NETO versus AGARDASH. This was a great game. Cheeky German into Yaya Toure. Finishes with his left foot. AGARDASH advances to the playoffs into the top 8 for tomorrow. 5-4 versus PAULO, NETO. Bracket C still. Magic versus DGC. PAULO, NETO versus DGC. This was the game that actually advanced PAULO, NETO into the top 8. Hakimi finished, beautiful cross. PAULO, NETO advances 5-4, advances to the playoffs. Bracket D, Klinger, Raridade O2, Seva Luoni, Easy Otto. I mean, this bracket had it all. Seva Luoni versus Easy Otto, 2 Argentinians going head-to-head, and Seva Luoni goes ahead and scores the second post, low-driven with R9, wins the game 4-3, and advances to the winner's bracket. Bracket D, Klinger, Raridade, Seva Luoni, Easy Otto. Now we have Seva Luoni versus Raridade. I believe that this game was the one that Seva Luoni scored so many goals in the second leg, wins it 4-3, and advances to the loser's final. Bracket D plays out the way that you have it on your screen. Raridade versus Easy Otto. And if I'm not mistaken, this was the game that, it went to penalties. Erling Haaland saved. Lucio takes Easy Otto into the advanced playoffs and gets in the top 8 for tomorrow. This is how the bracket playoffs will play for tomorrow. Make sure to tune in for the CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
Our very own Pabs there, giving us the lowdown and everything that happened on day 1. Well, the players are in their booths. We are about 3 to 4 minutes away from getting these games underway. You at home can walk away with something as well from this weekend, because we do have some live viewership rewards. Not only do you get the FGS player token in the middle, but we have the FIFA 23 CONMEBOL eLibertadores Tifo and kit. All you have to do is watch for 90 minutes and they should be there in your accounts. Make sure you've linked your EA and Twitch account and watch the stream. Well, we've got the bracket right there. We've got 4 of us on the talent team, so I think we should take 1 game each. Let's hype it up. I'll go first. I'll go with the reigning defending champion, PHZIN. I expect him to take on Ezioto, and I expect him to be victorious. That is the man that the pressure is on. Mike, who do you fancy in the bracket?
How convenient of you to grab that upper left hand. Why don't we go to the bottom left hand? And this is the premier matchup, actually, in my opinion, in terms of the openers, with TOMGAUNA going up against the likes of PAULO, who, remember, dropped a game yesterday, therefore coming in as a second seed, even though we talk about him being such a favorite. I believe this is going to have so much back and forth, and it is not going to be a blowout or one-sided whatsoever, and I'm here for all the action.
Brandon and Pabs, I don't know if you can, if you got us right now. Brandon, you made a bit of a bold prediction yesterday. You said that AGARDASH was going to make the final. How do you fancy him in the quarters?
And I do think that today, in that matchup, he is my favourite to go and win it. Pabs, there's one last quarter-final left. Give the people the lowdown.
The last quarterfinals is Ceva versus BAXADA. I mean, it's an Argentinian versus Brazilian matchup. I mean, it is the flair, it is the quality. Both of these players are going to be against each other. BAXADA actually felt very comfortable whenever he was up in score. He scored probably the goal of the tournament, Brandon. And he's gone ahead and plays Ceva now against the quarterfinals. Let's see how this develops.
Yeah, outstanding stuff, guys. I'm just looking around. I can see players getting into games. The FIFA 23 CONMEBOL eLibertadores Championship Sunday is right around the corner. It's my great pleasure to pass you off to our commentators for the day, Brandon Smith and Pablo.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and yes, here we go. Good afternoon from Buenos Aires. This is the 2023 CONMEBOL eLibertadores, and in about 3 to 4 hours' time, we will be crowning a champion for the tournament this year. Will it be a back-to-back defending champion in PHZIN? That is a question that will be answered in a few hours' time. Before we get there, we have to look across the board, including this first opening game, Pabs. We will be looking at PAULO NETO, the man of the moment so far in North America, over to South America for this huge opportunity. On paper, his best ever run in this tournament was a top 4 2 years ago. He takes on TOMGAUNA, who by his own means has had an unbelievable tournament so far, and another Argentinian name that we have to keep an eye on this year in the Global Series.
100%, Brandon. I mean, if you're able to see both of these drafts, they're very similar. However, TOMGAUNA has decided to go with Ramos in the back. You know, this SBC has actually seen a lot of success on everybody's requirements, on everybody's teams. However, PAULO NETO has Virgil van Dijk and another Militao. And I mean, this game is about to get underway, Brandon, and I cannot wait to see how this develops.
Well, if you have just tuned in for the first time to this tournament, you missed the squad restrictions yesterday. Keep in mind that FIFA Ultimate Team is the mode in use, but there was a South American spin on this tournament, Pabs, wasn't it? And that came with the icon selection.
Correct. And I mean, you're able to only use icons that are part of South America, just as CONMEBOL countries, just as Venezuela, Chile, Colombia, Peru, you name it. So that's why you're not going to see the legs of Hullet. You're going to see the legs of Yaya Toure, which is a hero.
Well, then here we go.
We're underway, Brandon.
We're officially underway. Championship Sunday is here. PAULO NETO kicking from right to left in this one on the Atlanta United strip. TOMGAUNA spoke to him earlier today, and I said, how are you feeling about this game? He said, look, one thing we know about PAULO NETO, you have to start the stronger of the two. You have to take the game to him. And you said that in commentary yesterday, Pabs.
Correct. And I mean, I believe that's where AGARDASH yesterday actually had a lot of success towards PAULO NETO, just because he was able to take the game towards PAULO. He was just waiting, and AGARDASH was able to capitalize on those opportunities that he actually had, and he was able to win the game.
This could be TOMGAUNA's first chance to get the ball forward. He looks to win a corner. He's had quite the run to get to this stage in the tournament. He was able to find himself out of the group stage with 2 big results, one off the Peruvian in DMS10. Then, of course, before that, had to beat fellow Brazilian Claver to get to this stage now where there was no easy pickings. We thought yesterday on the broadcast that with how the bracket was looking, we were going to be seeing a PHZIN against PAULO NETO matchup. That could still happen in the semi-finals.
That could still happen. I mean, PAULO NETO needs to win this game, and then PHZIN needs to win his game as well in order for that to take place. However, that could easily be the final of the tournament, and we're going to have it in the semi-finals, Brandon. I mean, it all depends on PAULO NETO wins this game.
Well, very nearly a positive start there for PAULO NETO. Wins himself a corner. One thing that this man does love is to cross into the box. It's the German cross, as many call it in the FIFA esports scene. A couple of players as well. Well played. Mbappe! It's only taken PAULO NETO just under 13 minutes to get started, and it's come from a really creative corner.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, we go back and forth with Paulo Neto's step overs. He goes out and exits in every single direction. And I mean, you're able to see Mbappe there. He starts to, going from top to bottom on your screen, and he goes ahead and takes it all the way to his left side, which is Mbappe's right side, actually, Brandon, which is a strong foot, and finishes second post.
Well, here we go then. First goal in the knockout stages of today's tournament. If you are new to FIFA esports or competitive FIFA, you are in the right place. South America has delivered some of the best flavour of FIFA in the capital of the recent World Cup winners in Argentina.
I mean, Brandon, you were able to see it last week in E-Champs, and now you're able to see it here in the Copa Libertadores. Oh my God! R9 goes ahead and finishes with his 5-star weak foot.
Paulo Neto with one hell of a start in this quarter-final. And that game plan from TOMGAUNA to come out first and to try and take the game to Paulo Neto has been ripped up to pieces. Back to the drawing board, 2-0 down in 20 in-game minutes.
I mean, Brandon, cheeky croqueta pass into R9, and who else to use it all? Not the start that TOMGAUNA actually wanted, Brandon. I mean, he wanted to be in the front foot. He wants to take the game against Paulo Neto. He cannot let Paulo Neto go ahead by 3 goals because it's very difficult to come back against the Brazilian.
Well, one thing that we do know about Paulo Neto, perhaps, is that defensively, he isn't completely there. He does leak goals, he does concede them. But on the opposite side, he is a goal-scoring machine. We saw that in Stage 1 and Stage 2 of the MLS this year on FIFA 23, and he's one of the few players that seemingly can just compete no matter where he is in the world. North America, South America.
He performs everywhere, Brandon. I mean, you were able to see it in North America, we're able to see it in South America. I mean, he's here to win. And remember what he said yesterday, Brandon. They had a chance to take him out yesterday, but he is a big fan of Championship Sunday.
What's going on in this game? There has been a replay of a goal that's gone in from PHZIN. Back to this game, Paulo Neto on the back foot. TOMGAUNA needs to strike now. Great save, Courtois. Is there a rebound available? No, goes up for a corner.
I mean, Courtois, it's the same usual suspect that we saw yesterday for Paulo Neto as a savior. And he does it again on a Championship Sunday, and he still expects for Courtois to keep on performing at the highest level possible.
Paulo Neto did score from this scenario of a corner 10 in-game minutes ago. What's TOMGAUNA got from the training ground? Plays it short to Hernandez. His headers and volleys in the box. Timothy Mbappe!
We have a game, Brandon. We have a game. I mean, TOMGAUNA used the same skill move that Paulo Neto actually scored on him, the step overs. And Kylian Mbappe goes ahead on the other side and scores first post finish. Paulo Neto actually had the goalie movement because he realized that he was going to finish first post. However, Courtois was not able to do it because Kylian Mbappe goes ahead and puts it in the back of the net. We have a 2-1 game going, Brandon.
And I think anyone sits home and thinks far post finish there. The near post was a massive gamble.
Massive gamble, and I mean, Paulo Neto actually gets the first post, but it still goes in, and I mean, we have a game, Brandon.
Well, here we go. This is the shot that we want to see. PHZIN on one side, literally next door to each other. They will be matching in the semi-final. If they match up, Paulo Neto's looking for another goal. He can try and find a way through.
I mean, TOMGAUNA, he understands that he cannot let Paulo Neto go ahead by 2-3 goals because he will be the highest mountain that he has to climb. And I mean, he goes forward, and on the other side we have PHZIN and Izioto. You know, this Izioto is a young Argentinian wearing the Boca Juniors jersey, actually the blue and the yellow stripes, in order to be able to take on the big player and an experienced player, PHZIN.
Well, the stat of the day has been that 6 out of the 8 grand finalists here this is their first ever CONMEBOL eLibertadores. This is the big one. And the fact that they've had some huge results on the way through as well. It's only last night. Keep in mind, Izioto won on the penalty shootout to get to this stage, Pabs. He's got ice in his veins.
Yeah, he definitely has ice in his veins. And if you guys were not able to see that yesterday, actually a Brazilian gave an Argentinian hero icon, Lucio, took an Argentinian to the top 8 qualifiers.
And the fact that we still have 4 South American nations on display today makes it even more special. Peru, Chile, Argentina and Brazil, all with representation here in our final day. Remember, at the end of play today, $35,000 will go to one lucky player. Alongside that, FIFA 23 Global Series playoff spots are up for grabs as well. Those are money can't buy prizes.
100%, and I mean, some of these players, you know, obviously the money, it's in fact, you know, very rewarding. However, some of these players want to be the best FIFA player in the world, and they want that playoff spot, Brandon.
Well, half-time, PAULO NETO did have the start of dreams, 2-0 up in 20 in-game minutes. But how important was it, Pabs, that TOMGAUNA did get a goal back before half-time, just to feel himself back in the game? We spoke about it in depth yesterday, about not letting your opponent get a 2 or 3 goal lead. Keep it tight, and I think the best players are able to just keep that 1 goal deficit as small as they can.
100%, Brandon. I actually was speaking to Tom earlier today, and he was, you know, he's a big fan of PAULO NETO. He actually respects them a lot because he went ahead and tweeted out, he's like, what a matchup I have today against one of the best players in the world. So, I mean, he definitely respects PAULO, and I mean, in the virtual pitch, it's looking that he's ready to settle.
Well, the respect has to be dropped for this game. A great example of someone who didn't have respect for PAULO NETO is AGARDASH. He took the game to him yesterday, found a way through on that winner's side of the bracket. He is in the final 8 as well. We'll see his quarterfinal a little bit later on. He takes on Peruvian DMS10. What a player he looks like right now, AGARDASH.
Definitely, I mean, he's definitely in form. Last year he was in the FGS 22 playoffs in London, and I mean, he had a great performance there. He did, you know, had a couple shaky results, however, he's definitely been preparing himself for the Copa eLibertadores, CONMEBOL eLibertadores, and he wants to take it home back to Chile.
Well, back on the way for the second half in this first leg.
Ton of FIFA to be played still, Brandon. I mean, we still have around 40-minute in-games in this game, and you guys, for you at home, you guys got to remember that we're playing a 2-leg FIFA game where you have first the 90 minutes and then you have another 90 minutes. TOMGAUNA taking his time. I mean, he's been phenomenal right now, where he's inviting PAULO to step up a little bit in order to, open up space. But PAULO actually stays very, very composed defending, and now he wants to build up out of the back.
That's a massive win back for TOMGAUNA. Goes for a player lock. Is there a flick on available? Oh no, it might have time to turn. Brilliant composure from the Argentine. The idea was there, just couldn't find the opportunity to shoot a goal. Really well defended.
Correct, and that's why you have the legs of Virgil van Dijk in the back, and I'm pretty sure that PAULO's a big fan of Virgil, just because he's able to, win those tackles, just as this one,
This is a bit of a running race for team of the year. Mbappe, it's PAULO NETO, come back, Messi, one more, finds Ronaldinho, we're leaving the game. No, we're not. I thought we were for a split second. On the opposite side though, PHZIN has found a way through with another Brazilian player. It's Ronaldo Nazario, who looks to have doubled the account of the defending champion of this tournament.
I mean, Brandon, it's looking, as of right now, if the score stands, it's looking like we're going to have a Brazilian semi-final. A lot of flair, a lot of proper movement, a lot of skills. And I mean, what a semi-final that would be.
That's to PAULO NETO. Again, if you have just tuned in, keep in mind this is the biggest FIFA tournament in South America. The third year it has run. Some of the names, as the guys did say, that are already on this trophy. Sende, PHZIN, Matias Banana, reverse elastico, PAULO NETO off the woodwork. It could have been a lot worse there for TOMGAUNA.
He went ahead and finished the first post. He realized that, TOMGAUNA was actually going to go for the second goalie, the second post goalie movement, and he actually finished the first post. He was very unlucky. Maybe if he would have timed the green, Brandon, it could have been in the back of the net and we would have a 2-goal lead.
Look at this run that Theo Hernandez has made now. He's not going to be used. It was a clever outside the move pass from Ronaldinho.
I mean, Brandon, this is a back and forth game. The player locks. I mean, PAULO NETO has it all.
Just about does recover well, Theo Hernandez. This is quarter-finals you are watching, first leg of them. Every every game you win. The prizing money, distribute that a little bit more. $3,000 already guaranteed for being in the top 8.
And remember, Brandon, Paulo did tell us earlier yesterday that he wanted to take the CONMEBOL eLibertadores back to Brazil, and he understands that he loves that championship Sunday. And I mean, he's showing it in display now, going forward, not staying back, and properly putting the pressure on TOMGAUNA.
The timing of these games are literally in sync by 1 or 2 minutes out, maybe.
We see the cue of the pass between TOMGAUNA and PAULO NETO. I mean, Brandon, if you see the cue of the pass right now at minute 70 and it's a 2-1 game, what is TOMGAUNA talking to his coach? You think he's changing a little bit of formations? You think he's staying on the 4-4-2? You think he's trying to match PAULO NETO? And as we see that, we see Easy Otto score on the with the R9 second post finish.
A massive goal for him to take into that second leg as well, just to know that he can break down the defending CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion, who had a bit of a rocky road at the start of play yesterday. First 45 minutes in the game, he had a rocky road. Then, to be honest, after that, PHZIN just found his rhythm, found his feet. A lot of people have naturally said on paper that the two favourites naturally to win this tournament is PAULO NETO and PHZIN. That is, of course, of recent form of what we've seen in the history books. But I still just feel like you can't sleep on those other 6 competitors that are in it. That other side of the quarter-final bracket, players like AGARDASH that are in there. And, of course, Sebastian Leone, another top player. BAXADA as well. He might have been 49th in the rankings coming in, the oldest player in the tournament. People may have not really given him a second look, but look at some of the names that he beat on the way through, knocking out Vega via that rematch that he had to play. He was able to find a way through, beating Charlie Human as well. We spoke to him last night in the Players Hotel. He was also a favourite to go through, but unfortunately no way through. Klinger as well. He got a heartbreak exit to this tournament.
And I mean, you're able to see that just because of, you know, that's your name, you're not able to properly go through. No, I believe he's offsides. However, just because you have a big name doesn't mean that you're going to go through, Brandon. 90 minutes, 180 minutes of FIFA gameplay have to be played and be able to qualify.
As we were talking about yesterday, over 1,300 people competed on the online tournament to be here. Mbappe's going to get a little lucky bounce there to find the pass through for TOMGAUNA. Goes for a goal kick. 16 players out of that 1,300, Pabs.
Yeah, I mean,
made it through. Some of the names we did not see. Resende is currently commentating this tournament in Portuguese. He wasn't able to make it here. Senna de Bone, the list goes on of just big names that were unable to make it. Crepaldi, Barreto, not here in this tournament.
And I mean, Brandon, that just comes to tell you that the South American level has been increasing time year after year, title after title.
And that comes as well from the likes of Nicholas, Matias Bonano, PHZIN, Resende. Could be a chance for PHZIN if you can find a way through on the right-hand side of your screen. We have got both the games in front of our eyes that are currently underway at the moment. As soon as these first legs do conclude, we will kick off the final 2 quarterfinals, we do believe.
Both of these games, Brandon, are literally 5 seconds apart from each other in game. I mean, what a phenomenal side viewing for everybody at home, us here, the crowd, the stadium. What a stadium atmosphere that we have here in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Speaking of special guests, here that Nicholas is actually flying in back to his capital city today. He's going to be in the building tonight.
The Iceman. The Iceman,
fresh
as you like to
from
call
the
him.
Champions League last week.
He's actually gone through, correct?
It's the biggest tournament in South America. He's one of the first players to get through. The defending Champions League winner.
I mean, what a player he is, and I'm pretty sure that he's been a phenomenal inspiration for all of these Argentinian players.
Well, added time is here. PHZIN might get one more chance on the right side of your screen. On the opposite sides, TOMGAUNA had a great chance there. Ball goes out of play, and I think both games will conclude with the exact same scoreline. PAULO NETO leads 2-1 against TOMGAUNA, and PHZIN against Ezeoto 2-1 at the break there. First thoughts on our opening quarter-final games, Pabs?
I mean, both of these quarter-final games, I mean, they're tight as ever. It's only a 1-goal differential. We thought that PHZIN was, you know, go through the storm, beat Easy Otto, you know, by a fiesta galore, and he's actually taking the game by storm, Easy Otto, and actually, you know, a 2-1 game. And in regards to our other quarterfinal, TOMGAUNA, you know, he actually made it very tight to Paulo Neto. He's bringing the game to Paulo. He's making Paulo very uncomfortable in regards to this game, and he found a lot of success. He is 1 goal down. However, we still have 90 minutes in the virtual pitch to be played.
No, absolutely. As we know about Paulo Neto, as we saw yesterday, Pabs, he loves that sort of cross into the box. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't really recall a cross being scored there from Paulo Neto. Here's the goals that we missed in the opposite game. We did catch the sort of aftermath of the goals. PHZIN, as we know, went up by 2 goals. And that's a clever pass around the corner. Found Jude Bellingham, and R9 is never missing from there. Eze Otto did get a goal back within the last 15 minutes. Vinicius Jr., I haven't seen him much. He came on, played the one more pass into R9. Great feet from the Argentine and Eze Otto with R9. And I think we're ready to jump back into the second leg soon. Before that, we've got 2 more quarter-finals we are going to jump into right now. AGARDASH against DMS10. It's Peru against Chile on the left-hand side of your screen. And it's Argentina against Brazil. Sebastian Leone against BAXADA. Both kicking off at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're able to see that, you know, they're coming out, the players are coming out into the virtual stadium. And these players, you know, they're definitely won the eternal glory. And they definitely going to give their all, and they understand that they cannot be making any sort of mistakes because their opponent is going to capitalize on that.
Well, let's jump into these games now then. We've just seen the first 2 quarterfinals conclude in their first leg. Keep in mind that every game is over 2 legs. Aggregate scoreline, as always, will play its part to determine a winner. And as we enjoyed last time round, Pab, both these games kicking off at the exact same time again. As a pro player yourself, this venue, it must get you excited. Just watch for the sidelines. If you were to play in this tournament, how would you be feeling?
Nah, I mean, this would be phenomenal, and it's probably one of the best stadiums that I've seen in esports in general, not just in FIFA. And I mean, the stadium atmosphere, Brandon, is something that, you know, gets you motivated as a player because it makes you comfortable to play here, and it makes you, you know, it's a rocky stadium and the ambience is phenomenal.
Yeah, South Americans certainly love their football, both on the real and virtual pitch. We are waiting to jump into one of those games as soon as we can. We will. If you had to choose, Pabs, which one would you want?
I mean, if I had to choose, I think I'll go for the Seba Leone versus BAXADA, but I'm pretty sure if you had to choose, you go for the AGARDASH game. Oh my God.
Days, that was nearly an unbelievable start there from DMS10. Let's jump to this one then. As we said, it's...
You wanted the AGARDASH game, Brandon.
Peru against Chile. It's the quarterfinal that I said to keep an eye on. And in the meantime, I think we're jumping back to Paulo Neto, or maybe not. We apologise. We're trying to follow the action wherever we can.
There's a ton of action going on, Brandon. I mean, there's 4 games playing at the same time, a lot of games to, you know, be able to watch, cast, and, you know, just enjoy at the moment, because every single one of these games, it's an entertaining game at the end of the day.
5 scores, as we said. 2 goals to 1 as it stands right now. Paulo Neto against TOMGAUNA. This is straight knockout FIFA as well. No double elimination bracket on the knockout stages. Straight knockout. 5 seconds away we are from the second legs of this game. We will keep you up to date with the other 2 quarterfinals as they are in their first legs. Just seen there as well, TOMGAUNA has actually got Graham Potter as his manager. As a Brighton fan, very off topic this. Very interesting to see the Argentine have him in there. Right, back to this one. There was a goal in the game from Sebastian Leone. He does lead by a goal to nil of Levante. Saw that just in the corner of my eye. Back to this one. Paulo Neto kicks from left to right. He really is a man on form at the moment. I don't think this tournament, Pabs, could have come at a better opportunity or time for him.
100%. I mean, he comes from winning League Series 1 in the MLS, League Series 2 in New York. And, you know, he wants to perform in order to take the eternal glory back to Brazil because he believes that he's able to and capable to be able to do it.
In the first leg, he did score 2 goals in just 18 minutes. He did follow the MLS. Had some big score lines there.
He's very good players as well, Brandon. I mean, the level in the MLS just keeps on getting better and better after a year.
TOMGAUNA. An idea there with Ronaldo Nazário. Couldn't quite find it. This man will be a menace, though. Keep an eye out for Lionel Messi on that wonder of a left foot. His team of the year item has been incredible, as you could expect. Just like this man always seems to be, no matter where it is in the world, Ronaldo Nazario just keeps popping up with brilliance. Just like that, Paulo Neto makes it 3-1.
I mean, it is something that we say time after time. And I'm pretty sure that these players know that he's going to do it. However, he does it at the highest level possible, the step overs. And I mean, once you give R9 that time of space, Paulo Neto just goes ahead and capitalizes and puts it in the back of the net, Brandon.
Down the near post again there.
He didn't green time it either. However, he saw the goalie movement from TOMGAUNA. TOMGAUNA thought that he was going to go second post, and he realized that, and he went ahead and finished first post. Oh my God, what a finish, what a game we have here in the quarterfinals between Paulo Neto and TOMGAUNA, and he has to understand that he cannot let the foot off the gas, because if you actually get caught sleeping, Paulo Neto's going to put you to bed.
And please keep in mind the bracket as it looks. If Paulo Neto wins and PHZIN wins, you will be looking at that as a semi-final in this year's tournament. Two national teammates going head-to-head in a game that will be worth, I think, $25,000. This is a nice win back from Paulo Neto. Keep an eye on the run that Mbappe's making. He doesn't need him, needs R9 instead. Yeah, Toro, I didn't know much about that one, but just about was able to get the ball back for TOMGAUNA.
And you know, Brandon, something that is very particular here is that Paulo Neto tries to win the ball so high up on the field, just like he's done right there with Hakimi. He wins the ball so high up on the field, sends players through, and he's basically a couple X passes away from getting in front of the goal.
Well, here we go then. Four games.
This is what we like to see, Brandon.
In front of your eyes. If you're a FIFA fan, this might be the ultimate moment. Of all our quarter-final matches, we've got to quickly talk about them all. We'll keep an eye on the Paulo Neto game, left top corner of your screen. But just a quick reaction, Pabs. Sebastian Leone, we spoke to him last night in the hotel, was very confident, was happy with how things were going. He leads by 2-0, 30 minutes on the clock. DMS10 leads by 1-0 in that game in the right top corner of your screen. And in the second leg, PHZIN against Ezo Otto. PHZIN still is in the lead, 2-1, maybe 3-1. No, great save.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a FIFA fanatic, this is just probably, heaven for you, just because the competitive scene just keeps on getting better and better. And these games, I mean, they're all very close. 1-goal, 2-goal lead. I mean, and you just seen the Paulo Neto game, he was fairly close. We saw the PHZIN.
I don't know where to look, I'll be completely honest. So much FIFA and so many storylines unfolding. PHZIN, there was a massive roar in that booth there. It's the man from Ajax that leads 3-1. That's something that him and Paulo Neto both have in common.
I mean, this is just phenomenal from PHZIN. He takes a touch with R9, back where the ball came from. Easy Otto had no idea that he was actually going to take that touch. And, R9 on his right foot, first post finish. It's never going to miss from there.
Well.
This is phenomenal, Brandon. I mean, 4 games. I have no idea exactly of where to look. I mean, BAXADA has scored with Pele.
BAXADA's just got a goal back there, 40 minutes into the clock. I'll be completely honest. Let's jump back into one game if we can. Paulo Neto will keep an eye on there. Otherwise, I can't keep up with what's going on, all right? There's loads of FIFA on display. But for now, let's jump back to Paulo Neto. We'll go back to that screen very shortly. Paulo Neto may have just timed this perfectly. Ronaldinho's in the air. R9's trying to get easy pickings on the second time of asking. Jude Bellingham, right place, right time. If TOMGAUNA concedes again, I think it's job done. It's over.
I mean, Unless went with a Coqueta finish.
Unless he scores from this.
He could have green timed it. He could have green timed it, Brandon, and he could have increased his probabilities of scoring. However, he kind of yellowed it, orange, the color that you want to see there. Definitely not it.
Corner whipped in to Virgil van Dijk, who didn't time that one. In the end was easy enough for Courtois.
Theo Hernandez, Brandon? We spoke a lot about him yesterday. Him being one of the guys that we thought that he was going to be, some of the weak points in regards to players. He performed phenomenally yesterday. I'm pretty sure that these players are a big fan of the legs of Theo Hernandez now.
Well, it's like we just cursed him because now he's out of position. He's being punished for it. Hakimi, TOMGAUNA, team of the year, Mbappe. I love the combination. He was just looking to offload that pass into the feet of Ronaldinho, which would have been a certain goal. Fortunately, the timing of it was just off ever so slightly.
Yeah,
Look at Virgil van Dijk there. Look how high up the pitch is. Look at the aggression that TOMGAUNA he's going to have to put into this game now, Pabs.
Yeah, I mean, he has to bring the game to Paulo Neto because he understands that if Paulo Neto, you know, he's going to have the last one of the game probably here in regards to the halftime. However, we need to properly be able to stay composed if you're TOMGAUNA. Do not concede here because if Paulo Neto scores on this last play of the game, oh man, TOMGAUNA is going to be in a very, very difficult spot right now.
Well, half-time in this game. Let's leave it and go somewhere else if we can. PHZIN. Should we see how he's getting on? He was up by 3-1 last time we saw against Eze Otto. Keep in mind that there are 4 games underway at the same time right now. And if you haven't seen what's been going on in this game in particular, here's all the goals that you would have missed. Paulo Neto, as we said, does lead by 3-1. He took a lead, 2 goals in the first leg. TOMGAUNA did get a goal back, as we know. And then Paulo Neto was able to find another goal again. Here's the goal back that TOMGAUNA was able to find.
Beautiful finish, Brandon, there. He realized that, you know, Paulo Neto was going to move the goalie second post. Goes ahead and finishes first. Puts it in the back of the net. And back to Paulo Neto with the step overs. I mean, you cannot give this man an inch of space, Brandon, just because he's going to, you know, just basically go ahead and do the step overs into whatever side. He comes out on the left, he comes down to the right. Because, I mean, he realizes it's a R9, it's a 5-star weak foot, 5-star skills. Goes ahead and does the dribbling phenomenally along with his animations. Finishes in front of the goal.
Well done. A couple of changes being made by TOMGAUNA.
You know, Brandon, I actually spoke to Tom yesterday, and he mentioned that he needed to properly take the game to Paulo Neto, just as we've been saying it time after time all over the weekend. Do you think he's taking the game to Paulo now?
He has to. And in what sense that will be, I mean, there's been a lot of people going to 5 at the back against Paulo Neto, funnily enough, in all moments. There was a bit of a joke about it last night in the hotel of players that have been picking up this round and 5 back formation. Eze Otto has just scored there. If you've got a bit of wherewithal about you, would have just seen that the Argentine has scored. If that's correct, that's 3-2. PHZIN still in the leads. Back to this game. TOMGAUNA needs something! Bellingham off the woodwork, that was his time! To bring a goal back in the game and to set up an impeccable last 40 minutes or so, just wasn't to be.
I mean, he took Jude's left foot there, he took his choice and he decided to crack it at goal, hits the post, and I mean, he definitely wishes that Jude Bellingham could have put it in the back of the net. However, he has to second post. Paulo Neto triggers the Jude Bellingham German, doesn't play it and plays it inside.
Watch out for a finesse it. Doesn't need it that time. Simply cannot concede. Paulo Neto scores. You may as well say congratulations, Paulo, you're in the semi-finals. TOMGAUNA. Just saw what he's looking for there. Tried to overcommit to Hernandez. What is Hakimi? Where is Hakimi? Is that on the left-hand side? Don't know what change he has made. Pele's dropped back into a right wing-back. I think we're witnessing the 5-back.
I think we're witnessing the 5-back again. I mean, I feel like a lot of people have found a lot of success. I mean, look at this crowd.
Oh, it's just what he does.
Wow.
How long have we been sitting here as well, perhaps, and saying we haven't seen Paulo Neto's famous cross? There it is.
There it is. He pulled it out. He needed to pull it out in order to, you know, go ahead. And he's now in a 3-goal lead cushion with KDB's second post finish. I mean, wow, what a finish by KDB that was.
But, like, it just comes from nowhere. But that's Paulo Neto. He's always throwing bodies in the box. He's triggering these runs that, at one point, are going to catch you off guard.
100%, and I mean, you got to stay very composed whenever you're playing against Paulo Neto, because he's going to trigger runs after runs with the L1 button, and you're going to see runners such as Jude Bellingham, KDB, Ronaldinho, Mbappe, Messi. Every single foot item in the game for Paulo Neto goes forward, and I mean, you have to stay composed in order to cover every single one of them.
Is this game over? 3 goals, 30 minutes. It will need the most remarkable 30 minutes of TOMGAUNA's FIFA career.
I mean, Brandon, it is a lot of time for TOMGAUNA to actually properly come back. I mean, whenever you have, what, 18 minutes of FIFA, 28 minutes of FIFA to be able to properly come back, you're able to do it.
Cut back, this goes in!
And it's
Game
over.
over.
Game over. Game, set, match for Paulo Neto. He did say yesterday, Brandon, you guys had a chance to take me out. Don't get me to Championship Sunday.
He did say that yesterday in an interview at the end of the day. He said, look, it wasn't the best day of performance, but I gave you a sniff. I gave you an opportunity to knock me out the tournament. And today's a very different day. Today's a Championship Sunday. Paulo Neto times Championship Sunday equals just hell.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, you know, people like to say that Paulo Neto didn't have a good day yesterday, Brandon. However, he dropped 1 game only. And also, it was against AGARDASH, which is a phenomenal player. And today, he's taking TOMGAUNA by storm. He's actually gone ahead and taken, what, 4-goal cushion now? What, 15 minutes of in-game FIFA left? I think this might be a game-set match, to be honest with you. We might be seeing what we actually wanted.
There's a game that's taking place just next door to Paulo Neto. If we can go over to it and have a little look, we will. Ezeoto against PHZIN is another game on the opposite side. AGARDASH, he must have heard me. I was predicting him to go to a grand final and maybe just put a little bit too much pressure on him. The first leg is finished there. DMS10, the Peruvian, 3-0 he leads. What a first leg from him.
Wow, I mean, yesterday at the hotel we were having a conversation with Charlie Human, and he did indicate that DMS10 it was going to bring the game to AGARDASH. And I mean, we're able to see that by the score, he's able to take in the game towards him. First leg, 3-0 lead. What does AGARDASH got to do in order to come back? We'll see, and stay tuned.
Well, look, we know that Paulo Neto is through. We can confirm that. He's got a 4-goal lead. We need to find out the score from PHZIN's game. Is he winning? We heard he was 3-2 up last time out against another Argentinian player. There is a chance that 2 Argentines could get eliminated, actually, in the quarterfinals now. Saeed Alawaira looking to cause more insult to injury. But Paulo Neto just being very clever, taking more minutes out the game.
100%. I mean, look at him. He's staying very composed with Alawaira down the wing. He just understands that he has to burn a lot of in-game time. And, you know, at the end of the day, it is Paulo Neto on a 4-goal lead, and TOMGAUNA should not be happy with his performance.
We're hearing that PHZIN is still in the lead in that game, 3-2. We'll give you an update as soon as we can. Hopefully, we'll catch the ending stages and moments there. TOMGAUNA.
Oh, Paulo Neto, beautiful first time through to Alawaira.
Is it Jogo Benito time for Paulo Neto? Maybe it is. There a tap-in available, not on that cage. Look, Paulo Neto's got a 4-goal lead here.
He won't be mad about not finishing that one, Brandon. However, in the next game, in the semifinals, he's definitely got to be finishing those.
Out come the skills and out comes the confidence oozing.
The Brazilian flair, I think we're about to witness it in the next 10 minutes, and because Paulo Neto feels very, very comfortable in regards to the scoreline.
Well, look, for TOMGAUNA, it might not be the time to look back on what he's achieved in this tournament. It's still a top 8 finish, which is still incredible. The stats don't lie of how many people tried to compete in this tournament, and to lose to a player of Paulo Neto, who's in form at the moment, really isn't the worst case scenario, is it?
To be honest with you, Brandon, he should be building up on this. He realized that, you know, over 1,000 players played in the South American qualifier of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. In order to get here is a huge achievement. I know that he would not be happy. However, he's got to understand that there's, you know, many other opportunities taking place.
Great save, Courtois.
Paulo Neto went for the low driven there with Alo Warran. A simple love tap on the circle button. If you obviously play on Classic, if you play on Alternate, you go ahead and you click the square button. Simple love tap. It's one of the most truest finishes that we've seen in FIFA 23.
Last couple of minutes here, closing stage. We hear roars from other games. But this will be the first player to book a spot in the final four of this year's tournament. And CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
No emotions from Paulo. He understands that job's not done yet, Brandon. He went to his coach. He told him, hey, today's a different day than yesterday. We got to keep it going.
He will be the first player into the final four. Job done, Paulo Neto. But still, he'll be thinking, I've got two more big jobs on my hand. A massive semi-final. And if I can get past potentially one of the biggest players in South America, the defending champion, if PHZIN does find a way through in that game. But Paulo Neto, business as usual.
Business as usual, Championship Sunday, Paulo Neto it is. It does hit diffy, man. It does hit diffy. And I mean, look at him. He's a winner right there. He understands that, there's still a lot of... He's, what, over 2 legs of FIFA away from getting to the final?
And why do you think Paulo Neto is able to handle stages like this so well, moments like this? Is it just rep after rep of playing FIFA? This is a man that's been to the FIFA World Cup. He's been to North America multiple times. There's not many players as well that have given, I'd say, loyalty to a club like Atlanta have given him. Obviously, he's had results which have helped, no doubt, contract negotiations and whatnot, but the fact he's given Atlanta all the success that they have, but also he's had loyalty with that club.
100%. And I mean, he's been with them for the past 3 years. He actually wasn't able to come compete in the MLS in FIFA 2021 just because of COVID. However, he came back next year and won the MLS Cup. And now, look at him now, in the top 4 of CONMEBOL eLibertadores. And you know what's one thing that we're able to see from Paulo Neto and why maybe he has a lot of results, Brandon? His composure, man. He stays composed in regards to everything. Anything that comes out in the game, he goes to stay composed and acts upon it.
Well, here's the highlights from that game if you missed it. It was only a small advantage at the end of leg 1. Here was the goal that we did see back from TOMGAUNA before we jumped into the second leg. At that point, you thought maybe I was back into the game. And then the second leg did erupt with Paulo Neto down at that near post again. R9 doing exactly what he does.
What a finish. I mean, he understands it, he reads it, step over into R9's right foot. TOMGAUNA, no choice other than just guess in regards to the goalie movement.
30 minutes left. That was the goal that sealed the deal, as we like to say. It was the first time we really saw that German cross teased into the box from Paulo Neto. And after that, he wasn't done there. We do hear that Paulo Neto is actually going to be joining Richard Buckley and Mike LaBelle for a couple of words on that win. He is in the semi-finals.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Yes, we see him on the screen, and we got him in real life right here, Paulo Neto. First things first, comfortable in the end? Quite a good victory for you. How are you feeling today, and what are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, it was a very good game. I think I played very good on defense. I just conceded 1 goal. So this was something that I would like to work on, and apparently it worked. And yeah, it was a really good game. I'm comfortable and looking forward to the semifinals.
And I know that PHZIN and also Otto are still playing behind us, but we've kind of been previewing this from day one. You up against PHZIN. We haven't seen that in a LAN environment. What would we be able to expect in that type of matchup?
It's a
double mic.
It's going to be a big matchup if it happens. He's a great player, a great friend of mine, and yeah, I think everyone is looking for the match, and me too.
And we've seen you get better and better every single year. What's been part of that progression? How have you continued to get better?
It's like never getting accommodated. Like always you have something to learn and to improve. So this is my mentality. I just work hard every day to be better.
A final question for me, Paulo. We're here live in Buenos Aires. We've got a crowd. How good does it feel to be back at LAN? I know you've had it a little bit with the EMLS, with people here in person, but playing in front of players, playing in front of fans, it's got to be great.
It's great. It's great. I think that the crowd is not with me. they are most with the Argentinians, but it's part. So yeah, but I'm excited. It's good to play with the land, the people, the crowd, and I'm excited to the next games.
Paulo, it's always a pleasure. Thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll see you in the semi-final very shortly indeed. We've got second legs of FIFA to be getting to, so Brandon and Pabs, get us underway.
Thank you, gents, and great to hear from PAULO as well, who is in the final four. I think he said it right there in his words. Look, I'm never settling, and I think that's what the best players do, Pabs. They never settle, they want more, and look, this is all on the road to winning tournaments like this, but more importantly to that World Cup, the World Cup.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, I believe that that's something that Paulo is looking forward to. He definitely wants to be in those playoffs. He does not want to be in the play-ins, Brandon, because if you get in the play-ins, you still have to play in order to get to the playoffs.
And I think this helps PAULO as well, because if you look at his ranking, he's in the top 5. He's had great finishes in online qualifiers, but naturally, any FIFA Pro player would love to get it done either in the MLS or the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, that he can be like, look, playoffs are done for me. I don't have to worry about, you know, qualifiers that, you know, go on for long times via Swiss. You've played them yourself, Pabs. It's a long weekend. It's a lot of FIFA to be played for him. He can utilise his time in other ways and just get some sparring matches in.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, he does have the chance to go through here, through CONMEBOL eLibertadores, because he actually, you know, gained this opportunity to get all the way over here. And also in the EMLS, in order to get to the playoffs. However, the other matches, I'm able to see that Seba Leon is 3-3 versus BAXADA.
He was 2-0 up in that game.
He was 2-0 up. And then now we see that DMS10 actually was able to stay composed in his first leg on a 3-0 win versus AGARDASH in the first leg.
Well, I don't know if AGARDASH has had a bad night's sleep or not, because yesterday he was on fire. Today, he certainly has started this game pretty cold. He's 3-0 down, still the second leg to be played. DMS10, a perfect start there. Sebastian Leoni, as we said, was leading. And then BAXADA, he might be one of the lowest ranked players in this tournament, and the oldest in there, 24 years of age, believe it or not, is old in FIFA. Here was the highlights briefly there of the DMS10 game. We will see the draft, if we can, of his team. Let's wait for that one to come up on the screen now. There is a draft format, but so to speak, it's not really a draft, because obviously anyone can use any player in FIFA Ultimate Team. These guys have been given the ultimate database that any FIFA player would dream of.
100%, 100%. And I mean, you know, at the end of the day, these players do have an open account with all the FUT items in the database, Brandon, in order to build their team. They did give them one squad building requirement that we're able to see now on the screen, how you're not going to be able to see the legs of Team of the Year, Icon Hulle, the hands of Edwin Bartoshar. But if we go across both of these, AGARDASH and DMS, we're able to see that they have the same back line. Team of the Year Hernandez, Hero Icon Lucio, Virgil van Dijk, Hakimi, Jude Bellingham and Yaya in the midfield. He decided to go for Pele, Ronaldinho, R9 and Mbappe. However, on the other side for DMS10, he has the same back line, not the same midfield actually. He decided to go with Team of the Year De Bruyne instead of Yaya, and he gone ahead and put Team of the Year Messi instead of Pele. However, Ronaldinho, R9 and Mbappe are the usual suspects for both sides.
Well, just on that, looking at both those teams, Jude Bellingham is a must-have in the team. If you put Team of the Year De Bruyne versus World Cup upgrade Yaya Toure, you look at the overall rating of the player, there's 8 ratings in difference, obviously in-game a lot more too. Put the two on paper, compare them. What are the differences between a Yaya Toure and a Team of the Year De Bruyne?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, they both have different in-game stats. Maybe, you know, you go for the passing in the De Bruyne, you go for the 5-star weak foot in De Bruyne, that Yaya has a 4-star weak foot. And also, you know, the build in-game, De Bruyne is a little stocky, little shorty guy that goes ahead and wins those balls into 50-50s. Yaya kind of just goes in the aerial threat, goes all the way to the bottom, slide tackles, everything, and he wins the ball back for you.
I've never heard De Bruyne be called a shorty guy.
He's kind of stocky.
But he did score a header.
He did score a header against Paulo Neto, but he is a stocky guy in-game. Yeah, right?
Yeah, I hear you. I do agree that Yaya Toure placement is like, look, we can't use Hullet. Hullet's not allowed. Icons outside of South America are not allowed in this tournament. You have to find a plan B, a plan C. And look, the only other comparison you could have is the Pele and Messi shout. Which way would you go?
Correct. I mean, I'll maybe go. I'm a big Messi fan, to be honest with you, but I'll still use Pele just because of the 5-star skills. I'm a big skiller, man. I like those reverse elasticos. I like the elasticos. I like the Baghetti cancels. And those are the type of skills that could get you to the next level in order to compete, in order to get to this point. And these pros could master that easily with Pele and Messi as well. However, the 4-star Verbo Spin is not the same as a Baghetti cancel.
Well, we hear that these quarterfinals are ready to get underway. This is the second leg of the matches. This is the opposite side of the bracket, hence why they're on the opposite side of the stage here. The winner of both of those games will match up in the semi-finals. PHZIN's matchup, if you are wondering over an update on it, there was a small technical difficulty on it. The game is not back underway. When it is, we will let you know. Ezo Oto still is trailing in that game by 3-2. In the meantime, it's time to wake up for AGARDASH. Otherwise, it's not going to be the most memorable trip home back to Chile. Yes, it's still a top 8, but he came to win the trophy.
Correct, and I mean, he definitely has to bring the game to DMS10 just because he's 3-0 goals down. And I mean, he does have a lot of time. He does have 90 minutes in game. However, he needs to properly stay composed and understand the fact that he cannot let DMS keep on getting ahead, because if not, it will be, you know, I think it'll be game, set, and match for DMS.
Well, I'm hearing the various different broadcasts shout the word goal in, I believe, that Sebastian Leone game. I'll give you an update where it's gone as soon as we can. But for DMS10, 3-0 is a scoreline which FIFA players would, of course, dream of in a knockout stage like this. But it's also a difficult one to know how to sit on it, perhaps. You're 3-0 up in this game. Some would say, let's sit back on it. Others would say, let's go and get another goal. As we might see it from Messi on a plate. It nearly was for Ronaldo Nazario.
Yeah, I mean, you're 3-0 up. You know, this could be, you know, kind of like a double weapon against you, because, you know, you could get comfortable. You'd be like, oh, I'm 3-0 goals up. However, oh, and as we see that, you know, AGARDASH is trying to bring the game. However, going 3-0 up, I think that you got to stay very composed at all times. You cannot give AGARDASH, you know, the possibility of getting back into this game. If you're DMS10, you want to go into this half.
This could be game over. This could be game over now. 1-9, all the time in the world.
He missed it.
Squandered.
He's missed it. I mean, he went for the low-driven first post finish. Could have done better. Could have green timed it in order to increase the possibilities of scoring. But, you know, he might be looking back at that one if AGARDASH comes back, Brandon.
If there was a lifeline there, that was it. But still, there are gaps that just keep opening up.
You know, Brandon,
of AGARDASH as he comes forward again with Hakimi. Watch that back post. It could be there. Chance. Teo Hernandez.
What a finish.
From right back to left back.
I mean, green time header with Dale. He definitely hurt us. We were patching him all weekend, and he decided to head, hey, Brandon, Paps, hey, I'm right here. Green time, second post. I have it in me. And AGARDASH coming back into the game. 2 goals down now. I mean, does he have the ice to come back, Brandon?
It's not just a goal, it's a confidence booster for the only player that qualified from Chile. He had quite the season last year in the Global Series. He was in the top 10 ranked players. He qualified for the playoffs in London. And he said on social media quite vocally that I want to bring this trophy back to Chile. And what he's doing, not just for himself, but for the Chilean FIFA community, is much more than that. There could be a cutback available option here for DMS10 if he can recycle that one well. Finds Lucio in the end and does get eventually cleared out of play. But AGARDASH, he's really utilising his fullback now. Look how high up the pitch Teo Hernandez is going to be now on the far hand side of your screen.
You know, Brandon, actually, I was in the players' lounge prior to the broadcast starting, and AGARDASH was, you know, warming up. You know, he was telling me that he's a big fan of his outside backs. Look at the runs that Hakimi makes. Look at the runs that Teo Hernandez makes. And this is, you know, one of his favorite players, Hakimi, actually, he gets in front of goal a lot. And he said that Teo Hernandez on the other side doesn't go up as much, but he actually utilized them properly here in a green time second post finish with a confidence booster to come back into this game.
He's such a risk though, because look how open he is, little Messi. Cheeky chip!
Oh my God!
Composure at his finest.
What a finish!
From DMS10. We know how inconsistent the chip could be this year, but that one was perfect.
That was it. That was the finish that he needed. He actually needed to finish it on a chip, on a plate. And I mean, Team of the Year Messi on the left foot. What a finish it is. And I mean, he comes back with confidence. And you know, this could be a momentum change between AGARDASH and DMS10 in this game.
But naturally, where AGARDASH is chasing the game, perhaps, there's just so many gaps that just keep on opening up. And at some point, If you're not careful, you will be punished, as we just saw that. Back to a 3-goal deficit, and it still becomes such a mountain to climb. Look at this second man pressure you keep seeing teased as well. Big win there, Van Dijk. PAULO does find Mbappe. This is nicely done. That one, maybe not so nice in the past. Look how open that backline is, Pabs.
Yeah, no, look at how open that backline is, and look at the usage of this player log from Domenico. I mean, it's phenomenal because if you're AGARDASH, it plays with your mind of where he's going to play that ball, and he keeps on changing and changing the player that he's going to go to. I mean, it's phenomenal from Domenico right now. Look at Theo, man. Phenomenal all weekend.
Teo Hernandez,
yeah.
you're his biggest fan now.
To be honest with you, I started not as his biggest fan, and now
you've got an AC Milan.
And now I might be able to sign up for my team of the year.
This could be it. Job done. Or not. Van Dijk, clutch tackle, finds just enough time to catch up with Lionel Messi. Great turn there from Ronaldinho, bombing on forward. Pele's in the box. Mbappe's at the back post. If he could just delay it, play a lot teased. AGARDASH needs to move well. He will. Hakimi, one more pass. Oh, 9. Clutch save from Courtois.
He's taking out Courtois there. He realized that, you know, he did not have any player to get close to R9 in order to finish. He pressed the triangle button all the way up, and he actually closed the space and gives AGARDASH a corner. Maybe power shot coming up right now.
Didn't need it. Needed that!
My God!
Mbappe squeezing it through the smallest of margins and areas in that near post. But what made the difference? The time green finish.
The time green finish on Mbappe's left foot, and that's something that you got to do in order to increase the probabilities of scoring. Because Mbappe's force or weak foot is not the best. However, with the green time, he goes ahead and puts the first post and finishes it. What a set play from the training ground from AGARDASH. I'm pretty sure his coach should be happy there. Brings it back.
Well, let's have a look at this one head to head. We said there was a goal. We heard there was a goal. Sebastian Leoni of Levante leads by a goal to 0. 4 goals to 3 in this one. AGARDASH, he's not out of this one yet.
I mean, Brandon, 4-3 in the Seba Leoni BAXADA game. 2-4, 4-2, however you want to see it. AGARDASH in DMS10. I mean, this is phenomenal FIFA from both ends.
There's so much on the line. You're watching both quarterfinals next door to each other right now. There's a chance on the right-hand side of your screen. It's an equaliser for BAXADA. That makes it 4-4. That game is neck and neck. Back to our game in focus. DMS10 might just get the last chance of the game. That's going to do us for half-time there.
BAXADA bringing that, you know, that step overs that we keep on talking time after time. He does it with Yaya Toure, and then he green times the second post. I mean, that's a phenomenal finish from Yaya to put the game 4-4. I mean, this quarterfinals, Brandon, just keep on getting better and better.
PHZIN is still in a technical pause for those that are wondering. We are waiting to see a bit more about that one. Paulo Neto is the only player as it stands that is in to the semi-final stages. As we know, 3 more will be joining him. This is the opposite side of the bracket, so winner of this game, AGARDASH against DMS10. Of course, will play against Sebastian Leoni or BAXADA, but that one at the moment feels like it could be going on for quite some time. I want to get your thoughts on this second goal, Pabs. We'll see it again on the replays of everything that's happened so far in this game. That was the goal that AGARDASH did score. We'll see the Messi chip next, but I just want to get your thoughts on that last goal from Mbappe. How on earth he was able to squeeze it through the smallest of gaps?
I mean, on this one, Messi just goes ahead and keeps the composure. He actually laid it. He tried green timing that chip, Domenico, and he got very lucky at the fact that, you know, in the legs of Messi on that left foot, it's a phenomenal, phenomenal finish. And one say, Brandon, I do want to say and indicate that the winner of this automatically advances to the play-ins of the playoffs. So they're not just playing for money, they're playing for the play-ins.
Messi!
It's 5.
The Argentine strikes again in Buenos Aires.
Home soil for Messi. You know, it's like I'm in Argentina. I know a Peruvian is controlling me, but I'm going to go ahead and finish the second post, and I got you, Domenico.
It's just his position on the pitch. We've seen him moved and sort of squeezed into different areas on the pitch, little Messi. Sort of feels like he's in this number 10 role, this false 9 role at the moment. But he's got a left foot on him like no one else has. He might not have the weak foot of dreams, but he certainly has a left foot that no one can come close to. It's a 3-goal cushion reinstated, and that's the best thing the DMS10 can do, just to sort of dangle the carrot in front of AGARDASH and say, look, keep chasing, my friend, keep chasing.
I'm going to keep on going forward. I want to score, 6, 7 past you, and that's something that Domenico's going to probably keep on doing.
I can just see some gameplay in the top right-hand corner of my eye here in the studio in Buenos Aires. It might be PHZIN underway. I could be wrong, but it looks like PHZIN's match might be back underway against Ezayoto. That one is in the second leg.
Domenico's beautiful player lock there.
There was a player lock teased.
Yeah, yep, it was. What a first time. Oh my God.
Hello. AGARDASH must score, no!
Nerve-wracking for AGARDASH there. He needed to score. He didn't green time it, and you were able to see that, R9 kind of struggled to finish that game, that goal. Look how open AGARDASH is now, because he understands that, he probably won press into possession last year.
Has to score now, Ronaldinho again, he's just not perfect. I saw a time yellow, I think, I just saw a white flash above the player's head, which means that shot wasn't timed either. Goes for a corner. 2 chances in 2 minutes, one of them has to go in.
One of them has to go in, and I mean, if we probably timed the green, both of them, we could have a different game in our hands, However, he did not have the composure, the eyes in order to green time it. He still has a lot of FIFA in-game minutes, but DMS Domenico should be very proud of Courtois just because those saves have been very, very clutch for him.
In the meantime, we'll quickly check into this game. Sebastian Leoni of Argentina and Levante against BAXADA. This game, 55 minutes on the clock. The scoreline is 4-4. This game is neck and neck, but the storyline here, Pabs, Sebastian Leoni had a 2 or 3 goal lead in leg 1. He threw it away.
Threw it away, man. Threw it away against the Brazilian flair in BAXADA. Yesterday we saw him score the goal of the tournament, and he's timed it.
Eventually,
is back.
The goal does go in for AGARDASH. And I've just heard as well, PHZIN is leading 4 goals to 1 in his game. I think on the aggregate it is still 4-2, sorry. Virgil van Dijk had to step up to the mark. Ronaldinho couldn't. Either could R9, sorry. He's not giving up, AGARDASH. He's got plenty of time as well. 2 goals in 28 minutes. We've seen more crazier things in FIFA esports in our time.
And I mean, we see Domenico introduce a 5-4-1, Brandon, just because, he understands that AGARDASH is on a 4-2-4 with throwing a lot of numbers forward. Domenico has to stay very composed to now give this 2-0 lead to AGARDASH. However, AGARDASH is going forward. The Chilean wants to come back at this game.
Well, what's he got from 31 yards out? Mbappe tries to fizz the ball in. Somebody has just brought on the menace himself, Saeed Alawairan, a foot hero that any FIFA Pro player will tell you they do not enjoy playing against. On the opposite side, they don't enjoy playing against this man, Erling Haaland. Is he going to go on his own? The Norwegian forward cuts it back. Mbappe, great close control dribbling. Unfortunately, can't really manoeuvre the area he was looking to try and exploit. Possession just keeps being given away, 1 pass away from a proper chance.
This is great from Domenico, Brandon. In-game minutes are so crucial here for AGARDASH. And he's taking his time, goes back and forth. He realizes that if he gets 1 more, it could be game, set, and match. But he likes this 2-cushion lead just because he understands that with this result, he goes into the top 4 semifinals.
So risky from AGARDASH as well. He is 1 extra pass away from being eliminated. Look
Big
at
win,
Virgil
big
van
win.
Dijk doing the dirty work.
Wow. Could have done a little bit better.
This could be Kearns. DMS10 nearly on a play. Christopher Nkunku's back there defending. He's doing his job. Every single player trying to fight to get the ball up the field. DMS10 clever, taking some minutes out of the game, just sapping AGARDASH of any chance of a comeback.
I mean, Erling Haaland, who else do you want in that corner, Brandon? 6'4", monster to be able to contain.
Oh my, what's a ball? Finds R9. Corner or goal kick? Corner it is. Time ticking away. Back to R9. This could be nice. Finds Teo Hernandez. Brilliant feet from the Frenchman. Another chance goes begging. Brilliant save, Courtois.
He's actually introduced Bale into the game. End of an era, Bale in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, Brandon.
Corner. Whipped in. The idea was to Virgil van Dijk, but Courtois able to match it up. 8 minutes away from a semi-final spot. Or not, he just keeps giving the ball back to DMS10. Mbappe must strike now! He's missing the green.
He's missing the green. He actually green timing with Virgil van Dijk, but he does not green timing with the people that he actually needs to green it.
Stop it, Bellingham. Everybody fighting in the box. Centers and volleys.
Both of these players, their foot items are fighting for the badge. Domenico up the field now. Nice healer here.
Could be game over. Bellingham ball roll. Easy as you like.
Game,
Domenico.
set, match.
Peru will make it into the top 4 of this year's CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Heartbreak for Chile. But for that man, it will be a big smile.
Beautiful Barrow to, stay composed. He realized that Magnan was coming out. Barrow with Jude Bellingham, and I mean, he's not going to miss with an open goal.
It was only a matter of time, though. The amount of bodies that AGARDASH had to put forward, perhaps. It was one extra pass away from this current scenario with a 3-goal cushion.
And Brandon, we were talking yesterday about this Erling Haaland foot item being introduced to, every single one of these teams. And you know what I didn't realize? That this was Team of the Year Erling Haaland that we're talking about. One of the most overpowered. Oh, no. Oh, my God. And he's done it. He's done it. I mean, semi-final for the Peruvian. I think we're going to have, what? In the other games, we have a Peruvian now. We have a Brazilian. In the other games, we still have to set them. But we have some variety in the top 4 happening right now.
Well, I've got bigger news for you.
What is it?
Perhaps for the FIFA World. PHZIN has won his game 5-1, which means PHZIN will take on PAULO NETO in a semi-final here in Buenos Aires in the next round of play today. Goosebumps.
Goosebumps, man. I mean, you're able to see them right here, Brandon, next to me. That is a phenomenal matchup. I mean, that's easily the final that we were able to predict prior to the tournament starting, and now we're going to have it in the semi-final between one of the 2 best players in the tournament, and not even in the tournament, maybe in the whole wide world.
Referee will bring this one to a close in the next in-game seconds, full time. Domenico of Peru will be in the top 4. Commiserations to AGARDASH. Still incredible achievements. Look at what that man has done in the last 12 months in competitive FIFA. Was able to get into the playoffs last time out and a top 8 finish in this year's CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Massive, massive result. Inter de Lima's man, there was 2 of them that did come into this tournament. Magic unfortunately left in the group stages. And as we said, quarterfinals near enough wrapped up. Sebastian Leone currently still playing against BAXADA, but I think we will pass it back to Richard Buckley and Mike LaBelle as we look ahead very shortly towards our final 4.
Thank you very much. Great job as always, guys, in the commentary booth. 3 quarterfinals down. We do have 1 quarterfinal left to go. I'm not too sure if we can get the live footage of that. We'll give you the commentary from the host position. Rumours are on the floor that it's gone to extra time, so there is some high-octane FIFA left to be played in our final quarter-final matchup. Let's just get your thoughts, Mike, from what we've seen so far. PAULO, NETO, PHZIN doing the business.
It's got to be said with PAULO, NETO, and PHZIN, that's what we expected, and we've been upselling that. I think you're going to stand by it as we get into the BAXADA versus Seba Leone finals in extra time, 4-all on aggregate. But we both said whoever wins between them, that's likely to be the winner.
I'm taking a step forward.
Okay.
Because we've got games here. We've got 99 minutes on the clock, 4-4. First leg would have finished 3-3. And it's going to be BAXADA from right to left in the white strip, from left to right, Seba Leone. Live shots there. Unfortunately, AGARDASH goes out of the tournament.
And you see that emotion, we talk about it. We know what this means for these guys, from individualism to representing their country, to the brands, the partnership, the growth of their own personal development in the competitive ecosystem. And in this game in particular, we've seen BAXADA actually make comebacks, because I watched a lot of the first leg where Seba Leone got off to a fantastic start, and it just shows you again that players have time. It's over 2 legs, and he's battled back into it.
Yeah, yesterday when we introed the show, we said there would be tears in victory and in vain. And unfortunately right there, that AGARDASH leaves the CONMEBOL eLibertadores at the top 8 spots. Still has to be very proud, still has to go away with his head held up high. Steps moving forward in the FIFA esports landscape. That's not a name that we're going to forget anytime soon.
Absolutely not. And I like to stress this. At one point in South America, it was only Argentina and it was only Brazil. And we're seeing that shift now with the Chilean players and also the Peruvians kind of stepping into space and making a name for themselves.
Yeah, let's get back to our game here between Seba Leone and BAXADA. Obviously, Seba from representing Levante Esports. He's a 2-time Argentine league winner, the LPF. He's been there, he's done it before. He's the favourite to go through this match.
And I was just going to say that. I'm going to mirror what you have to say there, that Seba coming into this, more LAN experience, in the fact that he's committed to playing in this tournament versus
Absolutely.
playing in anything that's happening in Europe. I think it tells you how he kind of rates himself.
And these are the highlights from the AGARDASH game that we just saw. Just looking over, you're not missing anything live from our final quarter-final matchup. Give you a little bit of intel on BAXADA, representing TOMGAUNA Esports. They're making huge strides in South America. I mean, I'm hearing rumors of 13, 14 different players who are under this TOMGAUNA Esports this banner. Serious strides being made in South America. We can get back to our live shots from BAXADA and Seba Leone. They have just kicked off for the second half of extra time. You're watching the CONMEBOL eLibertadores here live from Buenos Aires, Argentina. 3 of our 4 semi-finalists have been confirmed. We have 1 quarter-final left to play and left to figure out who will be going through. We're joining it live with 10 minutes to play here, Mike.
And this often comes down to a battle of wits, who wants it more. And I was going to say BAXADA, I saw play earlier, well, yesterday a lot, and I was impressed. Even though he dropped the game, he was somebody that caused a lot of problems. And
he played really well against PHZIN.
Exactly. And really the only close game that PHZIN's had up to this point as well.
Well, it's going to be Seba in red and blue, the Levante, from right to left in the second half of extra time, and BAXADA all in white from left to right.
And you get an idea from the crowd as well.
Everyone's
kind of dialed, focused. You'll hear a pop off. You'll see the oohs and the ahs when an opportunity is converted or missed. But it is definitely intense in the building.
We are 5 minutes away from penalties, which very well could be the fate of our 2 competitors right here, right now. Switch of play from Seba. Potentially looking to play a final attack.
You got to go for it. You've got to look to be last here and really make sure you don't get countered.
And Kunku recycles into Yaya Toure. What does he have in front of him? Not a lot, and possession is given away. White shirts will flood forward for BAXADA. Possession getting a little bit mixy in the middle of the pitch. Jude Bellingham keeping it calm and cool and composed in the middle right now.
And you're seeing Hernandez and the likes of Hakimi there, very wide, very far pushed forward.
He's done well there to get out. Offside trap comes in from BAXADA. Jude Bellingham given space to drive into. Offloads it out wide to Theo Hernandez. Does he have an option inside the box? No, he doesn't. The ball goes out of play, and penalties is where we are heading. Seba Leone and BAXADA. So it's Seba to step up first from 12 yards. Straight down the middle, and it's a big, big save. BAXADA to go 1-0 up in the penalty shootout with Mbappe scores.
And you hear that in the building a little bit. Seba needs to convert, has to put some pressure. You're going to feel the nerves. Oh! I can't believe the goalkeeper gets beat there. Overplayed it, overcommitted, wasn't good enough. Time green. The follow-up, we have back-to-back conversions.
Good penalty so far from BAXADA, one in each corner. Seba really, even this early in the penalty shootout, must score penalty, and it is saved. BAXADA to go 3-1 up within touching distance. Lionel Messi straight down the middle.
Seba has to convert. This could be all she wrote. BAXADA's had his number, and he still has his number. That's it. Wrap it up. Moving forward.
BAXADA, the Brazilian indeed, goes through. Seba, all the trophies in Argentina falling that man's way, and he gets knocked out in the top 8 here in Buenos Aires.
And it's got to be said, that might be the most impressive performance we've seen in terms of guessing the right way. Even the goal that was converted from Seba, Courtois was there.
And he's inconsolable right now. You can see how much it means to him. This is the trophy that every single man, woman, child with South American blood running through you want to win if you play professional FIFA. Unfortunately, right now, Seba goes home. BAXADA of Tuzzi Esports goes through. And 3 out of our 4 semi-finalists are Brazilian.
And it's got to be said, is BAXADA next up then? We know if you win this tournament, instantaneous superstardom. You're propelled. In-house in South America, international, you're known as next up. You're ready to compete with the best of the best.
And he also can get to a final, get to a playoff spot without playing Paulo Neto or PHZIN. He'll be looking at his side of the draw and thinking, I fancy this.
And this is huge again for Tuzzi Esports. You touched on it.
Yeah,
you touched on it, but when you're looking at development and working through different talent that you have, especially in Brazil, because I've said this time and time again, I'm happily go on record, I think that Brazil and in South America as a whole has so much of this untouched and not polished talent that doesn't always get the exposure. Then when you get to events, there's always a new storyline, a new narrative, and they travel oh so well.
They certainly do. To give you the bottom line, the quarterfinals are completed here in Buenos Aires, Argentina. BAXADA has qualified to the semi-finals. Seba Leone crashes out in oh so devastating fashion in a penalty shootout. Paulo Neto and PHZIN both successful in their quarter-final ties, 5-1. Both of those two players winning. They are so evenly contested, and in about 30 to 45 minutes time, we will have the game of all games. PHZIN versus Paulo Neto is right around the corner. Incredible scenes here in the capital of Argentina. You're listening to Richard Buckley and Mike LaBelle, and that is what they are fighting for.
And the trophy, it's got to be said, it's easy on the eyes. The stage is set. And if you didn't feel the pressure as a competitor, you're definitely starting to feel it now.
They will be fighting for eternal glory. All of our players, all the players as well that we've got to say, have guaranteed play-in, playoff spots. Some of them, the two finalists, will be guaranteed playoff spots. So we've got a lot still on the line to play for. I am hearing that we very well could have an interview. However, it is all down to if the player wants to come over and chat. I believe it could be Seba Leone if he is still obviously upset. That's not a conversation that we really want to be having here the previous winners.
And I'd like to reiterate on those previous winners. At one point, we saw Resende at every single event. We were both there for that portion of esports where he was one of the faces of Brazil, still is a face of Brazil. Then you've got Matias Bonanno. Man won everything. We wondered if it might just be an online player. That was not the case. Laying 2v2 goodness. We saw him in ECL, of course, as well, getting to the finals. And then most recently, the current reigning champion, as you see the bracket set up so nicely. PHZIN versus PAULO NETO, the two biggest names coming out of South America. Both looking, itching. They want to add something to the collection. If you're PAULO NETO, you want to
solidify yourself.
Make a statement.
Absolutely. On the other side of it, we have to say, two players who may be a little bit under the radar, two players that potentially didn't expect.
They aren't under the, maybe under the radar. They are under the radar. Coming into this, you couldn't tell a lot of stories about success with DMS or with BAXADA. We haven't had that competitive history. We haven't seen them throughout the ecosystem. They don't have years on years on years of competing and success to back them up. And that's fine. That's what this tournament is all about.
And this is where that history starts right now, because it will be in the social media bios. It will be on the FIFA Esports wiki pages. Top 4, CONMEBOL eLibertadores 2023 guaranteed. Prize money increasing at every single round as well. You can't understate how much money is on the line. $12,000 guaranteed. Guaranteed. If you win your next game, you're going up to 25K and a FIFA 23 playoff spot in the bag.
Which also solidifies a little more bankroll for you to go with progression throughout the entirety of the ecosystem. We keep talking about it, but there are so many different events that we're dealing with that have the points tallying up, that position you towards the end, where the goal is always the FIFA E World Cup.
Eternal glory will be had for one of our 4 semi-finalists. Coming up right around the break, we have got PHZIN up against PAULO NETO. Make sure you do not go anywhere, because those games will be coming up in a few minutes' time.
I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I ain't talking 9 to 5, talking all the time. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I ain't talking 9 to 5, talking all the time. Yeah, grinding every day, got no time to play. Lessons with the words, then it's all day. You're hearing me, they don't take it the wrong way. If you ain't never heard of me, then you just all late. Hear me out, flowing if it's day or night. I don't care, go ahead, sit there, watch me take a flight. So they stare, go and get the popcorn and the camera, you're getting this. Blood, sweat, and tears got me ready, I ain't gonna miss. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I ain't talking 9 to 5, talking all the time. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I ain't talking 9 to 5, talking all the time. Yeah, looking for the bullseye, taking aim. Here to take it over, it won't be the same. Blood, sweat, and tears, yo, get out the way. Here to try and make it through these levels with the gang. Get me here, perfecting everything, working on my craft. Hear the fat ladies singing, they never coming at last. No, I'm winning, cause I refuse to lose. I will never lose, I will never lose, I will never lose. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I put that work in, now watch me work. I ain't talking 9 to 5, talking all the time.
Feel like the champ already, I'ma win it. I can feel it when I step up in the building, man. They know I'm finna kill it, yeah. Ball with no limit, yeah. Ball with no limit. Game so vicious, going hard when I'm in it. 101, authentic, I don't see no competition, yeah. Ball with no limit, yeah. Ball with no limit, yeah. Jumping over squares like it's hopscotch. Thought I told you players that I'm top notch, yeah. Making moves for the top spot. Cut into the lead, baby, chop, chop. Sideways 8, I will not stop. Good. Pull up to the lot with a drop top. Space coupe with insane speed. Good. Tell the time from my AP. Ring in my chain freeze. They can't slow it down, they just pray please. Snatching rings, we some straight thieves. It don't make sense if it don't make cheese. Holding up the belt, I love how I felt. I'm so hot, I make it melt. Do it by myself, I don't need no help. Give them hell, I know you can tell. I maneuver well, never bail, so I never fail. I can never feel like a champ already, I'ma win it. I can feel it when I step up in the building, man. They know I'm finna kill it, yeah. Ball with no limit, yeah. Ball with no limit.
Welcome back to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores live from... Welcome back to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores live from Buenos Aires, Argentina. It's all kicking off here in the arena. And we're getting a bit excited because we've got a big game behind us, Mike.
It's got to be said, this has been that premier matchup, the creme de la creme. We've talked about it, we've built it up. We said whoever wins this that's who we think is going to take the whole thing home.
Well, before we get to that game, we have got some prizes for the players. They have all guaranteed themselves $12,000, but we've got a double and the rest if you win your next game, from 12 to 25.
And it's a serious escalation because it's not only the money, which doubles up, but also the Global Series playoff guarantee. So you get a little double helping.
And these are the live viewership rewards from the CONMEBOL eLibertadores 2023. The home kit, the TIFO, and the FGS player swap token. All the drops that you can see on the screen can be yours. Link your account to Twitch to earn these rewards while watching the live stream, and it might help you connect with eternal glory. Well, it's not just myself and Mike that will be bringing you the lowdown for these semi-finals. Pleasure to bring into the conversation Brandon Smith and Pabs. You two are going to be guiding us through these games. Before we get there, we're going to be looking at both of our semi-finalists in a little bit more detail. Paulo Neto and PHZIN.
Maybe also the battle of the coaches here too. We big up Renzo all the time, but we also got the likes of Nick back there with Ajax, who's been doing a lot with that organization and the development of their esports program.
Let's have a little look more about
We're about to see a reply here. Yes, we are.
O Paulo Neto cruzou! Gol!
Então, tô muito feliz, né, com essas duas vitórias. Eu acho que a DMS10 encaixou. Consegui fazer tudo que eu queria fazer mesmo, né, nos treinamentos. Tentava conseguir, então eu tava preocupado. Bom, eu acho que eu comecei bem com ele. Mas o primeiro jogo foi muito bom, acho que eu joguei bem. Mas no segundo e no terceiro joguei melhor, eu acabei perdendo um e ganhou outro, foi bem difícil. A mentalidade e a defesa. O ataque, mas no ponto fraco, você tem que trabalhar um pouco com a defesa.
Muito dessa lacroqueta.
Man, nicely done into a Kiwi, Bellingham steal, couple of step overs, PHZIN!
O campeão está pronto para vencer o bicampeonato.
A Copa é minha.
If that didn't get you excited, I don't know what will, Mike. The tension is building to boiling point here in Buenos Aires.
This is also the first time that these competitors have matched up in person. We've seen them play online, they've split results, but we know LAN is a different ball game. And in this case, you're not just battling for South America, you're battling for being the best player in Brazil. And I would say whoever walks away with this has that claim of saying, I'm the guy to beat, period. Just leave it there.
Absolutely. Well, let's bring Brandon and Pabs into the conversation here. We are a couple of minutes before kickoff, guys. You can see the squads on the screen. Brandon, I'll start with you. Doesn't get much bigger than this, does it, in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores?
No, this is a game that I think many would have put their money on to be the grand final. It comes in a semi-final, but nevertheless, Richard, one that's worth $25,000. Cannot wait to get into it.
Pabs, do you think either player has a mental advantage coming into this game?
I mean, definitely Rich. However, both of these players definitely know each other. They understand that both of them are very, very skillful, and they do have the abilities and the facilities in order to, you know, make each other uncomfortable. However, let's see how this game develops.
And I think to a certain degree, they're probably happy to be in this position. They didn't lose out somewhere early in the tournament. This always felt like the inevitable, whether it happened in the quarters, the semis, or the grand final. We wanted to see these two face off, and now we've got what we've ordered.
Well, the squads are ready. The stage is set. One of these two will be guaranteed a shot at eternal glory. The CONMEBOL eLibertadores semi-finals are about to get underway. It's my absolute pleasure to hand you over to our commentary duo for this huge, huge game. Brandon and Pabs, enjoy this one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, we will. This was the game on paper that many dreamed about before a ball was kicked yesterday here in Buenos Aires. They might not have matched on land before, but these are two giants from South America. Pabs, what a game this one plans to be. Not just $25,000 on the line, also a global series playoff spot on the line. It also means that one of these two will be eliminated after this game.
Yeah, 100%, Brandon. I mean, both of these players, they're the key competitors of the competition that came into the weekend wanting to take the Eternal Glory back to Brazil. However, you know, it's not only the money that's on the line, it's also those playoff spots that one player is going to be able to secure.
Well, if you look at the form that PHZIN has had in this tournament, the last 3 times he's played, or sorry, the last 2 times he's played it, he's made a grand final. Last year he won it. The year before that he lost in the grand final. By his own records, it's grand final or nothing for him. And if he can go and win it back-to-back years, that is something that we've never seen before to this level.
100%. And I mean, if you were able to see that trophy, your name is going to be written then for year after year. And I mean, PHZIN already has a little plaque there on the trophy. I'm pretty sure he wants another one. If he gets himself to the final, he has a shot at it. But I'm pretty sure that PAULO NETO, in that commercial right before, he said that the cup was his.
What are we going to expect from this game? For viewers that have just tuned in between these two, what can we expect in a play style aspect, a goal scoring aspect? Does it change now that this game is worth more money? Are we still going to see goals?
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to see goals. I mean, PAULO NETO and PHZIN are, you know, very offensive game style players. They love their step overs. They love their German crosses. And, you know, I mean, we're going to go back and forth, Brandon. And, I mean, I'm extremely excited for this game because this was the final that we thought we were going to see.
Well, they are national teammates. They both did get selected this year as part of the FIFA E-Nation squads. However, they might not have expected to match up in this very moment. We are here in Buenos Dias. Buenos Dias? I mean, that's good morning. But
Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires. I mean, I'm slowly learning Spanish. Just maybe got my phrase a little bit wrong there. If you have just tuned in, this is semi-final time. And we cannot wait to get things cooking in. There's a little bit of a storyline I've got for you as well, Pabs, that I was able to catch PAULO NETO after he's winning the quarterfinals. These two matched in the qualifiers for this tournament. Keep in mind there was Swiss, there was double elimination bracket. Do you know what the score was after leg 1?
What was it? What was it, Brandon?
PHZIN was winning 6-2 after leg 1. Do you know what the score was after leg 2?
How did it end?
9-8 to PAULO NETO.
Oh my God. For those of you at home, I mean, over 2 legs of FIFA, there's a lot of game to be played. And I mean, like I said and indicated right before, we're going to see a ton of goals. And I mean, in the first game, Brandon, we were able to see that it was a 9-8 finish for PAULO NETO. I mean, what are your predictions for this game, Brandon?
I'll be honest, one word, fireworks.
Fireworks. It's the only thing that we can guarantee.
This is a game for FIFA Esports Archives, you know, down the line. This game is massive. You know, there's so many South American legends in the audience. We hear that Nicholas is arriving pretty soon as well. He's coming back home to Buenos Aires just to watch today's tournament. Look at this stage. Look at the spectacle. Yeah. I've also got to say, what an opportunity on the opposite side of the bracket for those two. They're sitting there thinking, we've done well. We're on the knockout side of the bracket and we've avoided PAULO NETO and PHZIN. If we play them in the grand final.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that BAXADA at the beginning of the tournament, he was like, oh, well, I'm in Group A. I have PHZIN, I have Charlie Human, I have Vega. I'm not the favorite here. However, I have gotten myself to the top 4 position. I am 1 game away from playoffs. I am 1 game away from securing what? More than $12,000? $25,000. So that's already doubling the prize money. And he know that he wants a playoff spot. Just to the fact to let you know, Brandon, maybe in the qualifiers he might not have the great opportunity, but he definitely does have it here in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
I just think like this is such a good game. You're looking at 2 players that mechanically, when we speak about mechanically in FIFA, we're talking about players that know every single animation in this game. We are talking from the German cross. We're talking Travellas.
Step overs.
Corners,
set plays from the training ground. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Renzo, for those of you who don't know, it's Atlanta United coach for PAULO NETO today. He's definitely practiced with PAULO several times, time in, time out, day in, day out, in order to perfect his game because of this type of opportunity.
And it's a case of, we've both got 5 attacks each maybe. Who can be the more clinical out of the 2? This is your semi-finals here, live from Argentina. It is the CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
We're underway, Brandon.
PAULO NETO against PHZIN. PAULO NETO kicking from left to right in that Atlanta United strip. And in their first ever time in this tournament, AFC Ajax. What a bit of transfer market action they did get into earlier this year in the FIFA 23 season, picking up not just 1 but 2 South American players, Resende and PHZIN, putting pen to paper. PHZIN is the #1 ranked player in this region on this year's Global Series rankings. He won't need to worry about that, though, if he does win this game. Playoffs will be secured. If you don't know what the playoffs are, it is a tournament that lands just before the FIFA E World Cup, where the best players will meet. You have to play well there to qualify for the event that everybody wants to be at this year, later in the summer.
100%, Brandon, and that's something. That's a tournament that every single player at the beginning of the competitive season is dreaming of, you know. And these two players have the capability, and you know, they're literally 180 minute in games to being able to secure that spot away.
There's an even better storyline of this game as well. The two players you see sitting behind these two, I say players because they were former ex-FIFA eSports pros. This chance comes in for PHZIN. You've got Nick Tahama on one side, who was picked up as a coach this year for AFC Arcs. We'll talk more about this as this attack comes in from PHZIN. Ronaldinho on a plate! It's first bloods! So the defending champion of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, and it is Saeed Alawairan, who does get a start in this game. He's a super sub for many for PHZIN. He's a starter in the 11-man squad. He's not just that, he's a goal scorer.
What a player he is, and I mean, he got very lucky there with the rebound from Eder Militao. However, you know, Alawairan on that left foot, second post finish. I mean, who else do you want there in front of goal, in front of Courtois? Nobody else. Alawairan, left foot, 1-0 PHZIN. We have a game in our hands, Brandon.
But back to the point, Nick Tahama from the Netherlands, the side of PAULO NETO from Team Hullet, Coach Renzo. These are two players that know each other as well. They've played against each other in the E-Divisie of past times.
And if I'm not mistaken,
it'll be a tactical chess match there too.
And if I'm not mistaken, they're both coming from Netherlands.
Saeed Alawairan for two.
What a save.
Timed it green, great save. That one goes for a corner. What can we see here? Played short, Jude Bellingham. It's all coming through this for Hero at the moment. Car back available, it could be two, it will be! 17 minutes in! 2-0! And PHZIN
What a start.
is cooking.
What a start. I mean, PHZIN should be very happy at the fact that he was able to start 2-0 against PAULO NETO. We have not seen PAULO NETO trail like this since yesterday's game against AGARDASH. And I mean, PAULO NETO has to come back. He cannot let PHZIN, you know, go in a 3-0 lead, because it would be, you know, one of the highest mountains that he has to climb in FIFA eSports.
And what do we say about when you play against PAULO NETO? What have you got to do?
You got to bring the game to him. We've been saying it time after time. You know, in the whole broadcast, we've been saying it, that you have to bring the game to him, and PHZIN has definitely done it, Brandon.
Well, you've been on the opposite side of PAULO NETO. You've been able to take him down in past times. What can we expect to see from PAULO in this situation? He's 2-0 down. What's like his backup plan?
I mean, I feel like we're going to see, you know, the signature move of PAULO NETO, you know, those crosses that he's able to see that we're not able to see here in the commentary booth. But, I mean, PHZIN is looking like he's very comfortable in the back. He's actually won the ball several times. He's been able to, you know, make PAULO NETO very, very uncomfortable. And, I mean, 23 minutes of FIFA have gone by, like, in 30 seconds, Brandon. We did say that we were going to see a lot of goals, right? I mean, for those of you at home, 24 minutes in.
Third. It's liquid football from PHZIN. He wins a corner.
From the training ground.
What we're going to see here, played short. Back to Ronaldinho, a couple of ball rolls and step overs. Cut back, should be three. Well played, Teo Hernandez. Didn't know much about that one, but...
Big tackle, big tackle.
PAULO NETO, he hasn't really had a chance to get forward yet.
Step over.
This is time to get forward. Messi
VVD.
just lacked a little bit of acceleration there.
Teo Hernandez, time after time, winning the ball back for PAULO NETO. I mean, he's definitely hurt us.
Every time PHZIN goes forward, though, it looks scary. Pass there, just misplaced. It was Ronaldo Nazario that was waiting for the run to come through.
We're seeing, I believe that we're seeing PAULO NETO on a 5-back. Brandon, look at Ronaldinho. Look where Ronaldinho is. I think he's turned to the dark side. Ronaldinho at left wing back.
Well, this has been a bit of a mystery here in the eLibertadores is that there's been referee. That's off the ball. That's not nice. Does he go into the book for that? I'm not sure if he does. Free kick played short. Team with here, Mbappe.
Power shot. I mean, that's one of the skills in the game that all these players have. You know, you press double bumpers, R1, L1 on the PlayStation controller to do a power shot where the player does a phenomenal animation in order to get the ball back in the net. Oh, great choice.
Tell you what.
Back and forth.
Might be in for another chance here for Iran. Referee plays the advantage. Big switch of play. Every single time. PHZIN is there, but let's go back to the 5-back conversation. If you haven't known the storyline there's been some interesting formation changes in FIFA 23. The meta changes, the meta swings. Ronaldinho has found himself as a left wing back in moments across this weekend. Explain it to the people at home.
I mean, Brandon, these type of players are probably playing on a 5-2-1-2. I was actually able to see that because TOMGAUNA actually was the one that told me on a 5-2-1-2 because it helps them go forward a lot. It helps them go down the wing, spread the the defensive style players. You know, the PHZIN that's able to stay very composed in the back. Ronaldinho down the wing isolates Hakimi, and it's able to give him an option on every single portion of the field.
Another chance. PHZIN runs it out of play. It was a golden chance. Saeed Al-Awairan again was just queuing up for a chance at goal last minute of the half. Yeah. Is there enough time for Paulo Neto to get this ball forward? Punched it into the feet of Messi. It's time to go for Paulo Neto. It was a free kick, I think, but the referee decided to go into half-time. 45 minutes down here. 2-0 PHZIN leads.
That 45 of in-game minutes just run by in like 30 to a minute, actual minutes, Brandon. I mean, this is up and down, back and forth. These two players definitely want the eternal glory, take it back to Brazil. I mean, they're both E-Nations players. They definitely know each other. And I mean, PHZIN, what a start for him in regards to the first half.
Well, it makes Paulo Neto now have to think a little bit more deeper about how he's going to try and unlock the defence of PHZIN. One thing that we know about PHZIN, look at some of the scorelines he's had in the group stages. He does concede a couple. He conceded 2, he won 5-2, 6-2 in the group as well, before getting to the knockout stages where he won 5-1 in his last game. He scores a lot more goals, and defensively, he's a bit more sound than Paulo Neto.
Definitely, but I mean, he is a goal-scoring machine. He does know that. I mean, his coach is probably telling him, hey, yeah, we're going to concede, but we're going to score more goals than our opponent, you know? And that's how we're going to win games.
Oh no, no, Paulo Neto! What chance for PHZIN with R9! You simply cannot make those mistakes.
Paulo Neto knows that he'd made a mistake there. PHZIN took advantage of it, stayed very composed. He realized that Courtois, you know, yesterday he had a statue outside of Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Today, not so much, and he goes ahead and finishes first post.
I think they'll be knocking down the statue at this moment in time, perhaps 3-0. But just that moment there was a couple of milliseconds where PHZIN just delayed. He delayed and delayed and delayed. And for Paulo Neto, he's thinking, is the shot coming? Is the shot not coming? Next thing you know, it's in the back of the net, 3-0.
And you know what's one thing that we're seeing now, Brandon? I think we're away from that 5 at the back from Ronaldinho at left wing back. I think, you know, he's realizing that he's getting broken down. I mean, those step overs again for Paulo Neto, in and out.
He's just lacking a little bit of confidence in the final third. We get to see the famous Paulo Neto. I wouldn't say Paulo Neto's famous, but the FIFA Pro Seed is the German cross.
He's rushing as well, Brandon. He's rushing as well. You were able to see a panic R1X there from Jude Bellingham, where PHZIN was able to get the ball back very easily.
It's key now is the next goal.
He
has
needs
to
get
go
one back.
for Paulo Neto.
Correct, Brandon. He needs to get one back.
PHZIN finds a 4th. Mentally, confidence-wise, Paulo Neto will have a lot to do. This couldn't be more of a perfect opening leg to this semi-final for PHZIN.
And I mean, Brandon, also in the qualifiers you were mentioning, Paulo Neto was what, down 4-1, 5-1, and then he brought it back? I mean, you cannot count this man out.
Oh no, stop it!
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Magical FIFA on the biggest of stages in South America from PHZIN. No one saw that cross or the extra pass. Only he did.
What an extra pass to turn that, 50% goal into the 100% goal. Mbappe's not going to miss from there on the extra pass. Beautiful from Yaya to go ahead and do it all the way to the second post. Oh my God, man.
Saeed Alawairan has been so influential in this game. He scored a goal, he provides the assist there too. He's not always on the starting list of players for some players that we have seen in this tournament. With the likes of Pele maybe getting the nod over Lionel Messi. For PHZIN, he's a lot more than just a star. He has been the star of the show so far. 4-0.
You know, Brandon, something that PHZIN does very well, it's the usage of Al Saeed. You know, I mean, it's a fast player. You know, you always give him his left foot. You cannot give him his left foot, but he goes ahead and goes for both sides.
It's time to respond, Paulo. It needs to come now. There's one.
Wow, I mean, he needed that, Brandon. He definitely needed that, because PHZIN was very, very comfortable in that full game. Paulo Neto needed to come back, and he has a chance now. You know, he understands that he could break him down. Maybe this broke the seal. Let's see what he could do.
Still does have a 3-goal cushion, nevertheless, but it's a starting point for the MLS current champion.
Theo down that left side, Brandon, all weekend has been phenomenal for every single one of the players.
You've become a super fan of Theo Hernandez, haven't you?
I mean, Brandon, we were bashing him very early in the tournament.
No,
we thought that he was going to be...
You were bashing him.
Okay, well, I could take full responsibility here. I was bashing him. And, I mean, he went ahead and said, what's Pab saying? What is it? I mean, I'm going to go ahead and play the,
play the tournament of his life.
I'm going to play the tournament of my life. But he's been a key factor for every single one of the players. Maybe one player didn't have him in his starting 11 where he had, Wilton Wildcard, Ferland Mendy? Maybe for the chemistry? I mean, now we're seeing the Lex of Theo Hernandez Team of the Year go ahead and fight time after time against the Kylian Mbappes, the Hakimis, because they're on that same line. And I mean, I feel like this pause was very needed for everybody, for us here and for everybody at home.
Yeah, just a little bit of a breather. Keep in mind that this game will be played over 2 legs. If you are new to competitive FIFA or this tournament, an aggregate scoreline will determine who will be going into the grand final, alongside picking up $25,000 and that all-important global series spot. Look at the stage we have here in Argentina, Buenos Aires. Things have been heating up, including this game now. Paulo Neto did get a goal back just minutes ago. A pause has come in, a chance to bring some fresh legs on, but also maybe a small tactical change. What can we see from Paulo Neto? R9, where are you at? Didn't want to lock onto the ball there. He might now. A little bit of a teaser there from PHZIN, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct. And I mean, Brandon, Paulo Neto's trying to win the ball very high up on the field, which is his signature move. That's something that he's seen a lot of success in the MLS. He's trying to, implement it here in South America to see how he's able to break PHZIN down.
Nicely done there. We do see Alawairan come on now on this left-hand side of the pitch for Paulo Neto.
He saw what Alawairan was able to do for PHZIN. He wants to mimic that on the other side of the pitch. And there he is. Now. Yeah.
Tries to go one-on-one for Kimi. Gets a bit of fortune there. There's that Paulo Neto cross that we're yet to really see. It's the first time it's been teased, but defended well.
And it took 76 minutes for him to implement his signature move, Brandon. Maybe that's why he's down on the scoreboard like this.
I'm not saying it's the easiest thing to do, but there is a way to defend it, some will argue. Here's another chance. Step over. Mbappe, this is your time. Nicely done.
Beautiful
step
defending.
over, scoop turn inside was clever from Paulo Neto. Still, this attack is not done yet. Punched into the feet. R9, this is nice. Paulo Neto, couple of step overs. He timed it green. That would have been dangerous.
Look how he wins the ball up on the field, man.
The press is relentless, as it should be. PHZIN defends it well. Has to make the most of this, Paulo Neto. The ball keeps firing back to him. Mbappe, R9, where's that one more pass if it's available? Recycle back the other way. Jude Bellingham, a clever idea. Even better defending.
Paulo Neto cannot let PHZIN score again, because if he goes ahead, 4 goals down, it's going to be a very, very big mountain to climb. PHZIN on a 5-for-1 now, Brandon. We're seeing Pele at the left wing back.
I'll be happy to see this one out. All right, another goal onto the tally. Bellingham back to Mbappe.
Goalie movement.
Well read. Is he on? I think he might be on. R9, Paulo Neto. What a moment this could be. Mao, what a save.
Donnarumma, huge. In a perfect world for Paulo here, Brandon, he needs to go here.
Added time of 2 minutes. Is there enough time for one more chance? No, there isn't. Well played, PHZIN. It's got a little bit tasty in the last 20 minutes as Paulo Neto has started to find his feet in this game. But unfortunately, the result doesn't lie. He does still trail by 3 goals at the halfway point, and it's still going to be a huge mountain to climb.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, 4-1, it's definitely the scoreboard that PHZIN was definitely looking forward to, not the one that Paulo Neto was actually thinking about.
Well, let's bring Richard Buckley and Mike Lavelle into the conversation. They've had the pleasure of watching this one from the sidelines. Gents, what have you made of the game so far? I don't think many would have expected this sort of scoreline. Maybe the gap that's been created.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brandon. Great work in that first leg. I wouldn't even say I was on the sidelines. I was in there. I was in the mix with the players. Large contingency of PHZIN fans in the arena. Every single chance, every single goal, opportunity, this place is erupting. If you're getting that through to you at home, enjoy it, because this is what it's all about. Mike, 4-1 after the first leg of action. How surprised, firstly, are you that we've got such a big spread?
That's what I was going to say. I'm not surprised that PHZIN is leading going into the second leg, but I am surprised at how dominant he was. And for the majority of that matchup, Paulo Neto really wasn't in the game. And we talk about it a little bit off camera. I look at Paulo Neto and how he attacks almost in locomotive in many ways. Once he gets going, it's a problem, but he couldn't get going. And I think we have to give so much credit as we look through the highlights here to PHZIN with some of the different passes, the execution, some of the pickouts, even some of the crosses as well that he was able to implement, giving you a little bit of a variety approach. And of course, we see Dino giving you the dance, the prance, the move, the groove, the heel tap in, showcase of all showcase, and a huge mistake. And it's rare. It's something that we don't talk about with Paulo Neto in particular, is making big mistakes like this on the biggest of stages. And we often do discuss this when it comes to competitive FIFA. The winners are the guys that are able to eliminate
mistakes,
especially major mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think the question that you probably have to ask right now, and I'm sure if Brandon and Pabs are still there, Pabs, I'd love your input on this. Was it that Paulo Neto didn't play well, or was PHZIN just superior to him?
It's a great extra pass.
I'm here, Rich, and to be honest with you, I think that PHZIN caught Paulo Neto, kind of sleepy in the back line in defending, and I think that PHZIN properly played offensively, and he was able to go 1, 2, 3, 4 goals up until Paulo Neto answered. I mean, Paulo Neto definitely has to be talking to Renzo right now and telling him, hey, look, listen, we got to be doing something properly in the next second leg.
Absolutely. Mike, the question I've got for you, how important was this moment in the series, getting one back?
Massive, because we talk about momentum, especially with Paulo Neto and the fluidity of how he goes forward. He could have maybe had a second as well as we get into the second leg here. And again, I just think PHZIN took those small margins and capitalized.
Absolutely. Well, this game is far from over. 2 of the best Brazilian FIFA players on the planet. 2 winners in their own right, but only one can come out on top and book a date with some eternal glory on their footsteps. Brandon and Pabs, it's far from over.
Certainly isn't over yet. One more leg left to be played here. If you have just tuned in, this is the semi-final stages of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. This is a massive game. $25,000 on the line, two giants in South America. And some would argue, as the guy said, maybe didn't expect this start that we would have seen from PHZIN. 4-1 he leads after an incredible first leg, nearly made it 5.
Yeah, I mean, what a save right there for Courtois, for Paulo Neto. And I mean, if Paulo Neto has a game plan, the game plan has to be of him scoring first. He cannot let PHZIN keep on getting ahead, because then again, he'll stay in trouble. But we're seeing those runs forward for Paulo Neto. And this is the Paulo Neto that we know a little bit more that he's been doing the whole tournament.
How crucial is it as well that he just starts to express himself a bit more, Paulo Neto?
100%, Brandon. I mean, he definitely had a talk with his coach saying, hey, look, listen, I got to be a little bit more free. But we're able to see that PHZIN, from minute 1, actually started in a 5-2-1-2, or maybe in a 5-4-1 in order to defend his lead. Alowairan is a left wing back. I mean,
it's not Ronaldinho this time, is it?
It's not Ronaldinho, it's not Pele, it's Alowairan. We're not seeing the same usual suspect at left wing back. He's keeping composure, man. He's trying to burn those in-game minutes, because he understands that if Paulo Neto gets one more, Paulo Neto's going to go full throttle towards him.
De Bruyne. Ronaldinho, who just has his own way of linking up those skill moves, ever so silky. Needs a goal now. Needs a moment of magic. Well played, Van Dijk. How hard is it to try and stand up against Paulo Neto when he's chaining those skill moves?
I mean, it is very difficult, but PHZIN is doing properly. He's shifting side to side. He's containing with the L2 button on the PS5 controller. And, you know, he's winning the ball very, very close where he's not supposed to.
This could be dangerous. Is there a cutback available? R9 does well, just delay it, wins a corner. PHZIN, what can you do from here?
Maybe he has something written down from the training ground, Brandon.
Ronaldinho!
What a finish!
The finesse of dreams that might just be worth $25,000.
What a finish, what a finesse. Does not time a green, but I mean, that is the right foot of Ronaldinho. Finish in second post. Courtois has nothing to do in regards to that. 5-1 PHZIN.
Well, in that moment, it's like he had that corner planned out to a T. 4-goal lead at this point.
5-1, Brandon.
What's happening for Paulo Neto? Is it 3 at the back time? Am I ludicrous for saying that?
I mean, Brandon, you do have to understand that you do have PHZIN in front of you, right? And this player has all the skills, the facilities to be able to, you know, make you uncomfortable on 90 minutes of FIFA in-game.
Into the pause menu we go. The reason we're on this screen, we don't want to give away any of those small tactics or intricacies for either of the two players. Coach Renzo has got a job on his hands, though. You look at his resume, he's picked up players and driven them through some of the hardest tournaments in the FIFA ecosystem.
This is what many people in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores qualifier saw. A 5-1 lead for PHZIN. Can we see Paulo Neto succeed once again in the biggest stage in South America?
Ronaldinho. Happy to interchange a couple of times there. Seed Alowairan might be quite fortunate to get the ball back. PHZIN is not going to complain. Down that byline.
If Paulo Neto wants to get back, Brandon, he needs to get one more in the half. Beautiful ball.
What opportunity. Keeper tease. Back post could be an option. Where's the cutback? There it is. Mbappe! He chose the right corner.
What a finish. I mean, we did see the beautiful ball played by Mbappe, and he goes ahead and finishes the play. Pings it with his left foot all the way to Ronaldinho, and then pings it in the back of the net with his right foot. What a finish. We saw the goalie movement by PHZIN. He thought that he was going to go first post. Goes ahead and finishes it on the second. I think we have a game, Brandon.
It's a start. It's a starting point for Paulo Neto.
We're seeing a ton of passes,
60
Brandon.
minutes. There is plenty, and I mean plenty, of time to unfold this game.
This could have easily been the final. But we're seeing it in the semifinals now, so we have a lot of FIFA still to be played in this match, in the other semifinal, and in the Eternal Glory final.
In terms of auto adjustments that we're seeing here from PHZIN, after conceding, from a FIFA Pro player's perspective, what are you altering, or what are you changing?
One of the couple things that I am changing, and I believe that PHZIN and Nico are doing this properly. You know, I'm going into a 5-4-1. However, I might not have done it now because I'm inviting Paulo Neto to attack me. But if I'm going to keep the lead and I'm going to try to go into a 5-4-1, I'm putting everybody get back on defense, come back on defense, defend my center mids to come cover the center in order to not get broken down. Rabona?
Is there a response from the get-go? We did see Rabona cross yesterday.
What a finish that was, and I mean, contender for the goal of the tournament, Brandon.
Paulo Neto. It's trailing 5-2 on aggregate. It's his national teammate.
He's rushing. Just stay composed. Look at Theo down the other side, yeah.
Massive switch of play. Keep an eye on the opposite of the box. That run was teased. Back to R9. Great feet. Better save from Courtois. But one thing we know about PHZIN, he's a monster from these areas, corners. Just if it matches up well, I think he got a little bit messy on that occasion with the runs of his players, unless he can create something here. R9 back to Bellingham. It's a nice little interchange between the three of them as he waits for an option to open up or a pass like this. Great save.
Great save from Courtois. I mean, Paulo Neto realizes that he doesn't have a player to defend that. He goes ahead and believes in his goalkeeper, which
Look
has
at
been
the space.
huge. Yep. Hakimi has not been on that side.
Mbappe is in there. Great little bit of goalkeeper movement there just to delay a bit more.
Messi!
Paulo Neto will just score again and make it a 2-goal deficit. Is this the turning point in the game?
It might be, Brandon. However, you know how you indicated that there was an open space on the Hakimi side? I think that PHZIN realized that he was not very comfortable in the 5-4-1 and changed formation where Hakimi was on the other side and got caught sleeping on that side. Messi puts it in the back of the net. 5-3. Can Paulo Neto do it, Brandon?
How difficult is it as well in that moment? Because Paulo Neto is being teased into all these different scenarios. PHZIN wants him to cross the ball to the back post. He's teasing the goalkeeper movement. But the fact that Paulo Neto was able just to delay that and to find the perfect opportunity just to tap that with Messi, incredible stuff. And look, it's created an onslaught of confidence from Paulo Neto going forward.
If PHZIN scores right now in this last play of the first half, it could put Paulo Neto on the back foot once again. He could kill his momentum. Let's see how Paulo Neto decides in regards to this last 60 seconds in-game from the virtual referee giving us. See how it goes.
Last chance. Defended well by Paulo Neto. This is in a perfect position now, this game. 45 minutes away from the concluding result. But that half couldn't have gone any better for Paulo Neto in terms of how it ended. Only needs 2 goals and there was ample amounts of time.
Yeah, 100%, Brennan. And I mean, that's something that for sure Renzo had something to do in regards to that. He definitely told Paulo Neto, hey, man, feel your game. Just do what you do right. Stay composed in front of the goal because PHZIN is going to be moving players out of position. And he was able to find Messi on the cutback, finish second post. We do have a game.
The eLibertadores bringing all the storylines that it has across the last 2 days. Just some of the FIFA that's been on display. Mike Lebel said it perfectly. Just a different style. Do you think he brings that to the MLS when he comes over Paulo Neto? How would you describe a South American-esque play style of this game compared to maybe a North American play style? Of course, there's so many similarities, but is there little differences?
There are little differences. I mean, you're seeing a very offensive gameplay here. I feel like in North America, you're able to see a little bit more, you know, maybe like not as offensive, because if you're in PHZ's position in North America, you're basically going backwards off the first 45 minutes. But he was trying to go to goal, score goals, put this game to bed, and now we're back in South America, in Buenos Aires, Argentina, ready to see this last 45 minutes of in-game minutes in the semifinals.
indeed.
Well done. 45 minutes away from finding out who will be grand finalist number 1 here and who will be getting those playoff spots. What a switch of play that is, by the way. Messi was in the box there. Kimi not able to find the ultimate ball roll that he was looking for.
I think that PAULO NETO's trying to brew a little German coming up, and he's trying to, you know, catch PHZIN away.
Massive tackle, but there's a player out of position. Golden chance for Arnhem for PAULO NETO. Great save. Huge save from Donnarumma.
Game-winning save, might be, Brandon. You know, if PAULO NETO goes ahead and scores the 5-4, he might be looking at that opportunity that he needed to finish in order to bring the game back.
It just came from that misplaced tackle.
Big win.
That was so risky from PHZIN, and he can score from the back of this. He'll be even better. Ronaldinho! He's offside. He's offside. He won't count.
I mean, what a back and forth game. We did say that we were going to have a ton of goals. We are, what, 140 more or less in-game minutes? We have 8 goals.
That press on that left-hand side has been incredible from Hernandez. He's in his groove, PAULO NETO. He's just looking for the outcome. Referee, no, waves it away. Goes for a corner instead.
I feel like he did not need the reverse elastico there. However, you know, nerves are kicking in. Let's see how it comes in.
Bellingham, De Bruyne. Team of the year, De Bruyne goes for a corner again. All these different combinations from the corner. So hard to defend. Nothing fancy about that one. Finds his way out to Messi. Back to Bellingham, who will be dispossessed. Well recovered by Van Dijk. Keeps possession in the hands of PAULO NETO. Building. Possession. Turns hands again. Well played there, PHZIN. Really well done with Ronaldinho.
I think we're going to see a cue of the pass right now very soon. I mean, you can't make this up.
In the future, are you?
You can't make this up, Brandon, because PAULO NETO realizes that he needs to go maybe press at the possession loss. He is 2 goals down. He needs to put one back in the net prior to minute 80 in order to give him 10 more minutes.
How the game swings so much as well mentally. You can clearly tell PHZIN right now is feeling this pressure that he's under. In that moment, how do you get out of it? We're talking breaking the press here that's clearly coming at you, changing something tactically potentially, or just maybe trying to keep the ball a bit more, which I know is easier said than done when you've got players just pressing you all over the pitch.
100%. I mean, it's not just only in-game stuff. I think it's got to be also very mental, Brendan. I think it's got to, like, his coach got to be talking to him, telling him, hey, look, listen, we have 20 more in-game minutes. You need to stay composed. You cannot be giving him the ball in dangerous situations, because if he scores one more, if PAULO NETO scores one more, the constant press is going to come, and that's where players start to crumble very little.
We'll save the replays for now as we'll jump back to this game live. Speaking of substitutions, 6-foot-plus frame from Norway comes on. Erling Haaland, team of the year, to cause mischief. And maybe to even grab a goal or two on 9. Is he going to win the running race? No, he's not. Well recovered there by the French defender.
And you know, Brandon, I was actually talking to Nico, which is PHZIN's coach. He's a big fan of this team of the year, Erling Haaland.
What a ball this could be. Haaland's at the back post, waiting patiently. Erling Haaland deflected once, twice. Chance still alive for PHZIN as he tries his best to come up with the right combination there. End-to-end Brazilian FIFA esports on display here in Buenos Aires.
Could have played Hakimi there. This is what PHZIN needs to do.
The next goal determines the direction of where this game is going. PHZIN can get it. I think PAULO NETO might be out of steam.
20 more in-game minutes, Brandon. PAULO NETO needs one in the next, maybe, what, 10 minutes in order to try to make a proper comeback here.
Nicely done. It needs to go now. Ronaldinho to be a hero. Clever. Pele! This is not done yet.
We have a match in our hands, Brandon. I mean, 5-4. PAULO NETO can still come back and properly do this thing. What a composure there to go backwards for what? Pele, in order to be able to finish there. I mean,
I thought he panicked.
I thought he panicked with Ronaldinho. However, he turned the, what, 80% goal into the 100% goal, and that's something that separates, you know, the pro player from the casual player.
Well, we said they matched in the qualifiers of this tournament, the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. They played in a two-legged game, and it was 6-2 in the first leg to PHZIN. PAULO NETO won it 9-8 in the second leg. Surely there's not a bit of deja vu coming back.
I mean, wow. I mean, we did say that there was going to be a lot of goals, and over, 170 minutes of in-game FIFA, we have 9 goals, Brandon. The people at home must be happy watching this, but these two players have been giving it their all.
What a position we're in, by the way. 15 minutes from the end result. We know the momentum that PAULO NETO is going to be feeling right now. He's on top. The press is there. Offensively, everybody's going forwards. PHZIN, I have to say, he's just desperate. He needs a goal. He needs a goal just to get that breathing space back and just to crush any hope, confidence, belief of the comeback from PAULO NETO.
He needs a goal definitely in order to, bring that momentum down for PAULO NETO. There's a lot of mental game to be played here. I mean, it's not just FIFA in-game skill being played right now. There's a lot of composure needed to be done from both of these competitors.
Well, then let's have a look at these changes. They will be made if you have just tuned in.
We're
Do not go anywhere. Yeah. There is still...
He wants it, man. I'm pretty sure he wants it.
Scoreline to unfold here.
Nail-breaking game, Brandon. I mean, back and forth. PHZIN took that first leg by storm. PAULO NETO's doing it now. Does he have the one more opportunity in order to tie the game?
Well, he held his nerve in Copenhagen last year, where there was a crowd that was so difficult to play in the atmosphere, and he won the Nations Cup with his teammate Pauli. Can he hold his nerve here in the capital of Argentina?
What a run this is.
Keep an eye out for a German cross. PAULO NETO's signature move. Matched up very well there. Hakimi just came across. Look how many Atlanta United shirts are just pressing the ball. Like packs of wolves just hunting for the ball.
He's got to be very careful here, PHZIN, because if PAULO NETO wins the ball up the field here, he's only a couple X passes away from getting in front of the goal.
Look at the gaps. Has to defend so well. PHZIN scores, he's on his way to a grand final. Hakimi can't squeeze it through, does win a corner though. We know that PHZIN did score from a corner not that long ago. This time there's so many more gaps appearing, more minutes taken out of the game. PHZIN,
Virgil van Dijk,
chance, Yaya Toure! That might be the nail in the coffin, and enough to send this man to a third grand final in a row. Consistency like no other from a very special FIFA player.
I mean, Brandon, he had Virgil van Dijk right there, win the ball for him, and then now it's Yaya Toure. It's not the legs of Erling Haaland, it's not the legs of R9, it's the team of the year. No, wait, what? My apologies. Icon Yaya Toure putting it the ball in the back of the net.
6 minutes away, as I'll say again, from a third CONMEBOL eLibertadores final in a row. In a row!
This man is different,
Brandon. There's no auto-invites, it's qualification every single year, and this man keeps turning up with the same hunger year after year.
This comes to tell you the work that he has done in order to stay consistent over what? 3 FIFA titles, Brandon? FIFA 21, FIFA 22, FIFA 23, and doing it in the biggest stage of South America. He's staying very composed. He understands that he cannot give the ball to PAULO NETO, and I mean, he might get one more here.
He can seal the deal now. Pele all the time in the world. Great save, Courtois. But time is gone. The result is there. Bellingham times it reds. 2 goals needed. It's mathematically just not possible. PHZIN holds his nerve. He will be in this year's grand final and 1 game of FIFA away from a back-to-back CONMEBOL eLibertadores victory here in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Congratulations.
What a game we just saw, Brandon. And I mean, PHZIN does it again, going into another final. And I mean, GG's to both players, great competitors. And I mean, PAULO NETO would not be happy in regards to that first leg. But I mean, he competed all the way through, and PHZIN came back on top.
Wow, wow, wow. What a time to arrive if you have just joined us. Guess what? We've still got another semi-final. I don't know if I've got the energy in me to get through another one, perhaps. Another semi-final and then another grand final as well to find out this year's tournament winner.
I mean,
I said it would be one for the FIFA archives.
100%, and this game was nothing but thrill after thrill after thrill. I mean, we thought the PAULO NETO was going to be able to come back, and you're able to see the celebration between his coach that's actually flown all the way from Netherlands to Buenos Aires, Argentina, in order to support him here, and he's actually has a chance of getting the eternal glory once again.
Well, there was a top 4 finish for PAULO NETO back on FIFA 21. 2 years on, it is the same storyline, but I can assure you, we'll see these two match again at another point this year.
100%, and you also got to understand that, yeah, PAULO NETO might not be happy in regards to this. However, he punched his ticket to the playoffs play-ins already. He does not have to, worry as much in the qualifiers, worry as much as, maybe in the MLS, which I'm very happy about in regards to that. But let's see what he does in the play-ins now.
But he will be at the MLS, and he'll be hungrier than ever now.
He'll be hungrier than ever, and he actually has to compete for the MLS Cup to defend his title, which he actually won it last year.
Well then.
What a final that was.
Semi-final one done and dusted. I think we're going to pass it back to Richard Butley, Mike LaBelle. Gentlemen, what a game it was. We said if that was the final it would deliver, it was a semi-final, and it certainly did.
South America. 230 points is the difference between PHZIN and the rest of the competition, and he has just proven it with an exclamation mark here on the main stage in Buenos Aires.
And he's protecting that home soil, and he set the tone early on. And then when you have those moments of chance, which happens in competitive FIFA time and time again, it's a matter of what you do with them. And it's got to be said, PHZIN was so clinical in each one of those friendly bounces or one of those scrambles in the midfield. And it's a matter of how do you take those, registering who's open, why he's open, and then taking care of business when there were mistakes. PAULO NETO made a couple uncharacteristic mistakes, and even though he looked much better in the second half, as you see him getting off to that rough start, he wasn't able to forge a comeback. It was a little, too late, maybe too much of a deficit to try to make up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking over to my right-hand side right now where we are on the stage. You can see PAULO NETO walking away with Resende. Clearly, obviously upset, disappointed with the performance, but did it just come down to a couple of mistakes and capitalizing on mistakes as well?
He played a poor first leg, and I would be careful with what Pabs is requesting. He mentioned EMLS. I don't think I would want to run into PAULO NETO after that loss. And it's one of those losses, too, where PAULO NETO is going to watch that first leg back and say, I made these errors. I cost myself. This is a great extra pass. So this is what I'm talking about with some of these moments of chance. You get the 50-50. You isolate the player. You win that, but you make that extra pass across. You go from a maybe situation to anyone can tap it home. But that's that registration, that anticipation, that confidence and comfortability on stage that we're seeing from PHZIN. He owns this event.
Look, it was 4-0 up, and PAULO NETO made a game of it. I should say 4-0 down. PHZIN was 4-0 up. It got back to 5-4 in the end, and it was just 2-1. Too many goals, too many for PAULO NETO in the end. We can bring in Pablo right now. You're watching that game. I'm going to disagree with you. I think it motivates PAULO NETO in the end. I think you've got a rough time in front of you at the MLS. What did you make of the game?
I mean, guys, what a game it was, right? I mean, we thought that PAULO NETO was going to be able to come back, and PHZIN had other ideas. I mean, Richard, Mike, I don't know how you guys see it. I do think that Brandon just told me, and he kind of brought me back down to earth, where this kind of motivates PAULO NETO to win the whole MLS Cup once again.
No, I absolutely think so. Look, you've been watching PAULO for a long time. Were you surprised? I know we talked about this sort of at the halfway point, but now looking back on the further reflections of the game, were you surprised that he let the game get away from him? He was chasing.
If there's ever been one critique with PAULO NETO's game, and I'm sure that Pabs will agree with this, defensively sometimes it has holes. He goes forward and he commits so many bodies that if you catch him on counterattacks, or if you're able to have some of those moments of just phenomenal build-up play, in this case a couple of mistakes that PHZIN absolutely capitalized on, it put him under pressure that he's not used to, and it was just too big of a deficit, not versus a player of that caliber.
And final one, Pabs, before we let you get ready for the next semi-final alongside Brandon. Final one on that game we just saw there. Surely PHZIN now is the favourite to go on and lift this trophy. Would you agree so?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like ever since we were flying into Buenos Aires, Argentina, we thought that PHZIN was going to be the guy to be, that he was the favorite, that he was the reigning champ, and now he did have a big statement versus PAULO NETO. And I mean, whoever comes out of this next upcoming game between DMS and BAXADA has a big, big mountain to climb versus PHZIN.
Perhaps great work on the commentary booth. We'll catch up with you very shortly indeed. Have a little rest because you've got a huge semi-final ahead of you. Mike, we can have a look at the second leg games, and it was all PAULO NETO forcing the comeback and forcing the issue.
Well, forging the comeback, and there's always this game of balancing, how do I be more aggressive, but at the same time not overcommit? As you see the bracket, it's been updated here. We of course have PHZIN in the grand final, and I will say this, for DMS and BAXADA, if you win this game, whoever wins out of those two players, you don't have any waiting period. Right now, PHZIN has to sit tight. You're able to carry that momentum directly into the match. Your hands are still warm, and I think that plays as a competitive advantage.
I mean, for either of these two players as well, I don't say playing house money, but you win this game, you're then going up against PHZIN. You've got a playoff spot guaranteed. You've got $25,000 guaranteed. What's stopping you going on?
Of course,
there's not that versus Goliath almost.
And it's not that expectation. I mean, once you get there, you want to take it down. But if you're PHZIN, if you're PAULO NETO coming into this, there's a massive expectation. You're carrying something on your back, not only for your country or for the region, but just being one of the best players in the world, simply put. And you know that you have to live up to that hype, live up to that name that you've created, that brand that you're supplying. And even with PAULO NETO too, coming off the wins in EMLS, and then PHZIN coming off the previous eLibertadores, it said where you expect to get here. You expect to be in the final. So I agree with you on the house money when you're looking at both these competitors, and then just carrying it through and playing like you've been there before. You cannot pedestal the moment.
Well, let's look ahead because we have another semi-final to get our teeth into. DMS10 up against BAXADA. When we're looking at DSM10 and what he's done, he's had a very, very good CONMEBOL eLibertadores up to this point. He's 28th currently in the Global Series rankings. He's making a little bit of a statement, and I do think that there has to be the added sort of incentive for him that he's representing an entire country now behind him. Peru is on his shoulders.
Well, I would also say for both of these competitors, because they're in this point, this is the biggest moment of their professional careers. Because we should reiterate, it's not only the money, it's not only getting to the finals, but if you make the top two, you automatically get yourself into the playoffs. So that you know that you're competing later on throughout the season, you have something to train for, it's guaranteed, it's secured, handshake and hugs are given out.
Absolutely. On the other side of it, BAXADA, he will be looking for an all-Brazilian final. He will be saying, this has my name on it. TOMGAUNA Esports making a huge splash in South America. There's a lot of investment, there's a lot of opportunities with this esports organization that are coming forth, and I really do think that this could be the next powerhouse South American esports organization. When we look through where we've been in South America before, MGCF, SPQR, R10 for a long time. PHZIN was there with R10, and now I really do think that TOMGAUNA Esports are making that splash next. They could be the next go-to team for a South American up-and-coming FIFA player, or even an experienced head.
No, absolutely, and we say this time and time again because it's true. There's just so much talent that is undiscovered. If you're able to develop that, you're making a fantastic investment in terms of that process. And we talk about even in the European scene often. There's new faces, new names every single year, and a bunch of them. And it comes down to that leadership quality, who's above them, who's working with them, what kind of coaching, what organization. It plays a massive factor for not only accountability, but also progressing and working towards being able to handle these big moments with consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. When we think back about this tournament, I know we've spoken about it a couple of times, but we've got a slightly bit of extended time now where we can look back at the trajectory of the people who have won this exact tournament. The CONMEBOL eLibertadores, PHZIN, Mateus Banano, Resende. These are heroes, icons, legends, whatever superlative you want to throw out there to this scene. PHZIN's got an opportunity to go back-to-back if he is successful, which puts him, in my opinion, into another stratosphere, into that global FIFA esports player.
Well, I think you start to argue as well, is he the best Brazilian player of all time when you're dealing with the FIFA community, even though he's so young into his career. I'd love to hear counter arguments. I'm listening. We can start that narrative. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, he's still got work to do today in order to kind of have that claim, but I'm just saying, back-to-back with one of the biggest events that happens throughout the year, and there's only one winner.
And if you are at home, let us know who you think will be the champion. Let us know in the Twitch chat right now or on social media, twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA or any of EA's social media accounts. We want to know who you think will be the champion. If you are just joining us as well for the latter stages of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, we do have 2 other feeds available for you. If you are a Spanish or Portuguese speaker and watcher of FIFA esports, there is actually an interview right now with PHZIN, if you want to get involved with that, over on the Portuguese broadcast. On the Spanish broadcast, we've got some fantastic commentators and analysts going to keep you company if you want to listen to that specific language. Go into the command center and pick your stream. The breaking news, PHZIN is your first finalist for the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. It looks like there's a couple of technical issues on the stage right there. We're just trying to hash those out, and we will be joining the commentators back for this second semi-final. Buenos Aires, Argentina. We are live in location. Let's just have a turn around and we can look at this venue and the atmosphere that he's building. I believe Nicholas 99 FC is going to be in town later on tonight. If we can get him on this stage, I would love to. We've got a lot of time for Nico. It's an incredible sort of setting, Mike. It really is.
Well, I saw that he touched down. I was looking at his Instagram stories. I know that Nicholas is in and around. He's somewhere in Argentina, so you would think that he's going to make an appearance at some point, maybe before the final.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm sure he would have loved to lift that CONMEBOL eLibertadores trophy. Well, the second semi-final is right around the corner. If you want to learn a little bit more about these two, have a look at this.
Para Kevin De Bruyne dentro dell'area, está el empate, está, gol, 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 gol. Gol de Domenico Suárez, que empata inmediatamente la serie. 2-2 está el partido de unificaciones. ¡Vamos!
Clasificamos.
There a cutback available still. What a pace! No one is missing from there. And 909 definitely not,
La
right?
competencia hasta ahora fue muy escalofriante.
Hard man comes ahead. A simple
La
tap.
fortaleza es cuando estoy abajo en el marcador, tengo mucha paciencia. Una debilidad mía es que estoy comenzando la partida a perder.
No one!
Vamos, Peru!
Olha, Tuzi, que lançamento espetacular! Lindo, 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 lindo! O Baxada chegando agora, ele viu que jogada, ajeitou, bateu! Lindo, 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 lindo! Gol!
Agora eu estou classificado mesmo. A coisa mais difícil foi os primeiros minutos do presencial. Os meus pontos mais fortes é o ataque.
Clasificado!
Continues right now. The CONMEBOL eLibertadores second semi-final is right around the corner. You're joining Richard Buckley and Mike LaBelle live on location from Buenos Aires, Argentina. That is what they are fighting for. The CONMEBOL eLibertadores trophy, $35,000, and the mantle of being the best player in South America and all the eternal glory that comes with that.
And you mentioned before the break, where we're talking about house money or whatnot. I don't think that's the case anymore, that they got to the semi. Because everything doubles, from the finances to the qualification, to even what they mean internally with the clubs that they're currently at, and then future negotiations. We don't know where this is going to carry on, where this is going to take you heading into next season, or propelling even this year.
Well, you can just see there in the back of the shot, behind that beautiful trophy, that the players are going into game, which means one thing: it's about time that we look at the squads that will be used in our second semi-final. Well, here they are. You can see them on the screen right now. BAXADA on the right-hand side of the screen and DMS on the left. Relatively similar. Messi comes in alongside Jude and Kevin De Bruyne. Not too much, you would say, Mike, in terms of out the box.
No, your big takeaways here is going to be more in the midfield. You got the Yaya or Kevin De Bruyne preference. Sometimes that deals with, are you going to use the midfielders more to go forward? We've seen those runs being triggered. They're scoring a lot more goals than any previous FIFA with those center mids, especially with those whipped in crosses.
Well, you can see the second semi-final is just about ready to go. DMS10 up against BAXADA. It's my great privilege to hand you over to our commentators for this matchup. Brandon Smith and Pablo Georgakopoulos.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, here we go. Semi-final number 2 here, live from Buenos Aires in Argentina. We can only hope it lives up to what we just saw there. What a game it was between PHZIN and PAULO NETO. One for the FIFA archives, but this one, two players that maybe many would have argued coming into that they might have expected the run that they've had, but with South America offering new talent year after year, there always has to be a new story or a new set of players coming through. DMS10 of Peru really could go the full way for his country, or are we going to see an all-Brazilian grand final with BAXADA?
Yeah, I mean, 100%, Brandon. If you guys are just tuning in to us at home, make sure to strap up because the first semifinal had a lot to talk about, and I'm pretty sure that this one as well. Both of these players, you know, BAXADA actually came out of PHZIN's group, so if he wins this game, we could see a cheeky little rematch between BAXADA and PHZIN.
DMS10 has had quite the journey through the group stages. Yesterday, he won his opening game, then lost to TOMGAUNA, and then went to elimination FIFA yesterday against Eze Correa, beat him, and guess what happens in FIFA sometimes? Incredible rematches too, and there was one of those earlier today in the quarterfinals for DMS10, who did get his ultimate revenge in a match that was worth $12,500. It's been his biggest ever payday in FIFA esports. The player of Inter de Lima has had quite the run in the knockout stage of the bracket. On the opposite side for BAXADA, he might be 49th in the Global Series rankings, but that doesn't matter with the run that he has had. The oldest player in this tournament, 24 years of age, yeah, that is old in FIFA, we say, has made it through this one.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, Brandon, and we're seeing that Domenico, you know, going from left to right in the blue, BAXADA going from right to left in the red and black. And I mean, I had the chance to speak to Domenico today, actually, and he told me that he's like, I have to take it game by game. We cannot be thinking of the semi-final. Oh,
there'll be an early chance. De Bruyne times it green. It's first bloods to DMS10. De Bruyne doesn't always go on those little mazy runs and backs himself in those areas. On that occasion, he did, and it was very worthwhile.
I mean, with the step overs that we see time after time, tournament, I mean, it's phenomenal from De Bruyne, it's phenomenal from Domenico, and to finish it off, he times the green second post. I mean, Courtois is not able to do a single thing in regards to that. The perfect start for Domenico.
You're at home as well. We are working on getting some sound from the game as well to match up with this one here in our semi-final. Perfect start for DMS10.
And I mean, Brandon, time after time throughout the whole tournament, we've seen it non-stop. And I mean, we keep on being very, you know, shocked in regards to this. BAXADA has Ronaldinho at left wing back on a 5-2-1-2. I mean, is it gonna work for him? I mean, it's been working for him definitely because he's gotten himself to the top 4. But is it going to work in this game?
And what does it offer you, that formation? Because clearly, I think for any FIFA fan, of course, it sits back into that 5-back line if you need it. But also on the opposite side, you can sort of go into a 3-5-2 at times, can't you? You suddenly have these wing backs that are bombing on with a potential back post cross. It can cause all sorts of problems. Here's Mbappe, finds the ball to Lucio. I don't know why it's that far forward up the pitch. He nearly became the provider of the all-important pass to Pele. Corner played short.
big win by Ronaldinho in order to be in the counter-attack now for DMS. I mean, you got to understand that DMS has always been on the back foot of every single one of his games, except in the quarterfinal versus AGARDASH, which is a phenomenal player, and he had a great tournament, actually sending PAULO NETO into the losers yesterday. But DMS10 has been on the back foot every single one of his games, except into the AGARDASH game.
Nearly 30 minutes on the clock here. Remember, winner of this plays PHZIN in this year's Grand Final. Nice reverse elastico. It was clever there to try and get past the AC Milan defender. Also have to remember, perhaps, that if BAXADA was to get through, it could be a rematch from Group A.
100%, Brandon, and I mean, that was a very, very thrilling game between BAXADA and PHZIN. However, PHZIN definitely came out on top, and you know, he's definitely looking at this game and he's studying both of his opponents. However, he has known what BAXADA is all about. He does not know what Domenica could bring to the table. Let's see how this game develops in order for PHZIN to see what his opponent is going to be.
And we had a chance to speak to Domenico yesterday, didn't we, on the hosting area about just what it meant to be from Peru, to be involved in this tournament, to get to the final 8 like he did. And there is a huge amount of national pride on that as well. He represents Peru, and he has done over the last couple of years in the FIFA Nations Cup. Here's a chance for BAXADA. Great save. Courtois goes up for a corner. But there's that plays a part in this as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, 100%. He comes from Inter de Lima. He did say to us that, hey, look, man, Peru FIFA community has been helping me a lot. I've been seeing the messages. He wants to tell them that, you know, they do not go unforeseen 100%. And I mean, we did ask him what would it mean for him to win the tournament, and I'm pretty sure he did not have an answer for us. But he's one step away from, you know, going into the final and actually taking the Eternal Glory back to Peru.
Oh, absolutely, could be on his way to a second goal as well if he can just about bundle his way through Messi there. Looking at that front three, it's Pele that doesn't get the nod for DMS10. Other than that, pretty stat going forward as expected. Look at the amount of space in the midfield. Bellingham finds Pele. The chip over the top into R9, hands on it for Courtois. Very different semi-finals to what we just saw.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you got to understand that I'm pretty sure that DMS Domenico actually chose Team of the Year Messi because, I mean, if you were able to see in the last quarterfinal game against AGARDASH, Team of the Year Messi had what? A brace? Hat-trick maybe over the 2 legs? So he's a big fan of the Argentinian, and I mean, he's here in Buenos Aires, Argentina. He's telling him, hey, man, I know I'm Peruvian, but I'm trying to make you feel at home.
If you look at his role as well in that team, just keep an eye on Messi in the blue shirt of DMS10. You've got Mbappe that's pushed out onto this right-hand side. What does having Messi in that position allow you to do? More of a central role?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of brings you to, you know, he's able to spray those balls into the wing, and he's also able to spray those finesses into the second post. I mean, we saw him score a goal yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, was it against TOMGAUNA, actually? That he was able to score a finesse with Messi. You know, it took a little bit of a deflection. However, it does give you that on his left foot.
I believe we are going to get the game sound issue fixed for you right now. The admins are in there, just getting it sorted. Before we jump back into the second half of play here. The crowd slowly filling up here in Buenos Aires. And you see the trophy on display. Someone will be lifting in just a few hours' time. The 2023 CONMEBOL eLibertadores winner. Just a quick word on that PHZIN storyline again there, Pabs. 3 years in a row he's made a grand final. You do not find consistency like that in any FIFA players, really.
I mean, definitely.
It's the same level of making, you know, we're just talking about just partnered leagues, loads of FGS partnered leagues, whether it's the E-Premier League to the E-Divisa, even E-Champions League, to get to a grand final again. He's just so
consistent, man.
So consistent as something that, yeah, you just can't look at. 1,300 plus players got it. I keep saying it because it's ridiculous.
At the fact that he's here time after time after time.
And it's getting bigger and bigger, this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it is the biggest tournament in South America. It is the biggest of the stage. And, you know, he gets to the final every single year. And, I mean, let's see what he could do in the final now.
I think I've heard game sound.
Do you hear it?
And it's got me excited.
I am hearing the PS audio right now.
Hopefully there will be some game sound for the second half of the first leg in this semi-final. So far, So good. This is the only goal we've seen so far in this game. It came from Kevin De Bruyne, believe it or not. Wasn't Pele, wasn't Mbappe, wasn't Messi or R9. It was the Team of the Year midfielder of Manchester City.
Beautiful step overs, and I mean, he goes ahead and, you know, leaves Ferland Mendy in the dust. Green times the second post. What a beautiful finish for Domenico.
There
we have game
is.
sounds.
Now we're in the game.
Now we are in the game. And Ronaldinho is still at that left wing back position, Brandon.
Bit of a different view of the pitch as well. I mean, it seems like a little bit more zoomed out.
It looks like it's a little bit more zoomed out, but I also think it's also because we finally have game sound. And I mean, BAXADA definitely wants to get back on the scoreboard.
Well then. First time they've matched in the tournament.
Beautiful driven
respectively
pass.
from different groups.
What can Messi bring? What can Inter de Lima Domenico bring from the Tinringaran here?
Can we see here? Played short, Messi. That wand of a left foot could become a provider of a cross maybe. He doesn't need to instead. Tries to work his way into the box.
Brandon, I mean, I do have a question for you. What would it mean for the Peruvian FIFA community if Domenico takes Eternal Glory back home?
I mean, it'd be the first ever player to win this tournament from Peru. And it goes to show as well that today we had 4 different nationalities, 4 different players representing Peru, Chile, Brazil and Argentina. Sometimes this naturally can feel a little bit Brazil dominated or Argentinian, but I think this year it's been a bit of an eye-opener, perhaps, of what else is out there in South America in terms of the quality as well. These aren't players that are just turning up for a weekend in Argentina. They've been battling it through the top 8, and we have to keep an eye on. He might have been knocked out of the tournament, but players like AGARDASH, keep an eye for him this year in the Global Series.
100%. I mean, that type of player definitely, you know, it takes time for him to come around. And, you know, he had a great showing last year, making it all the way through the playoffs by winning the Chilean League. And then now, I mean, he's got a top 8 finish today. He should be very proud of himself. I know that he wanted to go ahead and win the whole tournament because he felt, and he actually told me earlier today, you know, Brandon, a funny story is, I was actually in the Players' Lounge running a friendly against them right before the top 8 qualifiers.
Yeah, I wondered where you were when we were trying to practice a bit of comms before we went live. How did the game go?
The game actually ended up 3-2 AGARDASH. We see BAXADA on a 5-2-1-2. I mean, I feel like this is the formation of the tournament, Brandon. I mean, these players, if I'm not mistaken, PHZIN was actually playing that formation earlier today.
It's not always a formation that players necessarily want to start in.
Maybe this is the one that he feels comfortable with and he's able to, you know, be able to get on the score. I mean, he's definitely been working for him.
BAXADA.
Beautiful McGiddy cancel there.
Moving so fast in the box. It's liquid football from the Brazilian.
Wow. Tiki-taka all the way through, Brandon.
And such pace as well. It's the player of Tuzzy Esports who ties the game up. We'll see on the replay again. Liquid football. Mbappe with so much time, didn't need it. Took it first time and a really well taken finish.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. That all came out from, you know, R9 doing that cheeky McGiddy cancel in order to, you know, draw out DMS defense. He sprayed that ball into Yaya Toure, played the first time to Mbappe, finished the second post. We're all tied up, 68 minutes into the game. You know, still have 20 minutes of in-game FIFA in our first leg.
Well, he went toe-to-toe with Sebastian Leone in the quarter-finals. It went to penalties in the end where he was able to hold his nerve to guarantee himself a spot in the top 4.
know, Brandon, we had 2 Peruvians, and you know, in the tournament, which was Magic and Domenico, and you know, they were the country that, you know, it was what, they only had 2 competitors. Argentina obviously had 5, Brazil had 8, which, I mean, you now have them in the top 4. This is a phenomenal player that actually came out of our top 16.
And it wouldn't surprise me if he comes into the next FGS. A point to prove. BAXADA. He's already in the play-ins. He might be in the playoffs. Player lock. Oh, Mbappe. DMS10, what's he done there?
I mean, you know, been 80 minutes in, you think that the nerves have actually gone away already. However, he did a cheeky player lock that and he passed the ball outside of bounds. I mean, if you're his coach right now, you got to tell him, hey, stay composed. It's 1-1. You still have a lot of FIFA to be played. Let's not rush things, because if you start rushing things, you're going to give the ball away. Let's see what he has to do in regards to his last 10 minutes.
Is it time for a certain someone, maybe an Erling Haaland, as we've seen from past times, to come on and to try and prove his point? Here it is, that trophy in all its glory.
I'm pretty sure that every single one of these players want their names written in that beautiful trophy, the eternal glory, la gloria eterna, how it would say for us in Spanish. And I mean, what a beautiful day of football that we've had here in the virtual pitch. I don't know why right now it's the left wing back. These players love their attacking football.
Ferland Mendy gets a shout with his team as well for BAXADA. Might be the only person that's used the Real Madrid left back. If all, why would he have chosen him over Tio Hernandez?
I mean, I feel like it would be more of a chemistry type of thing. I don't know if he thinks that Ferland Mendy is actually better, maybe because of the 5-star week that he's able to provide. However, I think it's more of a chemistry type of purpose where Eder Militao can be on full chemistry with Courtois as well. Domenico feeling very comfortable on the ball now, Brandon. He knows.
Could be a chance. Oh, 9! DMS10!
Take a bow! How you will say. What a finish that was by R9. I mean, I did say that Domenico's being very, very comfortable, but BAXADA was just, you know, team pressing with the R1 button, you know, sending that second man press. He never actually, you know, got close to the ball. And Domenico just did the extra pass from Pele, simple X into R9. And I mean, just like you said, Erling Haaland has been introduced into the virtual pitch.
Added time of 1 minute. DMS10 looking to leave this first leg. And there we have it. Halfway point. But by any means, Pabs, this is not going to be the end of this game. It's still a full second leg to be played. But it is the Peruvian that has the smallest advantages at the break. A clutch moment. Certainly, as we know, Pabs, you know more than me, 1 goal in FIFA is not safe.
It's not safe at all, and I mean, Domenico definitely wants that second goal cushion. However, I mean, BAXADA did provide a little bit of intensity into this game. He maybe has to come out and get the game now. Domenico is able to stay composed. You know, I mean, we're able to properly see what Domenico's all about inside the box.
Well, there we have it. Semi-final 2, leg 1 is conclude. I think we're going to pass it back over to Richard Buckley and Mike LaBelle to give us their thoughts on the action so far.
Thank you so much, Brandon. It's a lot tighter than the first semi-final that we've got here in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Mike, we're just going to have a quick look at some of the best moments. We were very impressed again with the level on display from the South American competitors.
I can't praise it enough. In terms of the intricate passing, the details, the extracurricular, Time Green here, that was the most baseline goal of the in the leg 1, at least in the competition thus far. But wait for these next 2. When you talk about the particulars and these different forms of ingenuity, you need it. Everyone touches the ball to create here as well. You've got R9, Dino, you got that penetrating pass, that extra look, Mbappe. What a team going. If we had that, rewind it, a few more steps, I think every single player on the pitch starts from the back. It gets an opportunity to make something happen there. And then, of course, to put DMS ahead, you got Hakimi working, moving, find some space. Pele, again, extra pass, beautiful R9. It's not time green, but it does what needs to be done.
Yeah, those were the best moments of that first leg of action right there. DMS10 takes the lead against BAXADA.
We're going to rerun them. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. Again, here you go with that penetrating pass. It's that extra pass. You don't have that in your locker. I just can't stress that enough.
And are you surprised by the level, not necessarily the mechanical skill, I think we expected that, but the composure that the players are showing?
The handling of the moments, and also defensively, this is 2-1, but these guys had to really earn these goals. If you talk about some of the micromanaging, the player movement, the alignment, it was there. The anticipation, the preparation, the coaching, the back and forth, the emotion, the crowd work as well. Everything was managed properly. This is not a situation where either player is falling apart. There's not big holes. There's not big gaps. None of that exists.
And this is the bracket playoffs as we are breaking it down right now. PHZIN took on Ezi Otto. He beat him 5-1. Paulo Neto saw off TOMGAUNA 5-1. We're into the semi-finals. PHZIN eliminating Paulo Neto 6-4. On the other side of the bracket, AGARDASH from Chile wasn't able to do enough against the Peruvian DMS10, and BAXADA saw off Sebe Leone from Argentina with a very, very good result. This is our final semi-final before we get underway in the grand final for Eternal Glory. Do we have Brandon and Pabs available? I believe we've got a bit of a conversation if we are available to have a chat, because guys, it's getting a little bit feisty all of a sudden. We've got an opportunity for PHZIN in the final. Brandon, I'll come to you first. Do you think it's going to be an all-Brazil final?
Oh, I mean, I'm going to say no. I want a storyline, Rich. It'll be the furthest a Peruvian player has ever got in this tournament. Also, you got to remember how stacked South America is. We said at the top of the show yesterday, some of the names that aren't here, and the fact that DMS10 or BAXADA could have a playoff spot in the bag. That money can't buy a ticket for the tournament a little bit later on in the summer.
And I mean, Mike, when we look towards, are you even thinking about PHZIN right now, or is it just his second leg? Because I know all the players say one game at a time, one game at a time, one game at a time. Do you actually think that, or do you sometimes you're thinking ahead of what could be?
I mean, I've always told myself that when I was competing, when I'm going through these tournaments, especially when you have multiple rounds, or if you were in a lower bracket or some sort of circumstance where you kind of have to re-up and reinvent yourself a little bit. But these players especially have to be thinking right here, right now. And then when you get to the final, you can start believing this might be my year. This is my time to cause an upset, because we know where the pressure's going to be.
Pabs, whose time is it? Is it DMS10 or is it BAXADA? Where do you think this game's going to go?
As honest as I can be, Richard, I'm a big fan of Domenico, so I think DMS10 is going to take this second game by storm, and we're going to see him in the final. And I'm okay with the Cinderella story, Brandon, just because of the fact that we'll have a first Peruvian champion, if that will be the case. Let's see how it happens.
I'm just looking over my shoulder here in the arena. We've got the ability to see what is happening right now. To me, Mike, it looks as though the codes are being sent and the game is right around the corner. PHZIN is waiting. How do you think he's feeling right now? Just sitting back. Is he watching this game? Will Nick Dahama be watching this game, trying to get some intel? Are you playing warm-ups? What do you think?
Well, knowing the fact that he's got Nick there as well, who flew in for this, it's his main coach, they're going to be sitting here doing research. Maybe put Nick on duty and say, I need a breather. Like I told you earlier, I would prefer to go back-to-back. I don't know that's an advantage, especially coming after a big result. You just beat Paulo Neto, you eliminate him from the competition. You say, I want to play the final right here, right now. I don't know if this waiting period of a half hour, 45 minutes while you wait for these games is an advantage or a disadvantage. I just like it when my hands are on the sticks. I want to keep that going. I want to keep that flowing.
And you can see that question right there below us. Who will be the champion? 3 players remain. BAXADA, PHZIN, and DMS10. There can only be one. Brandon, I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm not going to ask you who you think the CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion will be. I'm going to ask you, where do you think the Twitch chat are going right now. Who do you think's the fan favourite?
PHZIN, it's got to be Rich. I mean, I think one thing we haven't spoken enough about, we'll talk about more in the preview of the final. 3 finals in a row in 3 years. Like, how that consistency is just like, I don't think we'll ever see it again.
No, I mean, that consistency, it's something that you don't typically associate with FIFA esports. I think that's a fair assessment as well. You have players who can span over 5-6 years of making events, but actually getting to the finals of events, that's a rare feat, Mike.
And that's why we credit so much players like MS Desari or Fnatic Tex or the likes of Nicholas, of course, coming from Argentina, where we constantly see them reaching finals year in and year out. And we know the difficulty because the margins are so small and you're always looking for any sort of angle to give yourself a small competitive advantage.
Pabs, we've been so impressed by the level of FIFA that we've seen here today. As a professional FIFA player yourself from North America, what is some of the biggest differences that you've seen in the gameplay from maybe North America to South America?
I mean, Richard, something that's actually been very surprising is the offensive style of gameplay. We're seeing a lot of patterns that we don't see in North America that we're seeing here in South America. We're seeing a lot of the, those Theo Hernandez runs, those Hakimi runs, those outside back runs that we do not see in NA.
Well, DMS10 FC and BAXADA are ready to go. The second leg of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores semi-final. A date with PHZIN awaits. Brandon and Pablo, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, second leg to come up now between DMS10 and BAXADA. The winner of this will play PHZIN in this year's grand final of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
Another 90 minutes of in-game FIFA in the virtual pitch. Let's see what this is all about. I mean, we're able to see that BAXADA jumps into that, his usual 5 at the back with Ronaldinho at left wing back. Let's see if he could bring him some success into Domenico DMS10.
BAXADA used the term liquid football with the goal that he scored earlier in that first leg. It was a perfect 10 for DMS10. By any means, it won't be the end result of this game. But just having that little advantage, Pabs, just to come into the second leg, gives you all the confidence.
Yeah, no, I mean, 100%. It gives you the confidence. However, you got to understand that in FIFA, a 1-goal lead, it's basically if you're like in a tied-up game.
What a switch that was, by the way. Found Theo Hernandez. There wasn't a one more pass. Oh, 9. Is there a cutback available? No way through.
Brandon, Domenico has to stay very, very composed here because BAXADA is building up very slowly. He knows that he needs to get back on the board. And I mean, as they say this, sprays it down the middle with an R1X from R9, from R10.
Just don't want to team with here Mbappe. He will clearly win the running race. Ronaldinho's out of position completely. So player lock available for DMS10. That happens a few times. I've seen it across the last 2 days. Just that extra touch too many. Is it the pro? When the player lock comes into play, you're more worried about looking for the extra pass than what your player's doing.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, I believe it's something that Domenico, he probably at home, he definitely masters it very well. But here at LAN, it's where you actually have to show it. That's where we're able to see a couple of his mistakes in regards to this player lock. Ronaldinho outside, at left wing back. He still surprised me. And it's what? We're like, how many? 30 games in to FIFA, and it still surprised me at the fact that Ronaldinho is still at the left wing back for BAXADA.
Ronaldinho back to Pele. He's timed it red. But for a split second, I thought that steal was going to trickle in.
Very lucky for DMS10 in order to not concede there. Very lucky at the fact that BAXADA red timed it.
Hakimi back to Ronaldinho. One more pass into Pele R9. Reverse elastico. It was nice. The exit set up perfectly.
He's bringing the Brazilian flair, Brandon. He's finally letting himself go. Whenever he let himself go yesterday versus Vega, I believe it was. That's where he was able to put it in.
Head of a towel, fancied a shot a goal.
Messi in that, you know, center attacking mid position right there, Brandon. That's why they provide spraying those balls down the field.
Just Rom. Dino doesn't need it in the end. Clear to see another 5 back in use here. Is this going to be the trend now?
I believe that I believe that he has definitely gone ahead. Let's see what he does here.
Oh, Mbappe, good fee! Oh, 9! The rest is history!
What a finish, what a beautiful barrel scoop in order to be able to put that into the middle, finish the second post. You can see the motions getting the towel out. It is a sweaty match. And I mean, these two players are going toe-to-toe, head-to-head in order to be able to go to the final in order for the look of the eternal glory. All tied up, Brandon. I mean, what a finish that was. We see the cue of the pass.
Well then. Changes to be made.
You know, Brandon, we're seeing a pass, what, 28, 30 minutes into the game? Something that you don't see often. Do you were questioning that 5 back? Do you think they're hearing us in regards to that? You think BAXADA's saying, hey man, Brandon and Pabs, you guys are talking in regards to my 5 back. I just scored on it. Am I gonna keep it? I'm gonna change.
Or match him up.
Or match him up. I mean, you can see DMS10, the 4-2-3-1. It's not working properly against them. Let's see what it does. I believe that BAXADA is now on the front foot here, Brandon, and I mean, DMS10 has to be very careful to not concede another goal in this first leg, because in the first half, my apologies, just because it could kill his momentum.
DMS10, Mbappe just going on his own. It's a cutback. Messi fake shots, nice. Well played. Hernandez there had to just make the block.
He's done it really well there. We're probably going to see that switch of play right now. Yes, and he does it. I mean, he loves Ronaldinho down the left side because he's able to isolate Ronaldinho with Hakimi, and then he's able to call, you know, players with the R1 button in order for them to come, clicking the O1 as well for them to make runs, and he's able to see Pele right there. DMS got to be very careful here, Brandon. He cannot concede now if he does not want to keep on being on the back foot here in the first half. BAXADA loves this left side, Brandon. He loves it.
Great feet again. Lacroqueta or 2 in there. Perfect combination.
I believe DMS wants the last one of the half, which is I believe it's the correct play here. He cannot give the ball away, because if he gives BAXADA another chance, he might look at himself in the back of the scoreboard. See the cue of the pass. I believe we're going to see it at the halftime. I don't think it's going to be used.
Bellingham. De Bruyne might be able to turn.
I'll do it.
Pause comes in then. I mean, half-time was on the horizon anyway. Why has he needed to cue the pause?
I mean, honestly, I believe it was kind of like a nervous pause. I didn't know if he actually needed it. He knew that the halftime was going to come. Now, he does have the halftime, the 80 seconds in-game in the esports competitive setting to take his time in order to make the changes.
Well, then half-time. 45 minutes away to find out who will be booking a date in the grand finals alongside PHZIN in this year's final of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. $35,000 someone will be richer, and they'll be lifting that trophy, which only technically one person has been able to do, because we had a year when we were online. FIFA 21 was an online year. It was only last year when PHZIN lifted the trophy in Paraguay.
La Asunción. And now we're here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, to see who could actually do it.
Well, this is the only goal of the game so far that has gone in. It went on the 30th minute. So far, that is all that has happened. The scoreline, all square.
You can see DMS coach telling him to calm down a little bit. I believe that we're back on track. Can the Peruvian prevail in this second semi-final? That's a beautiful ball.
Could be through. DMS10 went for the chip.
Inconsistency. And that is the key word that we're seeing behind the chips, Brandon. Inconsistency. Should have done better there. Could have probably gone for a low-driven shot, which is just a small love tap on your shooting button. If you're shooting on classic, you're shooting with circle. If you're shooting on alternate, in the PS5 button, you're clicking square. Haven't seen a lot of Germans today, actually.
Maybe it's just not been an option, perhaps.
Good read. Great defending by Lucio, by DMS.
See with here Mbappe. One-on-one with Teo Hernandez. His fellow French teammate. Where's that cutback available? Is it there? One more pass. Might be R9. Can't find a way pass. Well got for the hero Lucio. It's hard to work out who has been the clutch defender this weekend. Virgil van Dijk's been superb. Lucio, Eder Militao.
All these foot items, Brandon, have the best stats in regards to the defending portion. You know, these foot items are just phenomenal, and these players understand that.
This could be a chance. BAXADA, what can you do here, my friend? Elastico is nice. Timed it red, or didn't look nice regardless.
BAXADA loves that L1 stop into an Elastico reverse, Elastico, however you want to name it, in order to be able to do it.
Reversal has to go again. Pele. Mbappe can't turn. The shot was always going to be questionable.
Time to green though.
Just needed an extra skill move though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Some sort of animation just to move left or right off the defender.
100%. Now we're seeing the player lock from Domenico. He's done it well there in order to, you know, fake him out, but the beautiful offside trap directly from BAXADA leaves KGB offside and gets possession of the ball. Now we're seeing him attack more down the right side. I believe that, you know, he's going to bring it back all the way in order to be able to properly attack Domenico down the other side.
Final 15 minutes. We're on the verge of maybe going to extra time here. Playoffs on the line. Grand final. DMS10 back to De Bruyne. Kimi. Where is the chance going to open up? One more pass. Does it need it? Went on his own. Was there a one more pass available? I think it was Kevin De Bruyne that made the run.
There could have been one more extra pass. However, Domenico decided to shoot first post with R9. Maybe, you know, a low driven could have worked. Who knows? However, Courtois prevailed in the goal, and this game is still all tied up. 78 in-game minutes of leg 2. let's see what, there could be a couple changes here, Brandon. We're seeing Domenico in a 4-2-3-1, and we're seeing BAXADA on a 5-2-1-2, still with Ronaldinho on the left wing back. I believe that he's going to introduce Said Al-Owairan at that left wing back position. Maybe he could see a little bit more depth in regards to that side.
It's like we've got the dramatic music as well, just building us up. That
was phenomenal.
The last 11 minutes.
As mentioned, Al-Said introduced.
Player lock teased. De Bruyne doesn't need it.
Haaland second post. That's a mismatch
So
right there.
many
Hakimi.
light blue shirts in the box. Patience paid out well and dividends for BAXADA.
He has numbers. Big win.
Bellingham. Who's that charging forward? It's Erling Haaland. That time. He might be fresh on the pitch. Hakimi's still got more in the tank.
Hakimi's so rapid, and this team of the year for Item. Brandon, ever since he was introduced, he became the best right back in the game. And I mean, I believe that he's been, 100% in regards to every single player in the tournament using him? Beautiful Magidi cancel there. Minute 88. This could be the last one, for real. This could be the last one from Domenico. He understands that if he gives BAXADA the ball, he could see himself out of the tournament. Domenico in that traditional 4-2-3-1, that's something that we used to see in previous FIFAs. That German, KDB.
Where's this last chance going to end up? DMS10, R9, he went for
Big
the cancel.
tackle.
What a tackle it was. That could have been so wrong.
Big tackle by the Militao there for BAXADA.
Extra time will be needed. To work out who is going to be in the grand final against PHZIN of this year's CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Last couple of words on board. What will happen in this last 30 minutes? PHZIN. The storyline there is still remarkable. 3 grand finals in a row. The Matrovic's online in Paraguay are in the heart of Argentina. This man simply loves this tournament. Here we go then. "30 minutes. To find out who's getting the playoff spot. BAXADA looking to create the first chance of the game. Does well to recycle this all the way out to the fresh legs of that World Cup for hero. Corner. Extra time.
Big win by Hakimi there,
$25,000 extra time.
100%, Brandon. And I mean, it's not only the $25,000 on the line, it's also that playoff spot.
Watch that back post. Erling Haaland is moving.
Thriving down the field.
Is there an option to get it back inside to him? R9 was there instead.
He's rushing. Domenico's rushing. He understands. He needs to understand that, he's going to be BAXADA if he stays composed, not if he's rushing. Fresh legs from Al-Owairan. How's Virgil van Dijk turning like that? I mean,
it is his team of the year. I mean, it's pretty special.
It is pretty special. 101 in-game minutes, Brandon, and we're all tied up. Will this be going to penalties? He wants the last one of this, this last extra time, first half. He knows that he cannot give him the ball very easily. The offside traps are kicking in directly. Lucio's going forward.
One more pass, Pele, DMS10, oh 9, no, somehow! It was sort of saved, and then Virgil van Dijk was there just to get it clear. What a chance.
That could have been. That could have punched the tickets to the playoffs for Domenico.
Somehow, the ball just about stayed out. 15 minutes away from a penalty shootout.
Yeah, and I mean, Brandon, both of these players, I mean, I don't know if they've been in their FIFA career something higher than this where they're at right now at a LAN event. However, both of these players are definitely showing what they're made of, and they're trying to stay composed, they're trying to win the game, they're trying to go forward. Let's see what these last 15 minutes of in-game minutes will give us. Domenico's still in that 4-2-3-1. He's found success.
One moment of magic or a mistake could win or cost you the biggest final of your lifetime. BAXADA, referee, that's got to be a red card. Or was he not the last man? He looked like he was.
I believe he was the red man, the last man, sorry. Yep.
Virgil van Dijk off. DMS10 down to 10 players for 11 in-game minutes.
He's definitely on the back foot now, Brandon. They definitely, him and his coach, got to put something together here in order to be able to, stay composed. I mean, and probably the best chance that they have here is for them to go to penalties, Brandon. I mean, if you're DMS10, if you're Domenico and his coach, are you putting a 5-back and a 5-4-1 as a striker, take out that red card, put in a center back in order to defend on a 5-4-1. And not even 5-4-1, in a 5-4.
Where do you sacrifice on the pitch?
Striker. 100%.
Who goes?
I mean, I believe R9, his stamina, it's not the best. So right now, 109 minutes in,
but
maybe
it's
111 minutes. It is R9. However, you have the legs of Mbappe. You have the legs of what? Alouaran, if I'm not mistaken, inside the pitch. So you sacrifice R9, you take out the striker, you put another center back. Maybe he has who? Who does he have maybe in the bench? Let's see who he was able to bring on.
Well, Haaland is already on the pitch on one side. Change is made. Let's try and see how that. We've got a free kick here for BAXADA. What are we going to see from this? A direct shot. I mean, Messi's over it. Is he going to be the magician? Messi steps up, takes a wicked deflection. BAXADA just about keeps it in. Messi, Travella, that's blocked. See me there, Mbappe for plan B.
10 minutes, Brandon. And DMS10 playing with the red card. If you guys are just tuning us in, this is the second semi-final of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. PHZIN waiting for this game to end in order to see who he plays. Luka Modric was just introduced into the game. Pairs up with Bellingham in the middle now.
Final 6 minutes before it's penalties, the lottery.
Brandon, he did sacrifice R9. Just letting you small FYI there.
He did go. I'll take your word on it. I mean, Haaland is there. He's your outlet now. BAXADA looks to have this final chance.
Theo, Lucio, Militao, Hakimi. I mean, Pele, Jude Bellingham, Luka Modric, Team of the Year, Mbappe, and Haaland. That's how he lines up.
De Bruyne.
Big win.
Can't find Messi. Mbappe, the ball just doesn't fall kindly. Is DMS10 going to let the last chance? Virgil van Dijk, heroic tackle. Keeps the chance alive for the Brazilian. Mbappe, quick feet. Gets bundled to the ground. Is that it? Is there enough time to get the ball forward again? No, BAXADA gets another chance. This will be the last one. 1
Very
minute
bad for DMS, Brandon.
of additional time. In comes the cross. Back inside.
Oh my God, what a save by Courtois. What a save.
Still not dealt with though. Corner. So coming now, played short. Back to Mbappe, great feet. Is there a comeback available? BAXADA, Lionel Messi!
And he's done it! And he's done it!
It's the magician from Argentina at the death. A goal worth $25,000. A goal worth the Global Series playoff spot and a date in the grand final against PHZIN.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, pure emotions right there on the main stage. 180 minutes plus 30, what? 210 minutes of in-game in order for these two to be sorted out on the last kick of the game by Messi. Green time. I mean, BAXADA showed the Brazilian player there. L1 Elástico cooked with Mbappe, left Messi, and he just green timed it in the back of the net. Courtois could have done better, Brandon.
Well, the angle looks a bit awkward, but there was just a chance. And as much as he tried to get out of this press, BAXADA was just there again and again and again, knocking on the door. Brazilians all around him, players that have been knocked out of the tournament. But that is your grand final. PHZIN against BAXADA. Richard Buckley, Mike LaBelle take it away from 16 to final 2.
Thank you very much, Brandon and Pabs. Look at these scenes. Those two are about to be finalists. Sharing an embrace. FIFA esports in South America just means that little bit more.
It's got to be said, that's unusual. They have not played. They're about to meet and greet in the final. I don't know if I've ever seen a hug and an exchange like that, especially from guys that are not on the same team. They're not sharing an esports or a club showcase, and you got to see what it means on the other end as well. A late red card that definitely impacted the match. You were one clearance away from penalty kicks, and then it would have been a bit of a reset.
And for the investment that's going into this team, this esports organization, this is paramount. This is so important for them to make late game-winning moments, to get their name out there on social media. It's a buzz right now. You want to be in Tuzzy Esports as well as that. Guaranteed $25,000. Guaranteed playoff placement as well for BAXADA. Tuzzy Esports will be there.
It's big for the individual, it's big for the storyline, it's big for the organization. It guarantees a lot, as you were saying, not only financially, but also that you have a late season opportunity here with playoffs. And you see the room, it erupted. I actually went over there, I was in the mix of everything. I ran back over this way. I needed to feel it myself. I thought we might be heading to penalty kicks. I felt the game shift a little bit with that red card. You could just tell there was going to be a late chance, or late chances in this case.
The final is set. We will preview that final very shortly indeed. But if you are just joining us, BAXADA left it late, and boy, was it great. Mike, talk me through the best moments. This is PAULO NETO against PHZIN from earlier on today. So we know our finalists, and this is how they got there.
And if you're just tuning in, this is going to be the tale of two legs. When you saw PHZIN defeating PAULO NETO, you might ask, where is PAULO NETO? This is what happened. PHZIN started off with an onslaught. Beautiful cross here. Look at the additional pass. Oh, come on then, Yaya Toure. Picks it out. Mbappe runs into that space, heads it home. Not going to miss from there. He's up 4-0. That's not a typo, but I got to say this. Give a lot of credit to PAULO NETO. Battling back, forcing PHZIN to feel some of that pressure, especially being 4 goals down. A lot of times mentally, you're checking out.
Yeah, absolutely, and this was deep into the second leg now. We'd played well over 90 minutes, and PHZIN extended his lead to 5-1, but PAULO NETO was on a comeback charge.
Now, absolutely started that locomotive train that I keep talking about. Once he gets to going with the fluidity and the free flow, anything can happen, but he left it a little, too late, and he gave so much credit again to PHZIN. He got that lead. He held on to the lead, looked good in those big moments, and he created gaps when it's difficult to create those gaps, even though Palinetto was battling back. You see Ronaldinho. When's the last time that we've seen an outside-of-the-box finesse shot in recent memory in competitive events? It hasn't happened in the last couple months, not after some of the updates and changes and shifts and patches. And it wasn't even time green. Dino steps in, confident as ever. Extra trajectory.
When we get into a 5-4 situation, this is where PHZIN's mentals really came through, because the questions was, what is going to give? Will PHZIN crack under the PAULO pressure? It wasn't meant to be. He went and extended his lead, and this was the game that we have just witnessed here on the main stage. DMS versus BAXADA. Mike,
I love this goal.
Great game.
Spectacular goal here. Again, I wish that we had the full rewind, because every player on the virtual pitch touches the ball before that Mbappe tap in. It is pure football, the beautiful game, and I can't say this enough. It has been on my mind from day one. The South Americans play the prettiest FIFA that we are seeing right now in the competitive ecosystem. As you see here again, DMS with a response, but BAXADA will not be cut out. You see the step overs, Mbappe attacking space. Ball roll into the scoop turn, the extra pass again with R9, and then the pop-off, the absolute pop-off, extra time. There's the red card, but he made it happen. Time green, Messi into space. Gorgeous. Goalkeeper falls down. And it's just one of those moments. GGs, handshakes are made, hugs are given out. Congratulations around the arena. And now we're moving into a final. And it's got to be said, that momentum has to work in BAXADA's advantage.
And the grand final is set. PHZIN up against BAXADA. We have to tell you, if you are just joining us here in the latter stages, in the semi-final and quarters, this is a rematch from Group A. Both of these two players were in Group A together. BAXADA versus PHZIN. BAXADA lost 5-2. PHZIN beating 5-2. Do you read anything at all into that game, Mike?
I remember watching the match, and I think BAXADA had moments where he looked good versus PHZIN, and that's something that no other competitor has really been able to say. So I'm happy that he battled through on the other end of the bracket, and now that we're going to get that rematch. I'm all about the best players being in those positions to have the successful story. And I feel like both these guys have earned it. They deserve it. They've done what needs to be done, and here we are with an all-Brazilian finale, and the crowd is going to be split a little bit. I think the room, you're going to have to pick some sides.
We've got a little bit of time before we get into our grand final. One player will be walking away with that trophy. Will it be history for PHZIN? Will he go back-to-back for the CONMEBOL eLibertadores? Or will it be BAXADA going all the way and putting Tuzzy Esports well and truly on the global series FIFA map? One of these two players is going to be lifting that trophy very shortly indeed, Mike.
Yeah, and as you can see behind us, they're starting to get set up. There's been a lot of interviews, pre-interviews, preemptive interviews, just tons of interviews. Everybody's getting the insider scoop before they kind of line up and everything gets underway. There'll be no breaks. It'll be leg one, leg two, of course, aggregate score line as always. And if it's drawn even, we might see those penalty kicks. We'll definitely see the extra time.
Are you surprised that we've got two Brazilians at this moment? We came into today, I believe, with three Brazilians. Two matched in the semis, and we've got two in the grand final right now. Is Brasilia still that dominant side?
And we knew it wasn't possible because Palinetto, in theory, here was always going to match up against PHZIN. Somebody had to eliminate somebody there for the Brazilians. So I'm surprised to see them meet in the finals with two Brazilian players. But coming into the tournament, we would have said two Brazilians is likely.
And these are his results in this tournament thus far. He's only played 4 games. Those top two were the group standing matches, 6-2, 5-2. He beat Otto 5-1, and the Paulo Neto result, I believe, was 6-4 in that particular matchup. Paulo did make the comeback, and he just pulled away in the end. Other than the Paulo Neto game, it's been pretty dominant from the AFC Ajax.
Well, I was just going to touch on it. It's not only that he scores goals, but the fact that he's not really conceding them. Of course, you're going to have positive results because we talk about the offense, and it's easy to do so. You see the build-up play, you see the skill moves, you see the time green finishes. However, defensive play wins championships, or defending wins championships. It's always going to be like that. You have to have that balance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's the main man when it comes to South American FIFA. PHZIN right there. Welcome back to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. It's a pleasure for you to be joined with us here. We are live on location. This is real. I can go over there and I can touch the stage.
They actually don't want you to do that.
No, they don't.
They're going to stop you from touching that stage.
There's a line on the floor. I can't cross that line. I'm not allowed
They'll make
onto
him
the stage.
take off his shoes, and none of us want that.
Live in Buenos Aires, it's an incredible feat. It's an incredible moment for all of the players. If you did miss how BAXADA made it, it was a late winner. The Brazilian scoring with the Argentinian, Lionel Messi, to put him into the grand final.
I would say to put him into the history books as well. Making a final is something big time, as you see in some more of the highlights.
We can have a look at BAXADA's results from the games thus far. Charlie Human, he beat 2-0. He lost against PHZIN. He then beat Vega 6-2. He won against Seba Leone in
penalty kick.
A close affair.
Wild penalty kicks.
And then obviously we just saw the DMS10 result coming through right there. He's got one extra game because he did lose in the group standings, meaning that he played that extra matchup. BAXADA, he might have played one more, but I don't know if that will give him any sort of advantage coming into this grand final. It's been such an immense weekend of FIFA esports action here in Buenos Aires, Argentina. PHZIN and PAULO NETO, he showed real resilience earlier on today, did PHZIN, when PAULO NETO started to make the comeback. This is live shots right now. This is backstage in the players' area. Great insight that we can see here. PHZIN and Nick Dahama having a chat backstage on a golden barrel with the CONMEBOL eLibertadores branding all around. It is a truly fantastic venue here in Argentina. What can they be possibly talking about there, Mike? The backstage shots from just behind the players' area here.
No, absolutely. We get an idea of kind of the preparation, what goes into it. We always ask questions as well. Are they reviewing? Are they planning? In this case, this might be the most friendly I've ever seen a finale or preemptive. When do you ever see the two competitors sitting next to each other? I think they're going to share a drink. They might even talk about tactics before getting into the final. It is a celebration to a certain degree, but I'm not used to this. I like my competitors without the handshakes, without the smiles, a little less of their friendly nature.
I'm just going to let these shots play out for you here. If you are watching on twitch.tv and you want to find the Portuguese, the Brazilian, the Spanish live stream, we have you covered. Go into the command center on the Twitch channel. There will be different links available for you, and that is where you can access the language that best suits your needs. Let us know on social media as well who you think will be lifting the CONMEBOL eLibertadores trophy. It's going to be PHZIN. It's going to be BAXADA. One thing I can definitely tell you, it's going to be a Brazilian across all social media, EA Sports FIFA on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Slowly filling up the arena right now. They're all the results from the quarter finals and semi-finals that we've had so far. Quite narrow margins for a lot of these games, other than the PHZIN game, you would say.
No, absolutely, and that's kind of what I expect at this level of competition, especially when you're dealing with everything being magnified. They've got the largest stage we might see in the competitive scene outside of maybe the FIFA World Cup. Even with ECL, I don't think it's quite at this size in terms of the scaling.
Okay, Mike, so I believe we've got Pabs and Brandon back. We can have a conversation. We're getting underway. We saw them backstage still having a drink, so we might be 5-10 minutes away from our final getting started. Brandon, I believe you've just made it back to the commentary booth. First things first, a couple of great semi-finals.
Being saying on the commentary desk is new South American stars, Pabs, that we've seen, isn't that right?
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely.
you got to understand that at the beginning of this tournament in Group A, we did not believe that BAXADA was actually going to be able to come out of this group, Brandon. We actually thought that it was going to be the hands of Charlie Human, PHZIN, to be able to come out of that group. And now we have a rematch from Group A in the final.
Brandon, I'm just going to also, I mean, do you think that the tension potentially could play a factor, the pressure?
No, they look relaxed, these guys. I think we should talk from a tactical standpoint because
Okay,
they don't play the same way, especially with having Pabs back there as well. What does this look like for a success story for PHZIN, and then what does this look like for a success story for BAXADA in terms of the tactical approach? Because you saw the coaches are back there. They obviously lean on them heavily. You've got the whole esports organization here when you're dealing with TOMGAUNA, and it's a matter of, do you want a lower scoring game? Do you want a controlling game if you're BAXADA? Do you want a high scoring, very fast paced game if you're dealing with PHZIN?
You know, I think the tight games and the tactical sort of matchup is going to be something that the coaches in particular are looking at. I went over and I spoke to Nick DeHarmon, who was stood towards the back end of the arena, and he was watching that second semi-final. He was watching BAXADA very, very closely. And they've also had, Mike, that previous matchup in the group, so they've got a little bit of insight of how they are going to match up and how they're going to play. And PHZIN, in my opinion, comes in as such a heavy favourite. It'll be a shock that if he wasn't lifting that trophy in an hour's time.
And I'm not superstitious, but I have played in enough tournaments where I never wanted to go up against somebody that I beat. If I beat them earlier in a tournament, I never wanted to see that repeat, whether it was some sort of double elimination or in this case, a finale, a final. I always felt as if the game might be against me a little bit. You're betting on your luck, shall we say.
Well, the trophy is center stage right now. The CONMEBOL eLibertadores is coming up. The final, the top two players in South America, two Brazilians, will go head to head. TOMGAUNA Esports and AFC Ajax, the two respective clubs. There is so much on the line. PHZIN, the fan favorite, the man that you know, the man that you love. He is going to try and make history and go back to back for the first time ever, and maybe the last time ever. On the other side of it, BAXADA from TOMGAUNA Esports. If you don't know much about him, we've got a couple of clips for you from PHZIN and BAXADA. Learn a little bit more about those two. But before we get to those clips, we're going to go to Brandon and Pabs.
Thank you, boys. We are going to be checking out some clips very soon from PHZIN and BAXADA and how they've had their journey to this grand final. I still can't believe we're here, Pabs. I mean, this is a massive one. $35,000 on the line. That special trophy as well. I mean, playoffs is in the bag. I mean, that's the big goal when you sign up for this tournament. Yes, of course, you'd love to win it and lift the trophy, but I can't emphasise how difficult it is to get to the playoffs, especially this year. Spots have been reduced. They've created the play-ins because they've had to naturally offload a few spots that were there last year. It's not as big of a tournament, so to get them for a prestige event like this, honestly, you can't put a price on that.
Definitely. I mean, you can't make this up. These two players definitely did not believe that they were going to meet each other in the final. And then, personally, I think BAXADA never actually thought that he was going to be able to, get punch his ticket into the playoffs. And he's actually done it in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, in the biggest stage in South America, Brandon.
Well, let's be honest here. I think we come into this game naturally with a favourite here. PHZIN on paper, looking at his accolades, looking at his experience on these stages. Copenhagen last year, FIFA E-Nations Cup winner. Winning this tournament last year in Paraguay. Winning it online the year before that. It's sort of just rep after rep after rep. Being on big stages like this, handling the pressure, handling being involved in conversations with maybe one of the best players currently in South America. But does that also give BAXADA a little bit of a room here to go, look, what have I got to lose?
I got nothing to lose. If I'm BAXADA, I'm understanding the fact that PHZIN, he is the one favorite for everybody in this arena at home. And they're like, hey, PHZIN needs to go back-to-back. BAXADA has nothing to lose and everything to gain. So that's why maybe, BAXADA might play a little bit more relaxed. And throughout the weekend, whenever we saw BAXADA being very comfortable on the stick, he was able to properly put some good patterns together and score some good goals.
No, absolutely. And on that as well, nothing to take away from BAXADA at all, because he's deserved to be in it. Look at the run he's had in the bracket. What makes this even better? They played yesterday. We commentated on it. It was our first a second game that we followed on broadcast. It finished 5-2 in the end between them. The first game was a 3-2 win for PH. Sorry, the first game was a 3-1 win for PHZIN. The second game was a 2-1 win. One thing that I just want to say about PHZIN very quickly is his records and results on his journey to getting to this stage. I was having a look at the goals conceded across 2 legs here, Pabs. Look, 2 goals is the maximum he's conceded in this tournament across 2 legs, and he averages 5 goals across those 2 legs as well.
I mean, you're able to see that they definitely put in the work in defending, and you know, PHZIN is the type of player that actually stays very composed in the back. I mean, he was able to put PAULO into very uncomfortable positions. PAULO is the type of player that's able to, you know, create step overs, create German crosses, and PHZIN did not fall into that, and he's able to stay composed, very, very comfortable in regards to the goals scored against. But he scores a lot of goals, and I mean, as you're able to see on your screens, we're only seconds away from trying to see this upcoming clip.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check out that clip of this player right now of who's in the grand final.
O meu objetivo nessa CONMEBOL eLibertadores 2023 é ser campeão, fazer de tudo para conquistar o bicampeonato. Vez mais perto da CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
That literally has the world at his fingertips right now in terms of South America. This is where the room gets interesting. You can see friends, family members there. It will be interesting to see between these Brazilian pros how the room is going to split.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You know, you have the Brazilian flair. A bunch of Brazilians were able to travel to Buenos Aires, Argentina, in order to be able to see this. And you know, now you have it here in front of you, in front of your screens.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, PHZIN of AFC Ajax, a great bit of business they have done this year, venturing out to South America, not just getting him, but also his teammate in Resende. They were part of the EA Sports Cup earlier this year, and they are a force to be reckoned with. I said I'll speak to the guys from Ajax.
A minha maior motivação talvez não tenha sido somente uma pessoa, mas sim minha família e os amigos dentro do que eu fiz no esporte. O próximo objetivo é ser campeão da Libertadores e classificar para os playoffs.
Well, he said there his goal was qualifying for the playoffs. That's done.
That's done, and I mean, he's definitely done it. I feel like he definitely has not gone ahead and thought about getting to this point, but he's actually done it. So now we have a Brazilian Flair final coming up.
Well, this is it. 2 legs of FIFA, $35,000 and the trophy in all its glory. This is the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, the biggest FIFA tournament in South America. What a journey it has been across months of online qualification to these final 2. Some of the games we've seen, some of the moments we've seen on this broadcast have been absolutely incredible. South America has brought a different style of FIFA here. Let's have a look at the teams that are going to be used very shortly indeed. FIFA Ultimate Team, if you are just tuning in to this broadcast, is the mode in use. The only real South American S restriction we've had this weekend is South American icons only, and if we're not beating around the bush, nothing has really changed other than we haven't seen Ruud Gullit score a German cross.
100%, and I mean, you're able to see Jude Bellingham, you're able to see KDB, you're able to see, you know, World Cup hero Yaya Toure, and he's gone ahead and actually been in most of these teams. However, BAXADA, one of the key factors that we're able to see from him is that he plays a 5-2-1-2, and I'm pretty sure that it's coming up against PHZIN.
It might be time to look at the drafts now for this grand final. Nick de Hamer in the camp of PHZIN, former FIFA pro of FC Groningen. If you missed it earlier, wind it back at some point tonight. The semi-final was incredible between PAULO, NETO and PHZIN. We said it would be a final, it literally played as a final. This is the team of PHZIN. If you've got unlimited coins and you want to build a God squad, maybe replicate this. There's one man that deserves a mention in this team. Saeed Alawairan has been a game changer for PHZIN. On the opposite side, that's BAXADA's team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Al Said has been phenomenal for PHZIN all tournament long. And I mean, BAXADA, a lot of questions going into him because he used Ronaldinho at a left wing back formation, you know, 5 at the back. However, it's found a lot of success. And I mean, for PHZIN, you're able to see across the back line a complete team of the years in the midfield. Jude Bellingham, Jaya Toure, the man himself, Al Said, which is a phenomenal card. If you guys do not have him on your team, make sure to catch him. I mean, at the top 3, you know, the only variation that I see is Pele for Ronaldinho, maybe? No, actually, BAXADA has him as well. So, you know, now we have it. These players are definitely coming up. I'm seeing the codes being sent. The stage is being set. I mean, we've been here the whole weekend looking for this. One of these players is definitely looking for the Tenor of Glory, Brandon. Let's see if one of these two could actually take it back to Brazil.
Which team would you rather have on paper?
PHZIN.
PHZIN.
100%. I'm a big fan of Alawiran. I used to not be. However, just because Pele provides you the 5-star skills doesn't mean that Alawiran cannot just burn people down the field. And I mean, a lot of cards have came out, Brandon, just as such as Team of the Year Hakimi that couldn't keep up with Alawiran. However, Alawiran provides you so much on that left foot, down the left side.
Yeah, well, we are filling up slowly here in Buenos Aires before we kick off this grand final. Just speaking of Tuzzy Esports, a new esports organisation, they have got quite a few players. I think they had the most players represented in this tournament. Safe to say their bets have played off, that they've invested a lot this year. We had rumours that they've signed over 10 FIFA Pro players. That includes coaching staff on that as well. Massive investment. Just getting to this stage could have repaid half of that.
100%, Brandon. And I mean, I was literally just about to touch base in regards to that. Tuzzy Esports, I mean, I believe that this was something that they were looking forward to, you know, being able to compete in the South Americas, being able to compete against the best of the best. And I mean, they now have BAXADA in the final versus PHZIN looking for the Tenor Glory. How big would it be for Tuzzy Esports to win the CONMEBOL eLibertadores?
This is the sort of tournament, Pabs, that holds weight on it for the rest of your FIFA esports career.
100%.
You was a FIFA Pro player now as well. If you went and won the EMLS, you could
retire. I'll call it.
Maybe not retire, but you're guaranteed a pro contract there, at least for the next 5+ years with different teams. They'll look at your resume and go, oh look, CONMEBOL eLibertadores winner. That's the biggest trophy in South America.
Get him in my squad.
There's only been a few of those. It adds numbers and extra zeros on to your contract, alongside, no doubt, your social media reach and following. Kits are being selected, as we see in front of our very own eyes right now. That's the trophy on the line. This is the CONMEBOL eLibertadores Grand Final. And I'll tell you what, I cannot wait to jump into this. If you are watching from home, give us a prediction in the comments. Who do you think is going to come out on top? PHZIN is used to this moment. He's used to this grand final. 3 years in a row, he has made it to this tournament's final stage. Successful in one, lost in another. Back to back, that's a storyline there. Back to back, CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion. Genuinely could also be another storyline we're looking at here.
100%. And I mean, if you're PHZIN and you're Ajax Esports, you definitely are very happy at the fact that you were able to get this player on your roster, just for the fact that Ajax Esports used to have a different direction last year. Now they put their pressure and their, you know, all their eggs in one token in South America in PHZIN. And I mean, he's gone back to back in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, and he's looking for the Tenor Glory once again, Brandon.
What a pickup from Ajax in the summer. They might not have had the best of EA Sports Cups to remember. It was obviously a 2v2 tournament. But other than that, look, he's the #1 ranked player in South America LATAM, I believe, on the Global Series rankings. He doesn't even need that. When you're that good at FIFA, Pabs, you can be #1 ranked on the Global Series rankings, which you need, by the way, to help you get to the playoffs.
Which he has already done.
He doesn't need that now. He's literally just putting in the reps, probably to annoy everyone else in the region, and to, of course, get those all-important reps in. Is it time? We are ready. We hope you are as well at home to get this grand final underway. We've done enough talking. We are waiting for the go-ahead from the admins. This is the game.
Yes, Brandon.
BAXADA.
This is it. I mean, we've been doing this all weekend, and this is the final game of CONMEBOL eLibertadores FIFA 23 edition. I mean, this is the road to the FIFA World Cup. My apologies. And I mean, both of these players, you know, they're extremely excited. The nerves are kicking in. And I mean, what better way to end it with PHZIN and BAXADA. My apologies.
This is it, the road to the FIFA World Cup final. The big one here in South America. Hosted this year in Argentina. A country that knows only too well about championships as of late. Here we go. BAXADA from left to right. PHZIN kicking from right to left. Two legs, do not get carried away. Aggregate scoreline to determine this year's grand final. What are we going to expect in this? Is it going to be cagey? Is it going to be full of goals? Is it going to be an early start from PHZIN?
100%, and I mean, if PHZIN just goes ahead and duplicates what he's done with PAULO NETO, he's going to be on the front foot here. However, BAXADA looks very, very comfortable on the sticks right now.
How does BAXADA take down PHZIN?
I generally think that we have to do what PHZIN has done to PAULO NETO. Take the game to PHZIN, because if you let PHZIN settle, he could give you a tough, tough game to go ahead and try to win it, you know?
Unsettle PHZIN might be the course of action. What we mean by that is go and score early and implement your game style, your game play. I don't know, is the 5-back been triggered already? It looks like it has.
100%, it looks like it has. And I mean, you see Ronaldinho right there at the left wing back position where he isolates Hakimi, and I mean, Pele at the at the camp position with Mbappe and Ronaldo, Nazario all the way to the top as a striker position. I mean, you're able to see that. I believe that PHZIN actually understands the fact that he has Ronaldinho at the left wing back formation. This is where he actually was able to capitalize in the group stages.
This
and
is
look
nice.
at him now.
PHZIN nearly coming close. One thing we have to keep an eye on, perhaps, is that little gap between Theo Hernandez and Ronaldinho that is going to open up time and time again. If PHZIN is clever enough, he can just slot his team with their Mbappe in there, and in a running race between the two, it will be an interesting one, as we might see here. R9 picks it up. And team of the year, Mbappe. Interesting that PHZIN hasn't decided to go for a 5-back. I mean, why would he? He's got his own winning formula. Why would he want to change it?
Definitely. I mean, if you're BAXADA, you definitely do not want to change what you've been doing over and over again. I mean, he did it right there with Ronaldinho, and I mean, you're able to see that PHZIN has pinpointed the fact that Ronaldinho's at the left wing back formation. He slots in Team of the Year Mbappe there. He triggers the runs non-stop, and you're able to see that he's found a lot of success down that right wing.
Mbappe ball roll. This is nice. PHZIN, does he want to let rip from that far out? Hakimi, back post is an option. But someone else who's a bit taller. I'm loving this little mini hand towel breaks that we're seeing with BAXADA there.
I mean, you definitely need
it's
that
probably
towel.
the sweatiest palms you're ever going to get, isn't it?
Yeah, you definitely needed that towel, Brandon. I was about to tell you that myself in qualifiers. I have the towel right here, you know, on my knees, just because the controller gets very, very sweaty, because this is the highest tempo of FIFA that BAXADA could probably play ever in his life.
Danger pass, BAXADA. Had an idea with Pele. Fortunately, if he tried to flick the stick or input a skill move, just didn't want to animate the way he was looking for.
Same thing, the pattern that we're seeing Brandon is Team of the Year Mbappe going down the right side. And I'm pretty sure that Nico, which is, for those of you that don't know at home, the PHZIN's coach has told him, hey, look, listen, you should go down that right side, just because Ronaldinho does not have a high defensive work rate in order to be able to defend Team of the Year Mbappe.
But on the flip side, when he gets into areas like this is where he comes alive. Ongoing run made again there. PHZIN is defensively so sound.
Beautiful ball.
It's Mbappe again. It's all coming down through Mbappe at some point. But a bit too heavy.
BAXADA has actually settled pretty well right now, Brandon, 30 minutes in. I mean, in the PHZIN game versus PAULO NETO, we actually saw PHZIN capitalize very, very fast into PAULO NETO, and BAXADA has actually made him very, very uncomfortable right now. And as I say that, he gives the ball away.
As much as he tries to play out, it's like Mbappe's got a magnetic pull onto him. The ball just keeps falling back to him. Bellingham, Mbappe again, PHZIN, what a pass inside! First blood to the defending champion.
What a finish. And I mean, you're able to see, Brandon, time after time, for the last 35 in-game minutes, PHZIN has gone down the right side. I believe that if you're Tuzi Esports right now, if you're Tuzi Esports coach right now, you should be looking into that and being, hey, I don't know, maybe we should change a couple stuff. You can see Mbappe go time after time. That pass, outside the foot, Trivela pass, into Alajuara, into his left foot. I mean, yeah, no, look, no-brainer. It's literally a no-brainer.
How good has that Saudi Arabian foot hero been? So crucial, so clinical for PHZIN.
Ever since he was introduced into the game, this foot item card has been phenomenal and is actually getting into a lot of people's qualifiers teams. Brandon, he was actually in my qualifiers team. I spent 800 coins, 800k coins.
800 coins?
I wish it was 800 coins. 800k coins into that card just because I wanted him to be running down the left side.
Keep an eye on him again, he's making that run. Might just be more of a decoy, if any.
The right side, Brandon.
What's the back post? PHZIN, when he strikes one, he normally strikes twice minutes after. Ronaldinho is having an absolute mare at the moment on that left-hand side. Touches are terrible. He's out of position half the time. You're right to argue the fact. Does he change formation out, or does he just patch over and put Hernandez out there?
I mean, to be honest with you, he's seen time after time. He was actually the back foot versus DMS10. He was on the back foot versus, many of his players throughout this tournament. He stayed in the 5-2-1-2 with Ronaldinho there. He found a lot of success because he found himself in the final, Brandon. So if you are BAXADA, I don't know if you're changing formations right now.
Ronaldinho.
That's where he's effective.
Well then.
What a half. I mean, beautiful for PHZIN here. He has had a lot of chances. If you're 2Z Esports, if you're BAXADA, you can go ahead and understand the fact that you're getting broken down the right side.
45 minutes in. It took a little bit of time for PHZIN from a feeling out process, but the area that we keep pinpointing down is this 5-back from BAXADA. It's good using it, but it's all about utilising it, and he's not been able to do that. The idea is to overload with the the wing backs. Ronaldinho, we're running about Teo Hernandez. We found out that Ronaldinho is not a left wing back, and we didn't need to know that already. But for BAXADA, he just hasn't utilised that the overload.
100%, 100%, and I believe that this whole time, Brandon, we were talking about the weak spot. I think we finally found it. I think it's the wing back Ronaldinho position there. That's a weak point that PHZIN has been able to exploit directly, and you're able to see for the first 45 minutes of in-game that PHZIN has not attacked down Alajuara inside. He just actually found him on an extra pass.
BAXADA, maybe one skill move too many. Still is in possession.
He needs to let himself go, Brandon. He's now triggering, croqueta passes, which is something that is very, very effective into the game. Jaya Tour, you're able to squeeze those balls in. See what he's able to do properly in order for this game to win it.
Big switch of play. Finds one of the overloading fullbacks, Sakimi. It is relatively well managed by PHZIN. Nicely done, well read. Mbappe needs to strike. Up some sort of attack. Poor pass again. PHZIN player switching on point. Predicting that pass and his opponent's move 1 or 2 steps ahead of his opponent, which is so hard to do, but this player makes it look so easy.
Look at that German coming out. Jude Bellingham was actually going down the field. He actually triggered him back.
Ronaldinho, what can you do from here? Where's that killer pass going to come? R9 queuing up on the edge of the box.
Nice defending by BAXADA.
One thing that BAXADA did so well in his earlier round in that game against Sebastian Leoni. Never let the game go. Let's the one!
Golazo!
Just like that!
Golazo by BAXADA!
Team of the year, Jude Bellingham, doing what he's done all weekend long here in Buenos Aires.
He's green timed it, Brandon.
Just the run that he continuously looks to make. Right place, right time for the English midfielder. BAXADA, as I was speaking about it, is so good at just keeping in the game, even when it's not going along his way.
you know, we see the goalie movement by PHZIN. He thought that Jude Bellingham was actually going to finish second post. However, you know, BAXADA had different ideas. Green timed it on the volley with Jude Bellingham's weak foot, actually. But he goes ahead and puts it 1-1, and we now have a game in the final here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, Brandon.
It's one of those moments, isn't it, where he's like, look, I'm here to play. It might be my first ever major grand final, but I am here to take this trophy off you.
Imagine that story, like Brandon, like Tuesday Esports taking the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, the Eternal Glory, away from PHZIN and Ajax Esports. I mean, if I'm Tuesday Esports, I should be very, very proud of the fact that I picked up BAXADA and showing up here in Argentina.
The fact that's more crazy, he's only got 120 Global Series ranking points. 49th he sits in the rankings. Chance. Oh, Bellingham, there was a cutback. Where was it?
There was a cutback right there. I feel like he rushed himself. He wanted to finish with Jude Bellingham there. But, you know, sometimes the animations that come into the game are not the ones that the players are looking for, and that was one of them.
And guess what? PHZIN has got 660 more Global Series ranking points. He sits #1.
And you know what's something that these two players have very alike right now, Brandon, in regards to those differential numbers in the FGS points? They're both qualified to the FGS playoffs at the end of the season.
And maybe that's why he wasn't going full steam in the qualifiers, maybe hoping out for an unbelievable run like this. 90 minutes away we are from the end of the first leg. Score is 1-1. As tension builds. Is it Erling Haaland time?
As honest as I can be, I actually spoke to Nico right before the final, Brandon, and he definitely introducing him right now.
Only now?
Right now. He's introducing him into the game right now. I mean, I'm not seeing this. I am not seeing the screen, but I can put money on that. Let's see how it goes.
Well, here's the replay of the goals that did go in. That was the equaliser from Jude Bellingham, and there's the reaction.
The emotion. He's locked in. PHZIN should not be happy in regards to that, and you can see it in regards of his reaction.
There he is again on the replay. For once, actually, someone putting on a plate for Jude Bellingham. It's normally Jude Bellingham that wins it and flicks it on.
Erling Haaland introduced into the game along with Nkunku. I mean, both of these cards, Team of the Year, Erling Haaland, and Road to the Final, Nkunku. I mean, these two provide you so much in the game, and that's why they're, you know, they're probably one of the most expensive players in regards to this game.
Mbappe steamrolling forward.
Beautiful
Cycle
ball.
well, is he onside? Yes, he is. Hakimi. Is there an option in the box? Messi's on towards that back post. Obviously not going to be the best option in the air.
That was a great use of the L1 heel to heel, which is a new skill that has actually been introduced into the game, and actually provides you to be able to win a lot of space and be able to go ahead and finish the ball.
What's the back post area? Erling Haaland tried his best to turn. Virgil van Dijk just did enough. Didn't ideally know what he was doing there, but just bundled off Norwegian striker.
We've seen a pattern on BAXADA around minute 70, 80 in regards to every single one of his games. He brings Al Said al awareness. I say this!
Mbappe!
It's a post!
He green. It was so close!
He's done it well!
The step over exit was silky. The time green and the finish was perfect. Just one of the smallest, minuscule chances that it doesn't hit the back of the net.
This game is back and forth, Brandon. It's very open. Whoever can score first right now has a great chance at eternal glory.
And if PHZIN snatches it now, it's going to be heartbreak, but that's just how FIFA goes sometimes. It's a heavy press again. He pulls it back for a free kick, and it gives us a chance to breathe.
What a tackle that would have been high up on the field on BAXADA's 18. I mean, if PHZIN wins the ball there cleanly, he's an next pass away from scoring. And 86, maybe you won the last one here. However, you know, you cannot put this ball in jeopardy just because PHZIN can go ahead and counter and put you in the back foot for the second leg.
Chance. Mbappe didn't really need any more time on that one.
Beautiful goalie movement right there by PHZIN. He reads it that he's going to shoot first post. The animation that comes from Mbappe, it's not the best one. Maybe if he could have timed the green, it could have been a little bit better. However, PHZIN is now, with the last play of the game, he's definitely not going to give it away.
Added time of 1 minute. There's a running race to be had. And that should do us at the halfway point of this grand final. But best of all, Babs, it is set up perfectly for a lot more to unfold. 1-1 at the halfway point. So key that BAXADA just got back into the game when he did. This is going to be a best of one. A smash and grab best of one. For best of all, for $35,000 in a grand final.
I mean, we have the final of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, Brandon, and I mean, it's all tied up after 90 minutes of in-game FIFA. We have another leg of 90 minutes in-game. Who do you think is going to take it, Brandon?
And we've got to remember, BAXADA had a chance there. That time green finish, you do that, what, 5 times? You'd probably say at least 4 times it goes in.
100%, man, 100%. And I mean, he's done it well with Mbappe, where he was able to finish the second post in the green time. However, he was very unlucky. And I think that the little variant of the goalie movement from PHZIN was able to, you know, disturb Mbappe a little bit, and that's why he hits the post.
Yeah, just off balance ever so. So that was the goal for PHZIN that he did see go in. And then not long after was this all-important equaliser that you did see go in. Mbappe there, the little flick over the top on
phenomenal.
The play, timed it green. And regardless of it, the goalkeeper made its decision, PHZIN did, of which way it was going to go and which way it was going to be saved. That was all we really saw from that first leg. Only 2 goals going in. But look, this is a grand final. This is what we expected to see. Any thoughts coming out of that first leg?
I mean, I think that BAXADA has done well, Brandon. I think that nobody has actually made PHZIN very uncomfortable all weekend, and BAXADA is actually finding some success in regards to that. He's actually bringing the game towards him, and he's staying very composed in the back.
Well, there will be time for a short break, but for these players just to have a quick breather before we jump into that all-important second leg between these two here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. $35,000 on the line. We're looking to jump straight back into the action right now. Normally, you get a couple of minutes to break, but for players to go to the bathroom, have a drink, have a little refresh, these two want to jump straight back into it.
Yeah, they're going straight back into it, and I mean, nobody wants to miss this. For those of you that are joining us at home, I mean, we've gone a full weekend with the CONMEBOL eLibertadores here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is the last 90 in-game minutes in the virtual pitch, and this will be the eternal glory for one of these two players.
Well, probably the quickest turnaround of time. That was fast. That's the quickest turnaround I think I've ever seen in a competitive knockout game of FIFA.
And these two players are ready because they did not say a word. This is the final of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. We are here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in the land of the world champions. And I mean, what better way than to end it with these two matchups? I mean, wow.
Back underway. PHZIN on the hump for the first attack in this game. The question is, does the 5-back stay the same? It looks like it does, Pabs.
100%. I mean, he definitely found a lot of success on it. But he's made a mistake here, Brandon.
And he might be punished for it. Ronaldinho is brave. So finessing from that far out. Great feed. PHZIN using the most of that custom animation that Ronaldinho will offer you. Just seems a bit more harder, doesn't he, to nab the ball back off Ronaldinho when he gets going.
Yeah, 100%. He does have a phenomenal in-game that just himself has. And I mean, he is pretty strong. He does win the balls. He does give you that flair. He does give you that reverse elastic animation that, you know, leaves him in front of goal, able to jam it green and looking at the back of the goal.
What do you think is the best skill move animation with a player like Ronaldinho?
I think the reverse elastico. I mean, you're able to see that all these players are trying to spam that properly in order to be able to get the goal. I mean, we're able to see right here Ronaldinho, the man.
Is there a cross available into the box or a finesse instead? Ball roll on a play for Bellingham. Where's the extra pass lining up?
I believe that he was looking into his step overs with Mbappe. We're seeing the cue of the pass right here by BAXADA. He definitely thinks that something's up, something's wrong. Maybe he needs to change a couple things. Maybe the instructions. Maybe he needs to check his customized control settings. You know, let's see what's up. Gonna run all the way.
Interesting that pause comes in from BAXADA. Tell you what, R9's off. That Mbappe just does such a good job of just stretching that defensive line, no matter if it's a 5-back or not. You can even stretch out to Hernandez if you're clever enough with it. There's a ball there. See the Mbappe. Could be free. Reverse elastico. Well played.
Militao had other ideas, Brandon. I mean, this last-minute tackles, this last-second tackles that this player is doing. Back and forth.
I told you. This is
through.
the area you can exploit. PHZIN with Mbappe. Ball roll. Keeper's off his line. He's got very fortunate with that one, BAXADA. That Courtois just about managed to get two hands on the ball.
PHZIN is definitely not happy in regards to that. He thought that he was going to be able to borrow Courtois. However, TU had other ideas, and he definitely came on top in regards to the matchup against Mbappe. You know what, Brandon, that's something that I haven't seen this whole weekend is a lot of low-driven finishes. And that's one of the most effective ways to finish in FIFA 23.
Why do you think we haven't seen that?
They have decided to, you know, green time, take the goalie, show the Brazilian flair. I mean,
do you think the ball's been more in the air? Look at the goals that have gone in. Cross, flick-ons, half-bounce finishes.
Definitely. I feel like you're up to something, Brandon.
For example, like this.
As you say that.
It could be a gift on a play. Just fumbled his lines. Ronaldinho maybe had more time on it.
Also something that you got to realize, Brandon, this pass has actually been queued for about, what, 15 in-game minutes? BAXADA is definitely still thinking that he needs this pass. However, the ball has not gone out of bounds yet.
Third of the game gone. This is the CONMEBOL eLibertadores Grand Final, live from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Is there a finesse available?
Big interception right there by Militao.
Just watch the runs that are being teased. Mbappe R9, Ronaldinho waiting to go. All on the last man, pushing. Ronaldinho, Eder Militao, all over the place. Good step over. Matched up.
Something that we haven't seen from PHZIN in this second leg, Brandon, it's exploiting that right side of his left wing back Ronaldinho portion, and he has not found a lot of success because he's been attacking through the other side, has actually not come this way, and BAXADA should be very happy in regards to that.
Look at Bellingham's run. How many Ajax shirts are on the edge of BAXADA's box now? Still have not seen that pause. I think we'll be lucky if we see it at half-time, or if there's been a goal scored, potentially like now. Saeed El-Awairan, it's good feet. But sometimes you just skill him for the sake of trying to find a little opening space. Cut back, oh no, and all the time, what a tackle! From Eder Militao, clutch tackle. But if you get that wrong, it could go so wrong. Still just recycling, reworking the chance. Good step overs again. Is there a comeback available for PHZIN? Not that time.
What a great way to... I mean,
look at the chance!
I can't say a word, Brandon.
Comeback, matched up again. We're still waiting for the pause.
We're still waiting for the pause. I think we're going to see it at the halftime. I'm sorry, Brandon. It's just so much emotions going on, and BAXADA has actually stayed very composed for PHZIN. PHZIN is sending players forwards non-stop, and I mean, we're seeing blue shirts going forward. Finally saw the pass.
Have a breather.
Yeah, taking definitely a cup of water right now. Wow, I mean,
that tackle, Eder Militao, I was just saying, it can go so wrong. That time it was so right. It was like PHZIN had BAXADA in some sort of hold, and he was just trying to work for the killer blow in the form of a goal, and he just couldn't find it. As much as he tried to manoeuvre to the left, to the right, with a different skill, with a different player, there was a block, there was a deflection, Courtois was there.
And you know, actually, a lot of players crumble in that position, Brandon. And BAXADA actually stayed composed, and he goes ahead and decides to slide tackle inside his 6-yard box just because he knew that he was going to be able to win the ball, just like that. The last 45 minutes of in-game FIFA. We've been here all weekend in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Over 1,000 players looking to get La Gloria Eterna, the eternal glory. And now we have the last two, PHZIN and BAXADA, looking to see if any of these two could show the Brazilian flair in the scoreboard.
Well, here we go. The biggest half of your FIFA career, especially for BAXADA. Nice reverse Elastico. Oh no, he tied it red. No!
There was a lot of goalie movement there though from PHZIN. He's done well.
Don't get me wrong, it was matched really well, but that's the time. That's what you practice for. Week in, week out, qualifier after qualifier, tournament after tournament, to just get that right. Another chance to come forward for BAXADA as he unlocked the door.
Beautiful McGiddy cancel.
Zin's defense, Elastico on a
Goal!
way.
Goal!
Oh, that is beautiful FIFA.
Mbappe has toe poked it into the second post. I mean, we have a game in our hands, Brandon. Watch this PHZIN does now in order to come back. BAXADA could be looking into the eternal glory. And I mean, wow.
How has he just got around eLibertadores there? The tightest of margins. But it comes back from the moment of skill there.
He's definitely done so well there. He loves his elasticos. He loves his McGiddy cancel. He was able to show that Brazilian flair. A lot of things that just came into place in order for that R1X cross in order to take place. He's done well, man. He's done well. What can PHZIN do now in order to come back in this game, Brandon?
Make a change. Mbappe bodies in well. Back to R9. Is it going to be an instant reply from PHZIN?
He's done it.
He may have just awoken the beast.
He's done it. And I don't know if that goal from BAXADA is actually providing him a positivity in this game. Because he knows this PHZIN understands now that he was on the back foot. He just brought it back on the kickoff. And we're all tied up once again.
Poke the bear, and sometimes you won't be happy with the reaction.
100%, man, 100%. And I mean, what a final this has been from both of these two competitors. They've been driving themselves all weekend to get here. And they only have 30 minutes of in-game FIFA for this weekend to see who can... What has he done? What has he done?
Is he crumbling? Another run triggered there. Said Elawiran cues up. Ronaldinho, R9. PHZIN is on the hump for a winning goal. He might just get it.
Big block right there. Very happy about this pass, Brandon, and we definitely need a breather. I mean, all the action that's taken on in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores final has been just phenomenal. What a way to shut this down.
We're edging closer towards what would make this final even more special, perhaps an extra time period, and who knows where we go from there. I know it's a long way to go, but with how tightly contested this one has been, it really wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, as honest as I can be, Brandon, I know that, you know, the hands of 2C Esports and the hands of Agents Esports would not be happy in regards to this, because this will be a coin toss, but what a way it would be to end this in a penalty shootout.
It would be a cruel way as well.
It would be a cruel way, because we'll have a winner and we'll have a loser. Both of these players have actually shown the whole weekend that they deserve to be here. What changes are happening now?
I mean, is it Haaland time? Maybe 10 minutes too early.
Maybe 10 minutes too early. This is a replay. I mean, R9, beautiful finish on his 5-star weak foot. He's gone ahead and just turned it around in a matter of what? 3 in-game minutes of FIFA. PHZIN should be
after
very
he waited
happy.
55 minutes for the first goal, blink, PHZIN replies.
Right away. Is it Erling Haaland time? Is he in the game?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Corner played short. This is PHZIN. He's been ruthless from these moments. Is there a cutback available? Ronaldinho, great save!
What a save!
Just off the line from Courtois.
What a save by Courtois! I think PAULO NETO actually gave him his foot item, Courtois.
Chance to break on the counter-attack. Elawiran, he's fresh.
Yeah, he's fresh and he's been introduced. We're seeing a pattern now. Remember what we said in regards to BAXADA.
This could be a chance. Look at the legs that Mbappe's going to offer you. There's also an option waiting at the back post. Militao had
big
to
tackle
block
by
that.
Militao, Brandon. Big tackle by Militao.
Was there a chip pass available there, or was it just superb defending?
100%, 100%. However, BAXADA has done well, and he actually stayed composed and he closed the space down. I feel like PHZIN actually had a chance in order to play that through ball, maybe the X pass. But look how he wins the ball out the field. As he does that, he gives it back.
Another little flick on the ball there from Yaya Toure. Finds the ball back inside to PHZIN. Is there a flick on? eLibertadores is throwing his body on the line.
PHZIN is actually finding a lot of success now. He's going back into attacking that right side of the Team of the Year Mbappe. Al-Said Al-Awire and defending. Look at that. He's giving up the ball so many times down that right side, and he keeps on going there.
He's having so much success down here. Give him possession back again. Now it might be time for another outlet going forward.
Erling Haaland time. You know that song that goes Haaland, Haaland, Haaland? That one. It's Erling Haaland time for Ajax Esports right now.
Well, a few of those might be singing that if he's to be the man of the moment to win the game. That save. That Courtois save.
Maybe.
I think anyone thinks there's enough on that, but just in that moment there just wasn't enough in the animation from the finish.
17 in-game minutes of the final.
Mbappe, Pele, they can't just latch onto him. Counter-attack for BAXADA. He wants to just see a run or a pass that's available with Team of the Year Mbappe. There it is. Arnon's on the edge. Delays just to get more bodies into the box.
He wants to get out of there really quick. Yep.
Mbappe. This is where he's most deadly, down the byline.
He's so dangerous there, Brandon. I mean, he looks... It's so scary whenever he just does that L1 stop on the play and then he just does a reverse elastic on elastic where Magidi cancel. And now PHZIN going forward. He wants to win it, man.
Look how many Ajax shirts are charging into that box. Final 10 minutes here of this year's grand final. This could be beautiful. Mbappe, did he need to cut back inside?
He needed to finish. He needed to finish second post.
There's just no room to maneuver in.
BAXADA's actually been phenomenal on defense, winning. I mean, he's very close to giving a penalty. However, on the other side, maybe we can see an opener.
Warren finds Pele. Maybe the last chance of the game for BAXADA. Could be Bellingham. Great feed. BAXADA into R9.
Great timed it. And he's cancelled the Verba spin. He's done phenomenal. You can see the BAXADA now.
Corner. As BAXADA restarts play instantly. Who's going to be the player to have the final kick in this game? Is it back to PHZIN for the last chance? Or do we need extra time to separate these two?
Let's see what PHZIN does with his last attack right now. Up the game, minute 87. He's going to build up very, very slowly. He's definitely not going to give the ball away very easily here because he understands that BAXADA is feeling himself right now. And if he is actually feeling himself, he's going to end up with the goal with the ball on the back of the net. Cannot give him the ball away here.
If he wins it now, it would be scenes. Or is BAXADA going to get the last chance? A minute of additional time left to get this ball forwards. Hakimi's on the overlap. He's offside now. I'll tell you who isn't. R9. Back to Hakimi. This could be last chance of the game. Hakimi just trying to find the extra pass. Mbappe could. Where's that ball going to fall? Extra time needed here in the 2023 CONMEBOL eLibertadores Grand Final.
The planets are aligning, Brandon, and we might be seeing exactly what I was talking about. We might be seeing the penalties. However, we still have 30 minutes of in-game in the virtual pitch to see who could decide this game and take the Eternal Glory back to Brazil.
Both these players just mechanically, toe-to-toe, cancel each other's skill moves out, trying to just be so creative in the box, create these new combinations and exits and cancellations of skill moves that they haven't done before in the tournament, which is so hard, especially knowing that these two have been in the same group in this tournament also.
100%, and I mean, early on in the tournament, you were mentioning that the Group A was probably the most stacked out of the whole competition, and we have two competitors from Group A. BAXADA actually ended up being the loser against PHZIN in the groups, but look at him now. He's feeling himself. He's canceling Magidis. He's doing Verba spins. He's canceling them as well. He's doing step overs. He's doing L1 reverse elasticos. And now, let's see what this game will be all about.
It was sort of like he got knocked down in the group stage and then recharged up to play the boss level again. This time, he has gone toe-to-toe and it's not a 5-2 defeat.
He wants the ball so high up on the field.
180 minutes wasn't enough to separate them, so let's use 30 more minutes to try and find a verdict. BAXADA in that white strip again from right to left in this first half. PHZIN of Ajax Esports. Kicking from left to right. Again, it's a poor pass. Which will allow PHZIN to build now. Christopher Nkunku comes on. It's his World Cup upgrade, I believe. Nkunku outside the boot.
Red timed. Very different from what we have actually seen PHZIN. You think he's feeling the pressure, Brandon?
There's certainly been a lot more mistimed passes and shots than what we've seen in other rounds of the tournament. You can't bear to imagine the mental stress and pressure that these two might be feeling. 10 minutes already gone of extra time, by the way.
BAXADA needs to be a little bit more composed when he wins the ball, because he understands that PHZIN goes full forward every time he gets the ball, because he wants to score that goal that will secure him the eternal glory.
Last chance of the first half of extra time. Looks to fall to BAXADA. Or not. PHZIN.
What a tackle it's been. I mean,
Militao,
yeah.
man of the match.
Remember, I was saying that Militao, he has a little bit of tax defending on him because of, you know, his skinny in-game build. However, he's been phenomenal for here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, for every single one of the competitors.
Well, this is it. Last minute played. Still nothing to separate the two. We are 15 minutes away from penalty drama.
I am so excited if this game goes to penalties, Brandon. I mean, I know it will be very cruel for one of these competitors. However, the eternal glory being decided from the penalty spot right now, it could be phenomenal.
Incredible scenes, by the way. We're standing up because we're getting into this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm in the game. I don't know, Brandon.
Well, these guys are as well, enjoying it from home. We hope you are also following all the action of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. This is the final 15 minutes of this year's tournament. PHZIN back in the grand final again for a third year, as we've said. Sometimes in a game of FIFA, Pabs, when you've had two players that are just toe-to-toe for so long, penalties I know is not the way to go about it, but there has to be a winner and a loser somehow.
100%, man, and I mean, it's very cruel for one of these competitors to go down because they've actually given themselves an opportunity to take the eternal glory back to Brazil. They've been here. Out of what, Brandon, now 1,300 competitors that we started maybe what, a month, 2 months ago? The final two here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, the home of the world champions. Two Brazilians fighting, what, toe-to-toe, head-to-head, however you want to name it.
Controller to controller.
Controller to controller, sticks to sticks. And now we only have, what, 11 minutes of in-game FIFA in the virtual pitch. I mean, this is just phenomenal, man. This is, guys, for you guys at home, I'm pretty sure that you guys are definitely living this just as us right now. We're standing here, you know,
oh my God, there's a chance, BAXADA. Mbappe, too much or not? Mbappe still! Cancellation after cancellation! Bellingham still can't get there!
He's had his chance! He's had his chance!
PHZIN on a lifeline of how on earth that ball did not find its way through to a player there.
He's done well. He's done well. However, I feel like he did one more than what he was supposed to in order to finish that ball. PHZIN giving the ball away very easily here, Brandon.
BAXADA in a running race. It's Erling Haaland.
What a ping.
Surely not. Not the Norwegian. Forward to make the moment happen. Penalties. We can see it now.
On the horizon. Unless one of these two have in their facilities.
He's so good in these areas. BAXADA, edge of the box, Bellingham. Show us a bit of magic, my friend.
Wow, what a read. What a read. I mean, PHZIN understands that this has been at 117.
Haaland's on the opposite side as well. Keep an eye on the runs now. They're being triggered. Look at all the space on the far-hand side of your screen. As Hakimi looks to tease his run forward. Christopher Nkunku's also backing him up. Last chance of normal extra time of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Is penalties on the horizon, or is there one more chance for PHZIN to be a back-to-back South American champion. Mbappe from distance finds Erling Haaland, cuts it back inside. Strap yourselves in. We're off to a penalty shootout.
We're going to penalties. I mean, this is something that I talked about at the halftime, Brandon, and I mean, you cannot write this any better. The eternal glory being given to us on a penalty shootout. I mean, you cannot properly put this together, Brandon.
It's a harsh way to end, but we have to find a winner. We've played 210 minutes of FIFA time.
Man. Goosebumps.
We need to go to pens.
I mean, can PHZIN go back-to-back, or can we have a new champion in BAXADA right now?
Well, here we go then. Penalty shootout. Up steps Mbappe first. Misses for PHZIN. It's time for Mbappe on the opposite side for BAXADA to try and step up with Mbappe, who does score.
Wow, BAXADA goes ahead and scores. PHZIN has to score this with Pelé. I mean, he's taking his time. He does not time it properly. Down the middle, securing it. I mean, cannot write this up. Let's see what Yaya Toure is all about between BAXADA. Goal!
2 for 2 for BAXADA. 48 places difference in the rankings coming into this grand final. It's Yaya Toure for PHZIN. He does score. Is it perfect pens? Erling Haaland, the super sub, does score.
And I mean, Brandon, right now, BAXADA is the only player in the tournament that actually went to penalties. Let's see what PHZIN can do. Down the middle again.
BAXADA, Saeed El-Awairy, he's been a hero for PHZIN. Will he be the villain? No! This is ultimate pens. Christopher Nkunku for PHZIN misses. BAXADA, if you score, you will be this year's CONMEBOL Libertadores champion. Up steps Nkunku, and BAXADA will be your champion in Argentina.
We have a new champion. I mean, BAXADA to the eastward. Congratulations. You can see PHZIN right there. I mean, you cannot put this together. BAXADA has gone ahead and taken down the three-headed monster in PHZIN to be able to take the eternal glory back home.
How many times have penalties come into the mix in the last 12 months of FIFA esports tournaments, whether it be the FIFA E World Cup or here in Buenos Aires, Argentina? PHZIN, it's heartbreak. 3 grand finals in a row. 2 lost, 1 won. But BAXADA, a man that no one, and I mean no one, respectively would have picked to go in a grand final, let alone make a run in the tournament. He has turned up, he's ripped up the history books. He is your 2023 CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion. TOMGAUNA Esports have a star. Brazil have a star. South America have a new champion.
I mean, Brandon, I actually had a chance to speak to the CEO of TOMGAUNA Esports yesterday, and he was so happy at the fact that BAXADA was able to get into the top 8. He did not properly was able to put together that BAXADA actually went through yesterday. Just, you know, at the end of the day, everybody counted this man out, and I mean, BAXADA is your CONMEBOL eLibertadores FIFA Global Series 2023.
Well, they'll bring them back into the conversation. Richard Buckley, Mike LaBelle. If there was a way to win this tournament, I don't think many would have predicted like that.
Incredible scenes here in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Look at what it means. Pictures often tell 1,000 words, and just look at that emotion. Let those scenes sink in at home, both in victory and in defeat. BAXADA is the champion of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores 2023, and eternal glory is that young man.
Wow, wow, wow. And that's back-to-back penalty kick shootout wins for BAXADA. And we were talking about PAULO Neto. We were talking about PHZIN. We didn't even bring up his name into the conversation of being a potential winner. Congratulations. Got the job done. Moved forward. Showed so much mental toughness. Faced adversity in many of his matches. Battled through the bracket play. And this kind of propels him not even into the stardom here, but what's the future? What's next for BAXADA? I already have questions.
Look at the other side of the coin. Such heartbreak, so close and so far, and this was the winning moments right here. Stuck it to the right, it was saved, and BAXADA stepped up and kept his nerve.
He converted, and you got to say this too. PHZIN, it's going to be hard for him right now because he's feeling all of the emotions, but to make 3 trips to the finals.
Incredible.
Is sensational. That doesn't happen. We talk about how difficult it is to win an event. Most people don't even get a chance to get back into the finals or even the semifinals. It's so rare. Whether it's domestic, international, a minor, a major, you name it, it just doesn't really happen. So rare in competitive esports.
Very nearly a perfect couple of years in this tournament, in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores for PHZIN. But tonight is the night for TOMGAUNA Esports. Tonight is the night for BAXADA. Brazil remain on top of the mountain. However, we have a new king, and his name is BAXADA. We'll see him at the playoffs, and he'll be walking in with a strut. He'll be walking in with his head held high as the best player in South America. Incredible.
And as he should, he's earned that, chest out. And now again, we talk about it, not just the money here, not just the title, but also he's automatically qualified for the Global Series playoffs. So now we're gonna see him in that international conversation, in that realm. Can he put on against all the Europeans, the North Americans, everyone else that's in the competition?
Your champion from TOMGAUNA Esports, BAXADA. What a tournament for BAXADA. I think the commentary said it perfectly. We didn't expect it. It wasn't on the tip of the tongue, but he's slowly gone about his business. And it was that game against PHZIN on Saturday in the second leg where we said he could have got something out of that game. He's been playing really well.
And the curse of matching up twice. We talked about it before we got into this. I told you I hate when I have to play somebody multiple times throughout one tournament. I just feel like there's a curse to it, and in this case, that stayed true. And BAXADA stayed locked in, took his second opportunity. What a time to have that second opportunity in the finals. You see the pop-off, the hug, the energy, the atmosphere, the crowd. Penalty kicks just seemed oh so fitting to send us along our way.
PHZIN still inconsolable up on the stage, just makes his way off of it. He's still got so much that he could be proud of. $25,000, a Global Series playoff spot guaranteed. He is on the rankings the #1 player. A round of applause for PHZIN as well in the arena. People respect what this young man is achieving.
And deservingly so. He's put on a clinic today. He's looked fantastic in all the matchups. And I know it's emotional now. And you see the guys' great sportsmanship as well. They'll both be at the playoffs.
So harsh. Such a harsh way to lose, but such a good way to win.
But you also see what it means to them. And personally, I like this when people are that dedicated to the craft. And that's because of the commitment levels to get to this point, to make a run for it between the training, the coaching, your team, building in different tacticals, always constantly adjusting and pivoting your gameplay, and working on that mentality.
And here you see BAXADA making his way onto the stage, giving him the check right there. Fabian O'Reilly, CONMEBOL product manager right there. $35,000
Y el boleto para los playoffs de la FIFA 23
in
Global
the
Series.
bag.
Fabián Girala,
Life-changing.
manager de
Life-changing
CONMEBOL.
amount of money.
Especially considering, again, what this propels for you when you're looking at
take the next step,
the future of
Lucas Gabriel Santos,
competition,
alias
what
BAXADA,
it means
levanta ese cheque
for
y la
him in Brazil, what it
clasificación.
means for South America. He's now a leader in the space.
Y ahora,
And here he is.
trofeo. Una leyenda
BAXADA got his hands on the trophy, but to do the official presentation, Rolando Xavi, three-time CONMEBOL Libertadores champion. BAXADA is the man in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
BAXADA graba su historia en el trofeo más deseado de Sudamérica.
Showered in golden glitter, as a champion should be. Mike, what a weekend we have had here. It's been truly magical in Argentina for the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. What a moment. Thank you very much for keeping us company this weekend. From myself, Matt LaBelle, Pablo and Brandon, we will see you next time.
El beso más deseado y ahora sí. El trofeo en las manos del gran campeón. Brasil vuelve a quedarse con la corona. Y ahora sí, llegó el momento de despedirnos. Muchas gracias a todos por acompañarnos en estos 2 días de pura pasión, de puro FIFA 23, con los mejores de Sudamérica. Hasta el año que viene.